Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 The King's Belief. The death of the Demon King shocked countless people. The terrifying existence who ranked 13th on the previous Destiny list died on the Destiny list, killed by a mysterious man in black. At this moment, no one knew who the man in black was, or even whether he was a man or a woman. However, since this person practiced such powerful magic skills, he must be a man. One person died on the Destiny list, and the person behind him took his place. As for the people in the front, there were only 17 left. The one who was temporarily ranked last was Yang Quangshen, who was in the 17th place. Yang Zhen, who was in the top 10, has not made much progress in strength, so his ranking is fixed at 20th on the Destiny list. Now, Yang Quangshen is in the top 17. The change is really big. If you don't make progress, you are destined to be surpassed. Now, Yang Quangshen has become the real leader of this generation of the Yang family, and has officially surpassed Yang Zhen. After that, Yang Quangshen challenged the dark horse Ling Hong. The two fought a big battle, and Yang Quangshen defeated Ling Hong. After that, he challenged Li Yu of the Qian League, who was originally ranked 9th on the Destiny list. As a result, he was defeated, and Yang Quangshen's ranking was fixed at 16th. Because his ranking did not continue to move forward, Ling Hong, who was defeated by him, was very miserable. He didn't even have the opportunity to challenge, and was fixed at 17th on the Destiny list. Both dark horses have come to the end. After that, it was the black-robed man's turn. Suddenly, many eyes fell on him. Can the black-robed man still move forward? The black-robed man stepped onto the vermilion bird platform. His eyes slowly turned around and finally landed on a person, causing everyone's eyes to freeze. You. The black-robed man's voice was a little hoarse. His finger pointed at Mo Qingchen. The black-robed man, he challenged the most beautiful woman in the Destiny ranking, Mo Qingchen. When others faced Mo Qingchen, they would give in a little, because she was too beautiful, and everyone couldn't bear to destroy her. This was the first time someone directly challenged Mo Qingchen, and it was a black-robed strongman who practiced magic. Qin Wentian's eyes froze, revealing a look of surprise. He had never thought that the black-robed man would challenge Mo Qingchen. He still had a good impression of the black-robed strong man, who had helped him, but he didn't understand why he chose Mo Qingchen. Mo Qingchen's figure flickered, and she descended on the vermilion bird platform, like a fairy descending, fascinating, as if just looking at her was a kind of enjoyment. She seemed to have a wonderful light on her body, making her particularly dazzling. The black-robed man didn't say much. The demonic power on her body was rolling and terrifying. Above the sky, it seemed that the demonic power was rolling endlessly. It was extremely terrifying. This made Qin Wentian frown and worry about Mo Qingchen. At this moment, Mo Qingchen's hands formed an ancient seal. She seemed to be shrouded in holy light. Bathed in the light, she looked like a fairy in the world. Such a woman seemed not to be possessed by the world. So beautiful, such a holy aura, and her star soul, this kind of rare star soul has the shadow of a fairy. This was the first time Mo Qingchen released her power. The impact was huge and beautiful, making people feel trance. In front of her, 9-colored glazed fire floated, and behind her, the shadows of 2 star souls emerged. One is a fairy phantom, and the other is a glazed flame. The 2 shocking star soul shadows seem to overlap. The fairy phantom holds the glazed flame, which is so beautiful that it makes people dazzled. This scene makes Qin Wentian sigh secretly. After several years, he met Qingchen. She is still so innocent and beautiful in front of him, just like the girl in the snow. However, Qin Wentian seems to have forgotten that she is now the proud daughter of Dangwon Palace. In front of others, she is unattainable and holy like a fairy. How can her strength be weak? She also got the ancient luck and is one of the 10. One person has vast magic power, and the other is like a fairy. The contrast is strong. The black-robed figure finally made a move. He saw his figure rushing out, and a terrifying magic palm print fell. There seemed to be a muffled thunder in the void, and the magic power swept through the void. Mo Qingchen's palm trembled, and suddenly the 9-color glazed flames turned into 9 flowers, floating forward, and a terrifying hot airflow swept out and rushed towards the other party. The terrifying demonic might actually retreated slightly, as if it was somewhat afraid of the glazed fire. Mo Qingcheng's body movements were exquisite, and she suddenly floated up, and the flames drew a gorgeous arc and rushed straight to the face of the black-robed man. The black-robed man stood in front of him with both palms, and suddenly put them together, shaking the heaven and earth, and then pushed outward, and the great demon palm print annihilated everything and blasted out. Break! Mo Qingcheng shouted coldly, and the 9-color glazed fire actually penetrated the demon palm and continued to rush towards the opponent's face, causing the black-robed man's eyes to condense, and the black robe rolled, wrapping him up inside, and the 9-color glazed fire directly drilled into the black robe. Be careful. Qin Wentian suddenly had a bad feeling, and the black robe burned, but there was no figure of the black-robed man. He appeared directly beside Mo Qingcheng, wearing a terrible demon armor, and the black demon palm print fell from the sky and slapped Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng's figure flashed, and the whole person turned into a phantom, which gave people a vague feeling, as if it was nothingness. Great destruction. A cold and hoarse voice filled the air, and the figure of the black-robed man seemed to have turned into nothingness, disappearing without a trace. Such a scene was extremely shocking. Boom, boom, boom. The Suzaku battle stage shook wildly, and the 9-colored flames flew back. The two seemed to collide wildly. With a loud bang, the two figures separated, and then everyone saw that the black-robed man was wrapped in demonic energy. Mo Qingcheng panted slightly, but the halo bathing on her body seemed to be able to recover her injuries. After a moment, her breath was stable, still holy and beautiful. The black-robed figure looked up at the sky, and suddenly, the demonic power was vast, and the world made a rolling roar, as if there were ancient demons standing in the void. Chaos heaven demonic art, demonic power chaos heaven, heaven and earth change color. So domineering, what kind of pain do you have to endure to practice such a demonic art? Everyone trembled in their hearts. For a demon cultivator, the stronger the art, the more dangerous it is. Even if the practice goes smoothly, the demonic nature will be born. Mo Qingcheng showed a solemn look. Her hands formed an ancient seal. Suddenly, a bright halo appeared around her. One phantom after another appeared. It was hard to tell which one of Mo Qingcheng was real. Boom! The black-robed figure stepped on the ground, and the world seemed to be struck by magic thunder. The overwhelming magic power swept across the Suzaku stage. With every step the black-robed figure took, the momentum became more terrifying. Qin Wentian's heart tightened, and a cold light swept across his eyes. No matter who hurt Mo Qingcheng, it was not allowed. Everyone stared at the Suzaku battle stage. This was the most violent battle so far. The overwhelming magic power enveloped the world, and the phantoms of Mo Qingcheng became more and more. Boom! Finally, the black-robed man launched a terrifying attack. The magic power between heaven and earth gathered and descended. Endless magic palms swept down, and even terrible spears appeared and rolled out. Mo Qingcheng shouted, and the glass fire suddenly exploded, and the most gorgeous colors burst out on the Suzaku battle stage. Bang! A terrible collision sound was heard, and the crowd saw that the two figures actually touched each other. Then they saw Mo Qingcheng's body flying out, and the black-robed man was still standing there. Mo Qingcheng spat out a mouthful of blood, her face was as pale as paper, and she was seen sitting cross-legged and swallowing a pill. The star soul light enveloped her body and restored her breath. The black-robed man also stood there without moving, and drops of blood dripped down. He was still covered with the black robes. You won. Mo Qingcheng said in a low voice, looking at the black-robed man, only to see that the black-robed man's expression had no emotion. He turned around and got off the Suzaku battle stage. Mo Qingcheng also left, but this battle left a very deep impression on people. Both the black-robed man and Mo Qingcheng were so powerful. The black-robed man did not choose to continue the challenge. This time, she directly replaced Mo Qingcheng's position and was listed in the top 10. Mo Qingcheng, who lost a game, was squeezed out of the top 10 and ranked 11th. There are only 15 people left, and the last 5 are Mo Qingcheng, Wang Ju, Hua Shaoqing, Yan Cheng, and Li Yu. Li Yu of Jinju League had no choice but to challenge Yan Cheng, who was in front of him. As a result, he was defeated and ranked 15th on the destiny list. Yan Cheng, Hua Shaoqing, was defeated, and ranked 14th on the destiny list. Hua Shaoqing, Hua Wangju, was defeated, and ranked 13th on the destiny list. Surprisingly, Very few people can defeat the people who challenged the people in front. Now, it is Wang Ju's turn. His ranking is temporarily set at 12th. The people in front of him are all very scary. The battle between Mo Qingcheng and the black-robed man has left a deep impression on people. In the end, the black-robed man defeated Mo Qingcheng. No matter who Wang Ju fights, he is not absolutely sure. On the Suzaku battle stage, Wang Ju's eyes are as sharp as a magic weapon. His eyes swept over the last 11 people. He, Wang Ju, must step into the top 10 seats, definitely. To enter the top 10, he needs to defeat one of the 10 people: Chen Wang, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, Wang Kang, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, Mu Feng, Qin Wentian, and the man in black robe. Wang Ju, he was ranked 6th on the destiny list, but now, how could he not even enter the top 10? If so, where would he put his face? Chen Wang, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, and Wang Kang were directly filtered out by him. Qin Zheng, this person is mysterious and unpredictable. Yun Mengai is also mysterious. Mu Feng, originally ranked 7th on the destiny list, one behind him, but Mu Feng, who is good at poison, is someone he doesn't want to provoke. Qin Wentian, powerful and defensive, the man in black robe, has an extremely domineering skill. Since he must choose one, then the person he chooses to fight is Qin Wentian. Wang Ju's eyes are like a magic weapon, penetrating everything and descending on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian seemed to have sensed something, raised his head, and looked at Wang Ju. "Come up," the prince said lightly. Qin Wentian stepped on the stage and instantly landed on the Suzaku battlefield. It seems that he is still considered to be the easier one to deal with among these people. The prince chose him. "You will be my stepping stone to enter the top 10 of the destiny list this time. In this battle, you will have no hope." The star soul of the prince burst out, and the dazzling light on his body shone. His body was actually covered with a layer of divine armor. It was not a divine weapon, but it was like a divine weapon, covering his body. His palm was as sharp as a divine weapon. The prince of the Wang family in Bingzhou City, the whole person, seemed to be made of divine weapons. In this way, his attack and defense would be extremely terrifying. The reason why I chose you is that no matter whether it is attack or defense, I will crush you, and you will not have any chance. The prince took a step, and the sharp aura pierced out. The Suzaku battlefield was shrouded by this sharp intention. The prince's eyes were full of infinite fighting spirit. He can't lose, he can't afford to lose. In this battle, he must win, he has the belief that he will win. Everyone looked at Wang Ju with a flickering expression. Perhaps, his choice would be right. Qin Wentian was powerful and had great defense, but Wang Ju was like a peerless divine weapon, wearing divine armor and divine arms. He would not be weaker than Qin Wentian. Wang Ju wanted to step on Qin Wentian and step into the top 10 of the destiny list. P.S. I saw that many people were scolding in the book reviews. I am ashamed. Sorry, I may finish writing and post the future updates later. Chapter 377, Strong Battle. Wang Ju, the proud figure of the Wang family in Bingzhou City, was originally ranked 6th on the destiny list. It would be a shame if he could not even enter the top 10 tonight. Everyone stared at the sharp figure, and saw him walking towards Qin Wentian step by step. Every step seemed to gather the sharpness of heaven and earth, and the light was wrapped around his body. The starlight on his body, like a divine weapon, shone brightly, and the phantom of the vermilion bird suspended behind him made a long cry. This battle must be won. After defeating Qin Wentian, he still needs to win another victory to steadily enter the top 10. Now, there are still 12 people, and 2 people need to be eliminated. Everyone looked at Wang Ju, and seemed to be able to feel his belief in victory. His star souls were all divine weapon star souls, which amplified his attacks. Although he seemed to be moving slowly, every step was gathering a stronger momentum. Once he launched an attack, it would be a shocking event. Qin Wentian, can he withstand Wang Ju's attack? At this moment, Wang Ju, his whole person, seemed to have transformed into a peerless divine weapon. Although Qin Wentian's body was as terrifying as an ancient demon, Wang Ju was extremely sharp. He had comprehended the power of martial arts will, which was also the will of martial arts of the divine weapon type. His attack power would be extremely terrifying. As long as it was at the Yuanfu level, no matter whether you were a human or a demon, there would be no defense that could not be broken. However, facing Wang Ju, Qin Wentian certainly would not be so arrogant as to directly use his body to withstand the opponent's attack. Although he went to that battle casually, he gave people a feeling that he was like an old pine tree that would not fall down, and stood like a mountain. A strong light seemed to emerge from Wang Ju's body, and the whole person rushed out like a divine weapon, stabbing Qin Wentian, invincible. At this moment, Qin Wentian finally took a step forward. With just one step, the great power of the world seemed to gather in his body. He seemed to have merged with the world. With a simple movement, it seemed as if he had borrowed the power of the world. Qin Wentian only felt Wang Ju's eyes staring at him, and a beam of light stabbed out. "You can't stop me." As soon as Wang Ju finished speaking, a light flashed, and at this moment, Qin Wentian's palm also blasted out. Strength. Although Wang Ju's strength and defense can crush him, then let's fight with the purest strength and the strength of martial arts will. On the Suzaku battle stage, there was a brilliant white beam of light that could sting people's eyes. When they regained their sight, they saw that Qin Wentian was still standing like an ancient pine, and Wang Ju's body retreated to the edge of the Suzaku battle stage, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and a pale face. "How can your attack crush me?" Qin Wentian walked out and walked towards Wang Ju very slowly, but every step gave people a sense of naturalness. Wang Ju saw him approaching, his face was slightly pale, and the instantaneous collision just now seemed to have crushed his confidence. Wang Ju saw Qin Wentian slowly approaching, but he didn't know how to break it. What he was most proud of was the strongest attack, but the attack was crushed. How could he deal with Qin Wentian? Step by step, Qin Wentian's body was filled with demonic energy, but his handsome face gave people a sense of powerlessness. His palm trembled, and the light of the star soul bloomed. 18 spears appeared in front of Wang Ju. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the spears suddenly hummed, as if they came alive, as if there was a terrible martial arts will attached to them, humming endlessly, as if they were going to cut through the sky and the earth. Buzz! The golden light shone, and behind Qin Wentian, golden wings of the rock appeared, giving people a terrible sharp feeling. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and his body disappeared in an instant. Wang Ju's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. His palm struck out, and 18 spears burst out. However, at the same time, a golden light passed through the spears, making a terrible sound. In just a moment, Wang Ju found that Qin Wentian's figure had descended in front of him, and a dragon seal fell down with a bang, as if a real dragon roared out, crushing past, and the world was shaking endlessly. Wang Ju showed a panic on his face, gathered his attacks, turned his palms into divine weapons, and fought back frantically. However, the dragon roared, the sound shook the sky, rumbling. The terrifying sound waves swept the sky, and Wang Ju's body was instantly blasted to spit blood, fell off the Suzaku battle platform, and then fell to the ground, his breath floating. Qin Wentian stood on the Suzaku platform, standing calmly, with a vast demonic aura on his body. The crowd stared at his figure with shock in their eyes. That demon handsome face gave people a sense of unfathomable depth, as if a casual glance would make people tremble in their hearts. Now, Qin Wentian's second realm of the demon martial arts will and the third realm of the demon god transformation have been cultivated. In a thought, he can give birth to demon wings, in a thought, he can give birth to demon arms, and in a thought, he can turn into a demon. Moreover, this demon is not like the demon god sacrifice that gathers the spirit of the demon god, it is reversible. Qin Wentian's attack naturally became more terrifying, and the 81 demon magic skills of the past can be used at will. Wang Ju, 12th place on the list. Elder Xianji announced slowly, and everyone stared at the list floating in the air. Wang Ju's name was next to the 12th place. He used to be ranked 6th on the destiny list, but now he is ranked 12th. This seems a bit ironic, but one can imagine how terrible the gold content of this destiny list is. Wang Ju, who was ranked 6th in the past, could not even enter the top 10. Wang Ju was defeated, so it was Mo Qingchang's turn to move down from the top 10. Because she was defeated by the black-robed man, her ranking was temporarily set at 11th place, and the top 10 people had not yet been ranked. Therefore, if she wants to enter again, she needs to defeat one of the top 10 people to enter the top 10 again. However, how difficult it is. Chen Wang, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, Wang Kang, Qin Zheng, Yun Mengai, Mu Feng, Qin Wentian, and the black-robed man. Everyone thought that Qin Wentian might be easier to deal with, but Wang Ju was defeated by Qin Wentian, which forced people to re-evaluate the combat effectiveness of the top 10. There is no weak one at all, and everyone cannot determine the final ranking. They are all too terrible. Considering your ancient luck, if you are asked to fight one of them, you will not accept it. In this case, I will give you a chance and rank you on the same level as them." At this moment, the old man Xianji suddenly spoke, which surprised everyone, and then they nodded gently. At this moment, the remaining 11 people are all real elites. Now if Mo Qingchang challenges any of the top 10 people, she may make mistakes. The old man Xianji may think that Mo Qingchang has great luck, so he gave her a chance. This may be slightly unfair to Wang Ju and others behind, but who dares to question that there is nothing wrong with the old man Xianji giving Mo Qingchang a chance? Now, the remaining 11 people will compete for the final ranking. Next, I will order a battle. 10 people, 50-50 duel. King Chen was the second in the last destiny ranking, with the highest ranking, so he can have a bye. In this duel, the 5 winners will enter the top 6 seats with King Chen, and the 5 losers will be temporarily scheduled for the last 5 seats. However, the people in the last 5 seats still have one chance to challenge the first 6 seats. If they win, they will replace them. If they lose, they can only compete for the ranking after the 6th place in the destiny ranking. Old man Xianji looked at everyone and said lightly. He let King Chen have a bye, and everyone could accept it. King Chen was the most popular person, and he was directly exempted from the battle and entered the top 6 seats. After all, he was the second in the destiny ranking, the first except Tuo Take Su. Shi Potion, fight Qin Zheng, Si Kaiong, fight Mu Feng, Zhan Chen, fight Yun Mengai, Wang Kang, fight He Pao, Qin Wentian, fight Mo Qingcheng. When the old man Xianji announced the duel, everyone was trembling. The two sides of each duel seemed to be able to move people's hearts. However, for this duel, the old man Xianji seemed to have good intentions in arranging it. Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, Wang Kang and others were more optimistic. They had never met each other. As for the fact that he arranged Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang to fight in the same group, some people were puzzled. Perhaps, it was a random choice by the old man Xianji, without much deep meaning. The first battle, Shi Potion vs. Qin Zheng. The first battle was a heavyweight duel. Qin Zheng, remember that he had fought with King Chen in the Suzaku formation, and he was not completely suppressed. He was very powerful and controlled the will of space martial arts. Arranging Shi Potion and him together, it must be said that this will be an extremely exciting duel. People of the Shi family have the blood of ancient monsters in their bodies, and they are extremely powerful. When Shi Potion stands on the Suzaku stage, he gives people a sense of dominance. Chen Wang, Shi Potion, and Si Kaiong are the 3 most promising players in this battle for the destiny ranking. They are all extremely strong. Qin Zheng stood on the Suzaku battle stage, but gave people a sense of calmness. His temperament has always been like this, very casual. Bang! Shi Potion took the lead in launching an attack. The ancient demon blood in his body burst out. In an instant, he seemed to be covered with the golden dragon-shaped armor, extremely powerful. In his palm, a golden spear appeared. Bang! Shi Potion stabbed out with a spear, and the dragon's roar shook the sky, as if a golden demon dragon roared. In an instant, the power was terrifying. This is the ancient Daksha secret skill mastered by the Shi family. It is the only one of the 9 secret skills that is suitable for the cultivation of powerful monsters. It is the Golden Dragon battle technique. This battle technique is extremely powerful, with terrifying attacks and golden dragon armor for defense. The people of the Shi family have the blood of ancient monsters, which is most suitable for cultivation. This Shi Potion has obviously been immersed in it for many years. With one shot, the dragon roars in the sky. When everyone saw this shot, those who were well informed immediately knew that this was the ancient Daksha secret skill that had been preserved in the Shi family, just like the Great Sun Kyankan Heart technique of the Great Sun Chen family. Qin Zheng, he might be in danger. The two fought wildly on the Suzaku battle stage. Qin Zheng's special cutting attack power was also extremely panic. He was able to cut through the golden dragon armor and injure Shi Potion. Moreover, Qin Zheng's speed was also extremely fast and his evasive ability was super strong. If it weren't for Shi Potion's terrifying strength, he would have been defeated long ago. But even in the battle with Shi Potion, Qin Zheng was still not crushed and fought violently. It's wonderful. This kind of duel is so wonderful, and every duel from now on will not disappoint people. This is the real peak battle. Everyone exclaimed when they saw the violent battle between the two. It was so wonderful. Shi Potion is so powerful. How could King Chen be weak? The final ultimate duel, the top 3 seats compete. What kind of grand occasion will that be? I am looking forward to it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Edge. Shi Potion fought Qin Zheng with a terrifying power. Shi Potion's attack was fierce and overbearing. Qin Zheng had many means and was proficient in many magical means. He was able to use them perfectly, so that although his attack was inferior to Shi Potion's, he was still undefeated. Finally, at the moment of contact between the two, the Star Force suddenly burst out, and a terrible Star Soul chain appeared on Qin Zheng's body, instantly binding and entangled Shi Potion's body, as if to bind a dragon. And Qin Zheng's body burst out with the strongest spatial light, and the wind airflow swept through, and a dazzling dimensional void ancient sword appeared in the void. Cut! Qin Zheng shouted coldly. At this moment, the void seemed to be cut off and torn apart. The crowd stared at Shi Potion, who was wearing golden dragon armor. Could he withstand this blow? A terrible sharpness burst out from Shi Potion's eyes. He did not dodge, as if he was waiting for the blow to come. Buzz! Suddenly, Qin Zheng's attack fell, but Shi Potion's figure disappeared, just like that, and then Qin Zheng's expression changed drastically. The power of wind enveloped him, and his figure quickly retreated. Bang! A terrifying force swept over Qin Zheng's body, and his body was swept away and fell into the distance. He was still in the void, and he spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Stabilizing his body, Qin Zheng looked at the Suzaku battle stage, his breath floating, blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth. There was no anger in his eyes, no shame of defeat, and he was very calm. Just now, was that the unique Daxia martial arts you exchanged for? Shi Potion stood on the Suzaku battle platform, looked at Qin Zheng, and said calmly, "You are already proud enough to fight to this point. With your strength, you still have a chance to impact the top 6 seats. As for the attack just now, it is the only unique body movement in the ancient Daxia martial arts, and there is only one move, Dao's Huanxing Yi." Sure enough, it is Dao's Huanxing Yi, no wonder. Everyone was shocked. In addition to the Golden Dragon battle, Shi Potion also controls Dao's Huanxing Yi. How terrifying will his combat power be now? Although Dao's Huanxing Yi has only one move, it can change positions in an instant. It requires burning terrifying star power to launch this attack. Shi Potion seems violent, but in fact he is also quite cautious. He has been guarding against Qin Zheng, so he used Dao's Huanxing Yi at the critical moment. At the moment of life and death, such a body movement can sometimes save lives, and sometimes even reverse the situation and kill the opponent. Although Shi Potion seems to be stronger than Qin Zheng has many tricks and forced him to use Dao's Huanxing Yi to win. In this case, Shi Potion's position is temporarily set in the top 6, and Qin Zheng's ranking is temporarily set in the bottom 5, but with Qin Zheng's strength, he still has a chance to impact the top 6. Next, the second battle, Si Kaiong fights Mu Feng. When the two stepped onto the Suzaku battle stage, the mood that had just calmed down became excited again. Si Kaiong was considered to be the strongest dark horse figure on the destiny list. Mu Feng, his mind has changed greatly and his poison technique is even more terrifying. How fierce will the battle between the two be? Do you think you can escape by refusing the deal? Si Kaiong looked at Mu Feng, a cold light flashed in his expression, and a mighty aura emanated from his body, rushing towards Mu Feng. Si Kaiong was referring to Mu Feng's refusal to exchange the ancient Lux secret method he obtained for the ancient Xia unique skills. In addition to the 9 secret skills that were made public, the secret methods of the Great Xia dynasty were also extraordinary. They had always wanted to obtain them, but they did not expect that they would be intercepted by the Suzaku formation of the Great Xia dynasty. Their powerful people did not dare to destroy them easily, otherwise they would trigger the Suzaku formation to destroy everything in the formation, and then everything would be in vain. However, his power had plenty of patience. What if it took thousands of years? For some of their predecessors, they could wait. Now that the fortune of the Great Xia dynasty had changed, his power sent him to the Great Xia dynasty. How could this operation fail? It seemed that as the powerful people expected, after the fortune of the Great Xia dynasty changed, the battle for the destiny list had undergone a major change. The ancient fortune of the Suzaku formation appeared and the formation was destroyed. Then, of course, he had to take away those powerful secret methods of the Great Xia dynasty. These people thought they could stay, which was really naive. Si Kaiong, he clearly did not take Mu Feng seriously. In his eyes, none of Mu Feng and others could escape, and no one could refuse them. These people were seeking their own death. Mu Feng looked calm, staring at Si Kaiong, with the cold light in his eyes. Boom! The will of blood martial arts burst out, and Si Kaiong felt his blood vibrate. He sneered, and there was a bright light shining on his body, and there was a terrible burning feeling on his body, as if it was the power of the sun. This is the heart method of the sun. The crowd was deeply shocked when they saw this scene. Si Kaiong, is he also good at the unique skills of the Great Xia? The sword appeared in Si Kaiong's hand, and a golden ancient sword appeared in his hand. He stepped out and slashed with the sword, falling from the sky, as if the sword of the sky was blooming and the flames were burning the sky. The sword of the sky, the heart method of the sun. The old man Xianji and others were also quite uneasy when they saw this scene. Although they knew that these people had obtained the complete 9 unique skills of the Great Xia, they still sighed in their hearts when they saw Si Kaiong easily blooming the unique skills of the Great Xia. Mu Feng flashed, waved his palm, and in an instant a dark blood-colored poisonous palm print blasted out, revealing a terrifying and gloomy aura. There was a sound of puffing, and the palm print was torn apart in an instant. Si Kaiong's palm trembled, and the terrible light of the scorching sun burned the poison gas. His figure was like the wind, and he continued to chase. He slashed out with a sword, and the light was dazzling. Mu Feng's body retreated continuously. If he was not good at the martial arts will of wind, it would be difficult for him to avoid the power of Jiutian sword. Si Kaiong's figure landed on the ground, and his lips began to move, and a wisp of sound spread out, like a song. This song turned into a terrible rune, turned into an invisible force, and invaded Mu Feng's eardrum. Mu Feng frowned, and felt a splitting headache, as if his soul was trembling. Si Kaiong stepped out step by step, and the music continued to erode. Mu Feng's long hair flew, staring at the other party, but saw Si Kaiong's figure flashing, and another sword was slashed out. Mu Feng's body retreated again, huffing. A ray of blood appeared, flying on the Suzaku battle platform, and Mu Feng's figure was forced into a dead corner. The music continued, and Si Kaiong walked towards him step by step. Soul attack technique. Many people's hearts were beating. This Si Kaiong was so scary. They suddenly realized that King Chen was not necessarily the most terrifying existence in this destiny list. This Si Kaiong was not only good at the ancient Xia martial arts, but also had such a terrifying soul attack technique. The soul was an ethereal thing. The Yuanfu realm could not sense the existence of the soul at all. However, Si Kaiong had a terrifying talent for the soul, so he could practice soul attack. At this moment, Si Kaiong's figure disappeared, and a strong starlight burst out. The stars are turning. Si Kaiong's figure appeared in front of Mu Feng in an instant, and his palm directly clasped the top of Mu Feng's head. His lips kept moving, and the music penetrated into Mu Feng's ears. This scene made the crowd tremble in their hearts. So powerful, Si Kaiong, this dark horse, is so scary. What he is doing is soul search. It is said that there are people who are good at soul abilities and have the power to search souls. Si Kaiong, is he searching the soul of Mu Feng? It is said that the person whose soul is searched may become an idiot or a waste. Qin Wentian and the others all had a cold look on their faces when they saw this scene, as if they understood what Si Kaiong wanted to do. He, Mu Feng, Mo Qingchen, Yun Mengai and Qin Zheng had all rejected those people. Si Kaiong, was he going to deal with them like this? Moreover, Si Kaiong's strength was indeed very terrifying. Qin Wentian stared at Mu Feng on the Suzaku battle stage. His family had been murdered. Could it be that they would die on the Suzaku battle stage before the murderer was found? If Si Kaiong got what he wanted, he would probably not let Mu Feng go. Swish, swish. On the Suzaku battle stage, Si Kaiong's arms suddenly began to corrode, and then spread wildly towards his body. Wisps of black air appeared on his face. Si Kaiong's expression suddenly changed, and then a terrible stream of blood gushed out from Mu Feng's body, black blood. Boom. The terrifying starlight bloomed again, and Si Kaiong used Dao's Huan Xingyi again. His body moved back and looked at his arm with a sullen face. Mu Feng opened his eyes and felt a sharp pain in his head. He glanced at Si Kaiong coldly, then turned around and stepped down from the Suzaku battle stage. Although he was seriously injured, he was still so calm that it made people feel scared. No one could get so close to Mu Feng, not even Si Kaiwang. He was as fast as the wind and stepped down from the Suzaku battle stage in an instant. He sat cross-legged, and a radiance shone, covering his body, and began to force out the poison. Obviously, he was not doing well in the previous battle. The winner of this battle was naturally Si Kaiwang. He was listed in the top 6. His strength left a deep impression on people. Although Mu Feng lost, he was also remembered by people. The third battle, Zhan Chen faced Yun Mengai. When Zhan Chen stepped onto the battle stage, his eyes were filled with a terrifying confidence. His eyes seemed to be shining with golden light. Looking at Yun Mengai, he said calmly, "What is your relationship with Qin Wentian?" Remember the last time he chased Qin Wentian, Yun Mengai and the man in black robes, and sabotaged it? It has nothing to do with you. Yun Mengai said calmly. A star sword appeared in her palm. A terrible sense of ice permeated her body. "I won't kill you." Zhan Chen stared at Yun Mengai and stepped forward. "I also know Jiutian sword technique." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden sword appeared in his palm. His palm trembled, and the golden sword seemed to borrow the light of heaven and earth, dazzling and boundless. Strands of golden light shone on Zhan Chen's body, covering his body, as if he had turned into an immortal golden body. His body moved and went towards Yun Mengai. A bright light burst out from Zhan Chen's eyes. It was a golden blade that stabbed Yun Mengai. In an instant, Yun Mengai felt a stinging pain in her eyes, as if there was a golden figure in the other person's eyes, holding a sword and punishing her. Yun Mengai slapped her palm, and the terrifying icy power froze everything. Then she suddenly clenched her hands. She did not retreat. On the contrary, she walked forward, and the Jiutian sword fell down. 9 swords were linked together, and the power was so terrible. In the void, there was only that graceful body. Zhan Chen still stared at her. Yun Mengai's forehead was sweating, but her sword would not be soft. Puff! The sword fell down and hit Zhan Chen's body. The golden body seemed to crack, but everyone found that Zhan Chen was fine. The golden body seemed to be a false body. His sword also slashed out, with a cold and sharp smile in his eyes. Blood appeared, dyeing Yun Mengai's clothes red. Yun Mengai's body flew out. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and a force acted on Yun Mengai's body, supporting her body and landing on the ground. Looking up, Qin Wentian looked at Zhan Chen on the Suzaku battlefield, only to see that the other party walked to the edge of the battlefield and looked at him as well. Zhan Chen's sword was pointed at Qin Wentian, and the smile in his golden eyes was enchanting and confident. Chapter 379 Facing the World. How is it possible? Just now, Yun Mengai's sword clearly slashed Zhan Chen's body, even shattered his golden body and cut off his body, but he was safe and sound. The battle between Zhan Chen and Yun Mengai ended in a flash. Until Yun Mengai was injured and defeated, they didn't understand how Zhan Chen could be safe and sound under that blow and defeat Yun Mengai. This Dan Palace strongman, who is only ranked 11th in the last Destiny ranking, gave people a feeling of being more and more unpredictable. The 6th ranked Wenzhou was eliminated, and his ranking temporarily stepped into the top 6. Zhan Chen is also a strong dark horse, and very scary. In this battle for the Destiny ranking, everyone is getting more and more unpredictable. Now everyone is too powerful, and they are gradually showing their strength and showing their ferocious faces. No one knows their trump cards, even now. Qin Wentian looked at Zhan Chen. He could clearly feel Zhan Chen's murderous intention towards him. The grudge between the two had a long history and had never been resolved. Moreover, Qin Wentian had exposed Zhan Chen's scandal in the past, which made Mo Qingchang dislike Zhan Chen. It is conceivable how deep Zhan Chen's resentment towards Qin Wentian would be. Today, on the battle stage of the Destiny ranking, Zhan Chen wanted to let the people of the Dan Palace and Mo Qingchang see how he tortured and killed Qin Wentian. Tonight, in the battle of the Destiny ranking, he will be famous in Daxia. Turning around, Zhan Chen's figure flashed and walked down the battle stage of the Destiny ranking. Zhan Chen, temporarily ranked in the top 6, Yun Mengai, the last 5. The next battle, Wang Kang, will fight the black-robed man. Wang Kang, who was 5th in the last Destiny ranking, is the 3rd person in the top 5 to participate in this Destiny ranking. The first 2 are Chen Wang and Shi Potion. Wang Kang has always been quite mysterious. No one has even heard of which family he came from or which faction he joined. He was the most low-key person in the last destiny list. This time, he is still quite low-key and introverted, but people dare not ignore his existence. As for the man in black robe, he is also extremely mysterious. No one knows where he comes from, or even his real name, or whether he is a man or a woman. Everyone is naturally looking forward to such a duel between the two. The two stood on the Suzaku battle platform, and the shadow of the Suzaku floating behind them made a low roar. Wang Kang smiled and looked free and unrestrained. He looked at the man in black robe and said, "Since you are participating in the destiny list, why don't you show your true face to others?" The man in black robe ignored Wang Kang and just stared at him, with a burst of demonic power emanating from his body. "Today, I will learn from your magic skills." Wang Kang took a step forward, and his figure immediately turned into a phantom. On the Suzaku battle stage, several figures of Wang Kang suddenly appeared, blurry and unclear, as if there were many clones, and as if they were all the original body. Each Wang Kang held a sharp sword. Wang Kang's phantom sword technique, now his illusion will, is extremely terrifying. Using the phantom sword technique, who can tell the difference between the real and the illusory? Wang Kang's swordsmanship is amazing. With one strike, those phantoms all burst out with terrible sword power and killed the black-robed man. The black-robed man's body was full of demonic energy, holding a terrible magic spear in his hand. He saw his palm tremble forward, and the domineering spear technique was fired, and those sword beams seemed to be suppressed. However, Wang Kang's swords were more numerous, and the phantom body seemed to be a sword, slashing towards the black-robed man's throat. The black-robed man was wearing a magic armor, and the terrifying magic power gathered above his head. A terrifying pressure filled the air. Then he slapped his palm forward, and a chaotic magic power swept everything, and those phantoms all exploded. The black-robed man didn't even try to distinguish who was real and who was an illusion. He just wiped them all out with a domineering attack. However, Wang Kang was not an easy person to deal with. His figure soared into the sky. In the eyes of the black-robed man, I don't know how many Wang Kangs appeared. They borrowed the light of heaven and earth, and the starlight seemed to shine down. Those swords were dazzling and boundless. Is this the Jiutian sword technique? Wang Kang practiced a Jiutian sword? However, it doesn't seem like it. It's not as pure as Yun Mengai's. Everyone saw the Jiutian sword. The black-robed man looked up, the magic thunder rolled, and the terrifying magic power floated above his head, crushing everything. His black robe fluttered, and when he stepped out, his momentum was unknown how terrible. The crowd saw that in front of the black-robed man, a number of terrifying demonic spears emerged. As he slapped his palms, the spears broke through the sky and destroyed everything. When the black-robed man fought, you could not see his martial arts or his star power. All you could see was the mighty demonic power. Wang Kang slashed down with his sword, and his star souls emerged. The first one was the sword star soul, and the second one was the evil eye star soul. His eyes became weird and stared at the black-robed man. The sword light reappeared, seemingly far away, but in an instant, a figure suddenly appeared beside the black-robed man and slashed with a sword. Is this Dao's Huanzing Yi? The crowd was stunned and shocked. How could Wang Kang know so many unique skills of Daxia? He was not from the 7 ancient tribes of Daxia. In other words, it was not Jiutian, nor was it Dao's Huanzing Yi. Puff. With a light sound, the black-robed man's clothes were stained with blood. He retreated and stared at Wang Kang with cold eyes. But Wang Kang's demonic eyes became more and more demonic and extremely terrifying. His third star soul emerged, the star soul from the 5th heaven, the blood-winged demon ape. The second in the battle beast list, the blood-winged demon ape. Everyone was shocked. The mysterious Wang Kang was fighting for means. The black-robed man's eyes were still so cold, as if he didn't care about the injury on his arm. The chaotic demon power burst out, and the Suzaku battle platform seemed to turn into darkness. A terrifying dark demon dragon wrapped around his body, and then turned into a terrifying demon knife, the black demon knife. The black-robed man walked towards Wang Kang step by step. At this moment, the momentum emanating from his body made Wang Kang feel a trace of shock. Boom! The demonic energy covered his body, and Wang Kang's body became extremely terrifying, like a demon. A violent momentum spread from him. Demon God transformation. Qin Wentian's eyes fixed on this scene. Wang Kang, he actually also practiced a demon God transformation. According to King Kang, the demon God transformation should not have been passed down to the emperor's lineage. Why did Wang Kang practice it? Wang Kang stared at the black-robed man with a cold expression. He had been looking forward to this battle on the destiny ranking for too long. How could he fail this time? Boom! With a step forward, Wang Kang's body was covered with terrible demon armor. His steps seemed to make the Suzaku battle platform tremble. However, the black-robed man's eyes did not even change. The magic knife whistled, and the terrifying magic power was trembling. Purgatory 9 killings. Some people from the Overlord-level forces had a little understanding of the Chaos Heaven demon art. When they saw the magic knife slashing out, they knew that this was the extremely domineering Purgatory 9 killings. The black-robed man slashed out the first sword, and the world roared, and the demons killed the world. When the sword fell, the crowd seemed to see the demon power sweeping across, and there seemed to be a Purgatory dragon shining in the sword light. Wang Kang stepped on the Suzaku battlefield and punched out violently, turning into a rolling demon fist, sweeping across, with an extremely terrifying power, and actually destroyed the demon sword. However, the demonic power became even more terrifying. There were 9 kills in Purgatory, and each kill was stronger than the last, until Purgatory was slashed out. The second and third swords chopped down, and the hearts of the crowd kept beating. The man in black robe was extremely calm, but his aura was already madly mobilized, and it was unknown how many swords he could hold out. Wang Kang turned into a terrifying blood-winged demon ape. The palm print he blasted out was like the devil's palm of the Chaos Heaven demon art, which shocked everyone. The two of them collided madly, attacking each other with their skills. The fourth sword appeared, and the sky and the earth changed color, turning into a black world. The man in black robe spat out a mouthful of blood, but his sword still slashed out. Roar! A roar made the sky and the earth tremble, and the blood-winged demon ape exerted his strongest power to sweep everything. The demonic power and demonic energy turned the Suzaku battle stage into pitch-black color. However, in the pitch-black demonic power, everyone seemed to see a Purgatory demon dragon. The demonic dragon turned into a knife. The Purgatory demon dragon knife and the fifth knife slashed out. With a loud bang, everyone saw Wang Kang's huge body flying down and fell hard on the ground, his breath floating. On the Suzaku battle stage, the demonic knife in the black-robed man's hand disappeared, and the demonic power dissipated. The black-robed man's steps were a little shaky, and he hunched his body slightly. He walked down the Suzaku battle stage step by step. When flying in the air, he seemed a little unstable. The black veil covering his face was also stained red with blood. But he won this terrible battle, defeating Wang Kang, who was ranked 5th on the last destiny list. How powerful! After this battle, the black-robed man officially established his status as a strong man. I'm afraid no one dares to challenge him easily. Wang Kang turned back to his original body, and his eyes were full of confusion. He lost, he actually lost. Why is the Purgatory demon blade so terrifying? Is the Chaos Heaven demon art really the most domineering and unique skill of the Great Xia dynasty? The price of practicing the Chaos Heaven demon art is the highest and the most dangerous, but everyone can see its power. Huh? Everyone took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Next, it was the 5th and final battle. Qin Wentian, fighting Mo Qingchen. The proud daughter of Dangwon Palace, the most beautiful woman on the destiny list, even Daxia can't find a few people who can match her. Can Qin Wentian defeat her? The two walked onto the battle stage and stood opposite each other. Mo Qingchen's beautiful figure came into view, making people couldn't help but admire the magic of the creator. She looked at the young man in front of her, and a smile appeared on her face. This smile seemed to amaze time. Mo Qingchen smiled and smiled at Qin Wentian opposite. Everyone showed a look of astonishment and shock, and was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the two of them have a big fight? They looked at Qin Wentian again and found that Qin Wentian was also smiling, with a gentle smile, as if he was looking at his beloved. You have finally come this far. Mo Qingchen smiled lightly and said softly. Her voice was extremely gentle, as if she was telling her most beloved person her secrets. I have always believed that you can do it. Mo Qingchen's long hair fluttered. Everyone saw Qin Wentian slowly walked forward to Mo Qingchen, put his hand on her forehead, and stroked her hair. Mo Qingchen lowered her head slightly, like a shy girl. She actually let Qin Wentian do this. Reaching out his hand, Qin Wentian held Mo Qingchen's hand. In front of the world, the two of them held hands together. Qin Wentian said that he would tell the world about his relationship with Mo Qingchen in the battle for the destiny ranking. This is his woman. Chapter 380 Arrogance. The Vermilion Bird Battle Arena is the battle site for the destiny ranking. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, the two who should have been fighting, held hands and faced the world. Qin Wentian's eyes were firm, and Mo Qingcheng's eyes were full of smiles. This moment was the happiest day she had seen in the past few years. Once upon a time, she was a carefree girl in Chu State, pure and innocent, until she met Qin Wentian. She experienced the taste of love, sweet and bitter, and seemed to miss him all the time, but her heart was always full of longing. Until Huizaian came to Chu State, everything was broken, and she was taken to the Dangwon Palace. She became the proud daughter of the Dangwon Palace, the center of attention, and countless people pursued her, but she was not happy. She went from being an innocent girl to closing her heart. Over the years, although her alchemy ability and strength have been constantly improving, she was not happy until she heard the news about Qin Wentian again, but the pain was that they could not be together. At this moment, they stood on the Vermilion Bird battle arena, facing the world. Qin Wentian held her hand. She was not shy, nor timid. What she had in her heart was only faith and courage. She wanted to let the people of Daxia know that Qin Wentian was the man she loved, regardless of the consequences, no matter what would happen in the future. She, Mo Qingcheng, had no regrets. Qin Wentian was also very determined. He knew that the world looked down on him. When it came to Mo Qingcheng's lovers, the world considered Hua Taixu, Zhang Chen and others, and no one would think of him. He wanted to announce to the world today that he was Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng was his woman. Just like that, the two held hands tightly, faced the world, and took all the consequences. They had no regrets. How could this happen? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Why was it like this? Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman of the young generation of Daxia in recent years, why did she hold hands with Qin Wentian, and why were they together? This seemed to disappoint everyone's expectations. Shouldn't Mo Qingcheng be with Hua Taixu? This woman who amazed Daxia, she and Qin Wentian, it turns out, have known each other for a long time, not only knowing each other, but also falling in love. The people of Dangwon Palace looked at the Suzaku battle stage. Luohi's expression was very bad. She gave Mo Qingcheng everything, but Mo Qingcheng didn't listen to her. Bai Fei looked at the two people and sighed in her heart. When she met Qin Wentian in Chu State in the past, she would never dream that there would be such a day. He dared to hold Mo Qingcheng's hand in front of Daxia, and on the battle stage of the destiny ranking. In Zhan Chen's eyes, cold light flashed, revealing a strong murderous intent. There are too many people who don't wish Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. They don't think highly of these two people, or they don't think highly of Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian is already very good, they always feel that it seems not enough. The people from Beilu Academy stood together. Beilu Yi and Beilu Jing stood together. Looking at the two figures, Beilu Yi's beautiful eyes showed a blessing smile, and tears seemed to flicker in her eyes. He finally held her hand and stood in front of the world. Beilu Yi smiled lightly and murmured. A long time ago, she heard Qin Wentian tell her about this past. Now seeing that perfect couple, she sincerely wished them a perfect ending. Beilu Yi had a chick smile on her lips. Although he was eliminated early, he didn't seem to care. He hugged Beilu Yi beside him, and Beilu Jing gently patted her shoulder, as if to comfort her. Bailu Yi looked up at Bailu Jing, chuckled, and shouted, "Brother! I know you have a crush on that guy, but you can't catch this guy, let him go." Bailu Jing sighed softly. How could he not know Bailu Yi's thoughts? When Bailu Yi was with Qin Wentian before, he was supportive and even thought Qin Wentian was lucky. However, seeing that guy growing at a terrifying speed and now leaving him behind, Bailu Jing understood that this person, his sister, could not catch him. "Ziyi, can he get the top 3? The big-eyed elder of Beilu Academy asked in a low voice with a smile on his face. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand how terrible it is to be in the top 3 of this year's destiny ranking. Which one of Chen Wang, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, the man in black robe, Qin Zheng, Wang Kang, Mu Feng and others is not terrible? Qin Zheng pushed Shi Potion to that extent, the tomb wind poisoned Si Kaiong, and the black-robed man and Wang Kang fought madly. All the scenes were lingering in my mind. This year's destiny list was too terrible. Of course. Bailu Yi nodded without any doubt. At the beginning, in this Haixing mansion and the divine pattern trial land, who believed in him? Did he do it? Well, I also hope that he can do it, otherwise, he is holding the most beautiful woman in Wangzhou City, and the eyes of the world can kill him. The big-eyed elder smiled lightly. That guy was really surprising. I remember that when Di Feng, that is, Wang Kang came to Beilu Academy, who was optimistic about Qin Wentian at that time, but now, he has stood on the same battlefield with Wang Kang, and may be temporarily ahead of Wang Kang. Just now, Wang Kang was defeated. Countless eyes fell on Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. Zhuan Yan, Zhuan Xin, and Li Shiyu of Zhuan Hall. Shu Ruanayu from Wangzhou City, Yang Kuangsheng and Yu Yang Xiaolu from the Yu Yang family, they all have different ideas. But no matter what the world thinks, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng don't care. Since they chose to hold hands on the Suzaku battle stage, they have already put aside everything and are fearless. I admit defeat. Mo Qingcheng smiled softly. She participated in the destiny list not to compete for a ranking. She didn't care, whether it was the first or the last position, she didn't care. In this battle, she gave up and paved the way for Qin Wentian. Sure enough, it was Mo Qingcheng who admitted defeat. When everyone saw the two of them holding hands, they had already guessed that Mo Qingcheng would most likely help Qin Wentian directly and push him into the top 6 seats of the destiny. As Mo Qingcheng's voice fell, the top 6 seats of the destiny list appeared, namely, King Chen, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, the Black-Robed Man, and Qin Wentian. However, their positions are not stable, because the people in the last 5 seats may still want to challenge them, and once they defeat them, they will replace them. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. Perhaps, the first person that the other 4 people besides Mo Qingcheng might challenge would be him. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng walked down the stage together. After they got off the Suzaku stage, they still stood together. Elder Xianji announced the outcome of the battle. Next, it was time to challenge. The people in the last 5 seats still had the opportunity to challenge, but they had to be given a night's rest first. After all, the battle just now was very tragic. Under the Suzaku stage, everyone seemed particularly quiet. In the vast corridor outside, everyone was whispering, as if they were still immersed in the scene of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng holding hands. They were thinking that if they were replaced by Qin Wentian, their life would not be in vain. In the early morning, the rising sun hung above the sky, and everything was full of vitality. In the vast corridor, everyone's eyes were open, looking at the figures around the Suzaku stage. Old man Xianji opened his eyes and said to Qin Zheng, you are the first to challenge. If you win, you will replace him to compete for the top 6 seats. If you lose, you will compete for the bottom 5 seats. Qin Zheng nodded slightly and stepped onto the Suzaku arena again. The person he challenged was Zhan Chen. Zhan Chen was obviously quite surprised that the first person to be challenged was him. With a sharp intention, he stepped onto the Suzaku arena, and then everyone witnessed another powerful duel. As for the ending, Zhan Chen defeated Qin Zheng. It's not that Qin Zheng is not strong, but just like Yun Mengai, the attack Qin Zheng launched clearly hit Zhan Chen, but the opponent seemed to have an immortal golden body and was safe and sound. Everyone was already thinking that they should re-estimate Zhan Chen's combat effectiveness. Next, it was Mu Feng. Mu Feng sat cross-legged and was still practicing. Si Kaiong used soul attacks on him, and soul attacks were the most traumatic. I give up, the destiny list. Mu Feng closed his eyes and said calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Okay, Mu Feng, you will be on the destiny list, the 11th seat. Old man Xianji nodded, and then, on the bright destiny list in the void, the 11th seat was engraved with Mu Feng's name, but this made Si Kaiong, who was poisoned, no one dared to despise him, and no one dared to forget his name. Even if it was only the 11th seat, Mu Feng's name was still remembered. After that, it was Yun Mengai. After taking a look at the people in the first 6 seats, Yun Mengai said calmly, I give up the destiny ranking. Yun Mengai knew that there was a slight gap between her and Qin Zheng was about to be eliminated. It was meaningless for her to continue fighting. Yun Mengai, destiny ranking, 10th. Elder Xianji announced. I give up too. Mo Qingcheng whispered. She had no intention of fighting again. Next, she just needed to look at Qin Wentian. Mo Qingcheng, destiny ranking, 9th. After that, only Wang Kang was left. Wang Kang once again walked onto the Suzaku battle stage. He didn't look anywhere else, but directly looked at Qin Wentian. Others didn't know Qin Wentian, but he certainly knew that he was the owner of the Kang Wang order. Qin Wentian robbed him of what belonged to him. Qin Wentian was sent to the top 6 seats of the destiny ranking by Mo Qingcheng again. You should go down. The 8th place on the destiny list may be the one that belongs to you. Relying on women is useless after all. Wang Kang spoke slowly, and many people nodded slightly. Qin Wentian had not fought in the previous battle, but he had inexplicably entered the top 6. This was obviously unfair to others. Qin Zhang and Wang Kang had both experienced fierce battles. I hope that in this battle, Wang Kang can knock Qin Wentian down. Qin Wentian walked onto the Suzaku battle stage and faced Wang Kang. This would be his first battle with King Chang after they appeared in public, and it would also be his battle against the descendants of the emperor family of the Kang Wang lineage. Do you want to go down by yourself, or do I send you down personally? Wang Kang was filled with demonic aura, no longer hiding the fact that he had practiced a demon god transformation. Qin Wentian looked at Wang Kang, with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm. 10 breaths, if you are not defeated, I will withdraw from the destiny ranking. Qin Wentian's voice filled the void, attracting the attention of countless people. Just when everyone thought that Qin Wentian, who relied on Mo King Chang to get here, would probably be defeated by Wang Kang. Qin Wentian, declared to the world that if Wang Kang was not defeated in 10 breaths, he would withdraw from the destiny ranking. Was this ignorant arrogance, or was it the confidence engraved in his bones? Chapter 381. You don't deserve it. Wang Kang fought with a black-robed man, and everyone saw it. Wang Kang's strength was deeply rooted in people's hearts. He practiced many methods, each of which was very terrifying. Moreover, he was somewhat similar to Qin Wentian, possessing the ability to transform into a demon, making himself extremely terrifying. If the black-robed man had not used one of the most domineering skills of the Chaos Heaven demon art, the Purgatory 9 Killings, and had used all his strength to cut off the 5th sword of the Purgatory Dragon Sword, he might not have been able to defeat Wang Kang. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian stood on the Suzaku battle stage and made a wild statement that he would defeat Wang Kang within 10 breaths. How arrogant he was! When Wang Kang heard Qin Wentian's words, he seemed to not believe his eyes and showed a look of astonishment. 10 breaths, defeat him? Relying on Mo King Chang's surrender, Qin Wentian was able to temporarily enter the top 6. Others were fighting madly for the quota, but he entered the top 6 effortlessly. Now, he dared to say this to him. If Wang Kang hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would not have believed it. A demonic light flashed in Wang Kang's eyes, and he saw behind Qin Wentian, the wings of the tyrant emerged and slowly flashed. 1 breath. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Wentian's figure disappeared. Peng Shan, his body was like a real rock, just a flash, and he came in front of Wang Kang, and slapped forward. When this palm fell, the sound of bells rang, and golden ancient bells appeared out of thin air, making a dong-dong sound, revealing a wonderful power. This bell sounded directly in Wang Kang's heart, ignoring everything, and directly vibrated in his heart. Moreover, it was an endless bell sound. At this moment, Wang Kang only felt that the huge ancient bells were directly bombarding his heart. That feeling was definitely not something that outsiders could experience. In just a moment, Wang Kang's back was soaked, and he roared, and the star soul burst out crazily. The whole person seemed to have turned into a phantom, and his body turned into a demon, like a blood-colored demon ape, and he violently struck out with a palm. Boom! The bells kept ringing, causing Wang Kang's heart to beat wildly, as if it could burst at any time. His face was as pale as paper. With a roar, Qin Wentian's palm print rolled out, and the same terrifying ape palm print collided with his palm print, and a terrifying power burst out. Wang Kang felt the power from his palm penetrate into his body and continued to rush towards his body and his heart. He raised his left hand, and a magic seal burst out from Wang Kang's palm and slapped Qin Wentian's face. Power duel. Qin Wentian's martial arts will of power and the martial arts will of demons burst out in his palms at the same time. The two palms collided with each other, and the Suzaku battle stage trembled. The terrifying airflow swept the void. Bang! A powerful star power burst out, and Wang Kang's figure seemed to disappear, and it seemed that the stars had moved. The crowd saw his figure directly behind Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't even look at him, and turned his hand to point a terrifying finger. The sky-breaking finger, with one finger, broke the sky. This finger struck out, and the void gathered into a terrifying demonic black hole, which continued to move towards Wang Kang's heart. At the same time, a third eye seemed to appear between Qin Wentian's eyebrows, and it swept across the void. At this moment, Wang Kang felt his head was dazed and a little confused. Die! With a roar, Wang Kang slashed out a brilliant sword, with terrifying power, attached to the power of the heavenly sword. How terrible! And slashed down directly, But everyone showed a look of surprise and confusion. Why did Wang Kang's sword slash beside Qin Wentian? This sword was so gorgeous, so dazzling, but this sword actually slashed off? The sky-breaking finger struck down, and the purgatory vermilion bird behind Qin Wentian roared and rushed towards Wang Kang's vermilion bird. Even though Jiutian seemed to be useless, this purgatory vermilion bird still seemed to not want to let go of the vermilion bird condensed by the other party. The powerful force seemed to destroy Wang Kang's heart. Qin Wentian looked at the opponent's Suzaku, his eyes swept across his eyebrows, and then his figure flashed, and his body rushed in front of Wang Kang, directly grabbing the opponent's throat. 10 breaths, it shouldn't be here yet. Qin Wentian said calmly, and then he carried Wang Kang's body and walked towards the edge of the Suzaku battle stage. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the shocking scene on the Suzaku battle stage. They didn't know what to think in their hearts. Today, these people brought them too much shock. Qin Wentian severely injured Wang Kang within 10 breaths, and even crushed him with the most violent force when he attacked, without letting Wang Kang exert his strength at all. If it is purely in terms of strength, Qin Wentian is more terrifying than Wang Kang, but Wang Kang has many means. He seems to be proficient in many ancient and unique skills. Although he can't exert much of the power of the unique skills, it is also amazing enough. But unfortunately, no matter how many means he has, they were destroyed because of the puzzling blow just now. That terrible sword, actually, cut off? Even at this moment, no one understood how Wang Kang, with his strength, could have missed the target and been hit by Qin Wentian's finger. Qin Wentian just carried Wang Kang's body and walked to the edge of the Suzaku battle stage. He stood there, looking at the crowd and the people of the dominant forces in the void corridor. He told the D family and the White Deer Academy that his name was Qin Wentian. He was not worthy of Mo Qingcheng. Since he was holding Mo Qingcheng's hand on the Suzaku battle stage, he had already made all preparations for today. You are not worthy. Qin Wentian threw Wang Kang's body out of the Suzaku battle stage. Wang Kang's face turned pale. He knew what Qin Wentian meant by not worthy. He was not worthy of the King inheritance. The battle between the two was a battle of successors. Wang Kang, or Di Feng, was defeated miserably. The people of the Di family, of course, mixed in the crowd and saw clearly that Qin Wentian had taken out a King order at the White Deer Academy, and the people of Xianxi Palace also appeared there. How could they not know the existence of Qin Wentian? The people of Beilu Academy were filled with emotion when they saw the outcome of this battle. Every generation has its own genius. In just a few years, the world can be turned around. Countless people stared at Qin Wentian on the Suzaku battle stage. His purgatory Suzaku swallowed Wang Kang's Suzaku and floated behind him. One man and one demon stood on the Suzaku battle stage. Yesterday, he held Mo Qingcheng's hand and announced their relationship to the world. Is he, Qin Wentian, unworthy? Qin Wentian stepped down from the Suzaku battle stage. At this point, the top 6 seats have been decided. The top 6 seats on the destiny list are King Chen, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, the man in black robes, and Qin Wentian. Elder Xianji let everyone rest for a while, then said, Qin Zheng, fight Wang Kang. This battle will determine the 7th and 8th positions on the destiny list. Wang Kang, he did not allow himself to lose. On the Suzaku battle stage, he fought Qin Zheng madly. The battle was so amazing that people could not help but marvel. They were both very strong. They were both good at many means, with infinite power, and fought vigorously. In the final battle, Wang Kang was defeated again. Since the first 11 people of the destiny were decided, Wang Kang lost 3 times in a row. The first defeat was to the black-robed man, the second defeat was a tragic defeat to Qin Wentian, the third defeat was to Qin Zheng. Wang Kang, has never won a battle. As powerful as Wang Kang was, he lost all 3 battles. Such an ending made people sigh in their hearts. This is the destiny list of this session. Wang Kang, who ranked 5th in the previous session, and the even more powerful Wang Kang, lost all 3 battles. At this time, Wang Kang looked very decadent. He could not accept such a bleak ending. However, the reality is so cruel. The destiny list in front of the old man Xianji is suspended there. The 7th position is engraved with Qin Zheng's name, the 8th position is engraved with Wang Kang's name. Only the top 6 seats have not been announced, and the last 6 people are also the 6 most powerful people. Huh? Everyone's heart was filled with huge waves, and their hearts couldn't help beating. They couldn't believe how terrible the next collision would be. Chen Wang, who will he meet in his first battle in the decisive battle? Si Kaiong, what kind of deterrent power will his soul-stealing evil skill have? In addition to Mu Feng, is there anyone who can hurt him? Chen Wang, Shi Potion, Si Kaiong, Zhan Chen, who is stronger among them? The man in black robe, has he reached his limit, and can he continue to move forward? Qin Wentian, the dark horse, will he be the weakest of the next 6? Or can he continue to create miracles and enter the top 5? Or even the top 3? One question after another lingered in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to see the ultimate showdown of the destiny list. Next, everyone will experience multiple duels. The order of the duels will be arranged by me. As long as your strength is there, everyone will have multiple opportunities to fight, and will never be completely eliminated after losing a round. Old man Xianqi looked at everyone and said slowly. Many people knew some of the rules of the destiny ranking. When it came to the last 6 people, they knew that the next battle would be very cautious, and multiple duels would be held to determine the final ranking. In the first round of duels, King Chen will fight against Zhan Chen, Si Kaiong will fight against He Pao, Shi Potion will fight against Qin Wentian. After the voice of old man Xianqi fell, everyone nodded slightly. This was quite consistent with their thoughts. In their opinion, King Chen, Si Kaiong, and Shi Potion might be more powerful than Zhan Chen, Qin Wentian and the black-robed man. Such a duel would not lead to peak collision in advance. But a strong duel is inevitable, because the remaining 6 are already absolutely strong. No matter which 2 people collide, it is a strong duel. Chen Wang vs. Zhan Chen. In this battle, Chen Wang has a greater chance of winning. Although Zhan Chen is also very powerful, Chen Wang has a chance of winning the first place. Si Kaiong vs. He Pao. Si Kaiong should win. Si Kaiong's fighting ability is strange and powerful. He even has the soul-stealing technique. It's too scary. Even though He Pao's magic technique is overbearing, it still lacks some fire. In terms of the control of Daxia's unique skills, He Pao's control of Chaos Heaven magic skill can be said to be stronger among those who are fighting for the destiny list. He is as proficient as Chen Wang in the Great Sun Jin Kun mentality, but it is far from enough. Si Kaiong seems to be good at many Daxia's unique skills. As for Shi Potion vs. Qin Wentian, everyone still thinks that Shi Potion has a greater chance of winning. Shi Potion is also the favorite for the first place. In the past, everyone always thought that he would have a peak decisive battle with Chen Wang, but the appearance of Si Kaiong and Zhan Chen made it uncertain. But with Shi Potion's strength, he should be able to defeat Qin Wentian, although it will not be easy. Chapter 382 Daksha 9 Secret Skills. King Chen, fight Zhan Chen. Si Kaiong, fight the man in black robe. Shi Potion, fight Qin Wentian. Each of the 3 duels gave rise to infinite expectations. When King Chen and Zhan Chen stood on the Suzaku battle platform, countless eyes fell on them in unison. King Chen of the Sun, the mysterious and terrifying Zhan Chen, how terrible will the collision between the 2 of them be? King Chen and Zhan Chen stared at each other, the Suzaku cried long, the momentum burst out, and there was a terrifying fighting spirit rising from their bodies, as if they were about to roar. King Chen was bathed in flames, his bones and blood seemed to have turned into magma fire, like an underground fire giant. His pupils were filled with the light of the sun, and behind him was a statue of the sun Dharmabody. Just to glance at him made people feel so scared, and the terrifying temperature around him made people dare not approach him at all. Zhan Chen's body was covered with a golden body, and the golden light shone brightly in the sun, reflecting the dazzling brilliance, as if he had an immortal golden body, confronting the opponent's flame body. No matter how strong you are now, you will lose. King Chen looked at Zhan Chen and said calmly, "No one can stop me." Zhan Chen's eyes were filled with a terrifying golden light. His pupils seemed to be able to kill people. In his palm, a golden sword appeared, the sword of punishment. Both of them walked out and walked towards each other. A monstrous force burst out from King Chen's body. The Suzaku battle stage seemed to be filled with illusory fire. The 2 Suzaku shadows in the void were also fighting, screaming and colliding wildly. Swish! A sword light cut through the void, and Zhan Chen took the lead. The sword of punishment, with a force of heavenly punishment, split everything. The sword's martial arts will burst out wildly. His sword, with the power of punishment, could decide life and death with one sword. Bang! King Chen stepped forward, and his figure disappeared directly, and starlight burst out. The Great Xia's unique skill of fighting and changing the stars was what he exchanged for. Dao's Huan Yi is the easiest unique skill to practice. It can be mastered in a short time. However, the more proficient you are in practice, the stronger you will be in using it. This is true for all 9 unique skills. For example, Chen Wang's Great Sun Universe Heart Method and the Black Robe Man's Chaos Heaven Demon Art, they practiced for a long time, so they are more proficient. Others practiced for a short time, and although they also have great power, the power they exert is limited. This is also the reason why Wang Kang lost to the Black Robe Man. Wang Kang, he seems to be good at all kinds of unique skills, but he still lost to the Black Robe Man who only used one unique skill. Why is this so? Because the Black Robe Man only practiced a Chaos Heaven Demon Art, and integrated all his strength into the Chaos Heaven Demon Art. His Chaos Heaven Demon Art is extremely domineering. When the 5th knife of the Purgatory 9 Killings, the Magic Dragon, is slashed out, the world is dim. Of course, in fact, Wang Kang did not practice many kinds of great Xia unique skills at all. He only practiced one, the Wuxiang Heart Sutra. The Wuxiang Heart Sutra was obtained by the Hua family, one of the 7 branches of Daxia. A few years ago, Hua Taixu relied on the Wuxiang Heart Sutra to dominate the destiny list. Who can compete with him? The Wuxiang Heart Sutra seems to be shadowless and formless, but it can simulate many magical skills. Wang Kang's Wuxiang Heart Sutra is far inferior to Hua Taixu's at that time. After all, he has only practiced it for a few days. Daxia's 9 unique skills are Great Sun Qianqin Heart Method, Chaos Heaven Demon Art, Yishan Sword Method, Golden Dragon Battle, Fighting Stars, Wuxiang Heart Sutra, Life and Death Seal, Blood Curse Seal, and Thunder God Slash. Not everyone can practice the 9 unique skills. For example, the Great Sun Qianqin Heart Method is most suitable for people who are good at flame abilities. Chaos Heaven Demon Art is extremely difficult and dangerous to practice, so there are very few people who practice it, but it is the most domineering overall skill, but the single attack is not as domineering as Thunder God Slash. The best way to practice is to practice the Dao's Huan Yi. The Seal of Life and Death and the Blood Curse Seal both require people with special talents to practice. It is very difficult, but the power is terrifying. The more difficult it is to practice the unique skills, the more effort and cost it requires, and the stronger the talent it requires, but if it is practiced, the more it will get. King Chen chose Dao's Huan Yi because he thought his attack power was strong enough, and some other unique skills might not be suitable for him. Dao's Huan Yi can give him the ability to attack and dodge instantly. In just a moment, King Chen descended in front of Zhan Chen, and the terrifying Sun Palm Seal, which was extremely powerful, was imprinted on Zhan Chen's golden body. The magma flame like the sun instantly melted Zhan Chen's golden body into liquid, and the golden liquid began to flow, but Zhan Chen seemed to be unaware of it, staring at King Chen who is close at hand, wanting to decide the outcome of the battle in an instant. King Chen, you underestimated Zhan Chen too much? A trace of evil smile flashed in his eyes, and a splashing sound was heard. The droplets kept flowing. The golden body was completely melted into liquid, and a figure flew out directly, slashing with a sword, as fast as lightning. King Chen raised his arm and grabbed the air. The sound of collision was heard. His arm seemed to be cut off, but his arm had turned into magma fire. As if he was not afraid of pain, King Chen looked into the void, and a big handprint grabbed the void. A terrible giant flaming palm directly grabbed Zhan Chen's body. Buzz! Another figure flew out, and Zhan Chen seemed to have shed his original body again, and instantly descended behind King Chen. Another sword fell down. This sword fell, borrowing the glory of heaven and earth, the glory of the sun and the moon, Yishan's sword, Zengshan's sword, and several golden sword marks appeared in the void. Bang! The powerful starlight burst out, and King Chen seemed to have felt the crisis of this attack. His figure disappeared and appeared on the other side of the Suzaku battlefield. Turning his head, King Chen stared at Zhan Chen with a puzzled look. Zhan Chen has an immortal golden body? Why is it that every time he is hit, he can escape from the shell, just like an immortal golden body? I want to see how long you can bear it. King Chen walked in the void, the star soul bloomed, and the body of the great sun appeared behind him, with great majesty. His figure instantly descended in front of Zhan Chen, and then he madly blasted the great sun fist light, and the terrifying great sun universe power swept everything. Zhan Chen's sword swung out, and the two violently collided in the void, and the battle made the void constantly emit explosions, with a great power that was earth-shattering. It seems that these two people are both immortal. Zhang Chen was hit at least 10 times, and King Chen was also slashed by 5 swords, but he didn't even frown. It's too violent. Such a battle made everyone's heart tighten. It was too shocking. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to fight with King Chen to this extent. Even if he was defeated, he would still be a top 3 candidate. I wonder how long you can hold on. A voice of arrogance came from the void, and Zhang Chen's golden body was shattered again. Everyone stared at the figure of King Chen in the void and sighed. King Chen's foundation was indeed deeper. Although Zhang Chen was also very strong, he seemed to be slightly inferior. Finally, Zhang Chen was suppressed by King Chen in close combat and blasted down the Suzaku battle platform. He took a deep breath and fell to the ground. His whole body was floating and his face was pale. In this battle, King Chen won after all. King Chen's strength was obviously stronger than Zhang Chen's, but Zhang Chen's ability was too demonic, as if he could not die, which made the battle last so long. If it weren't for King Chen, who else could defeat Zhang Chen? The second battle, Si Kaiong, against the Black-Robed Man. It was also an exciting battle. Si Kaiong's battle against Mu Feng made people marvel at his strength. He was good at soul attacking ability. Apart from Mu Feng, who else could make Si Kaiong suffer such a serious injury? I'm afraid that only Mu Feng's poison could do it. Rumble. The demonic might shook between heaven and earth. When the man in black robe stepped onto the Vermilion Bird Terrace, he began to release his demonic might. He knew that Si Kaiong was very powerful and his soul attack was extremely terrifying. Si Kaiong was slender and stood straight. He had a sharp aura all over his body. Standing there, he gave people a strong sense of confidence. The chaos demonic art and the 5th blade of the 9 killings of purgatory are not enough. Si Kaiong said calmly. He had dabbled in the 9 unique skills of Daksha. The chaos demonic art, if practiced to the strongest, was indeed extremely terrifying. However, the man in black robe had only reached the Yuanfu realm, which was far from enough to exert the power of the chaos demonic art. The 9 killings of purgatory was a powerful strike. When it came to the 9th strike, the momentum of the previous 8 strikes gathered. The devil dragon descended from the sky, with the power of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. Boom! The devil's power remained. Above the void, the sky darkened. There were devil clouds whistling, as if there was a terrible devil dragon roaring. A devil knife emerged in the hands of the black-robed man. The devil dragon seemed to merge into the knife light. The black-robed man walked forward. Fighting a strong man who is good at soul attack, of course, can't delay the battle time, otherwise the soul will be injured and it will be very miserable. Si Kaiong's lips moved, as if there were wisps of sound waves spreading from his mouth, which was the requiem. The figure of the black-robed man flashed, and the first knife chopped down, and the terrifying knife light split the sound waves. His movements did not stop at all, and he chopped the second knife, which had already chopped Si Kaiong's face. Bang! Starlight burst out, Si Kaiong's figure disappeared, and he appeared directly above the black-robed man's head. His Dao's Huanzing Yi seemed to be more swift and skillful. Swish! Si Kaiong pointed his finger, and it seemed that a terrible black airflow penetrated the void and fell on the black-robed man. However, at the same time, the black-robed man slashed out with his third knife, killing the void. Bang! Starlight burst out again, and Si Kaiong disappeared again. This time, he appeared behind the black-robed man, his lips still moving, and his fingers shot down again. The black-robed man roared, as if in great pain, and his magic knife reversed and swept across. However, Si Kaiong disappeared again. This was the third time he used Dao's Huanzing Yi, and he used it continuously. This made people marvel. Si Kaiong's Dao's Huanzing Yi was too terrible. It also consumed a lot of star energy, but the speed of his Dao's Huanzing Yi was very close, so the loss could be less, but it couldn't be like this all the time. Therefore, in this attack, Si Kaiong's 5 fingers were out, and his body was upside down, pointing to the top of the black-robed man's head. Suddenly, the figure of the black-robed man disappeared. The black-robed man disappeared silently, as if he had never appeared. Where he stood, only a black robe slipped down. Si Kaiong frowned slightly, and then a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his hand. A terrible cold power made his whole body cold and piercing. Buzz! A knife cut against the trend, and Si Kaiong's other hand suddenly struck out. Blood bloomed in the void, but Si Kaiong's grabbed finger still pointed down. Finally, the black-robed man let go, and Si Qiong's body exploded. The black-robed man rolled over, and his figure disappeared on the Suzaku battle platform. He sat on the ground in an instant, sitting cross-legged. The soul is injured. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The soul injury was extremely terrible. The black-robed man was obviously injured in the soul and lost to Si Qiong. Si Qiong, too scary. It is very likely that he and King Chen will compete for the first place in the destiny list. P.S. Now everyone should be able to guess the identity of the black-robed man. It's very obvious! Exclamation mark. Chapter 383, Violent Battle. Si Qiong's soul attack ability is definitely not inferior to the 9 unique skills of the Great Xia dynasty. People in the Yuanfu realm cannot sense their own souls, but he can attack. It's too scary. However, the attack of the black-robed man just now also left a deep impression on everyone. It seemed that he had completely disappeared. Suddenly, he gave a knife, which almost killed Si Qiong on the spot. The attack just now also frightened Si Qiong into cold sweat. The battle between King Chen and Zhang Chen, and the battle between Si Qiong and the black-robed man, although King Chen and Si Qiong both won, was also thrilling and could not be absolutely crushed. It can be seen that although there is a gap in the strength of these people, if you dare to despise your opponent, you will probably die miserably. Even if he is weaker than you, it may take your life. Si Qiong and the black-robed man left the battle stage, and the next battle was between Shi Potion and Qin Wentian. In this battle, the powerful Shi Potion, can he suppress Qin Wentian with an absolute advantage? Shi Potion of the Shi family practices the Golden Dragon battle and the star shifting, and possesses the powerful blood of an ancient demon. It is said that his blood has special powers, and once used, it will be extremely terrifying. Shi Potion, a powerful existence ranked 3rd in the last destiny list, when he faces a dark horse, how will he defeat him? The dark horse that Shi Potion is facing is not an ordinary dark horse. From the first round, I remember that he was still in the 7th level of Yuanfu at that time. He won the first place in the drumming and breaking destiny. At that time, he had not attracted much attention. At most, everyone just knew him. Then, he killed Du and Qingshan on the destiny list. After that, he put on a platinum battle robe and impacted everyone's hearts again and again. But what really made Qin Wentian valued was his performance in the Suzaku formation. He was chased by King Chen, but he made King Chen suffer a loss. When he hid in the cave, he came out and killed Yang Fan, Hu Feng and others in the most domineering manner. Even a powerful demon king was driven away by him. At that time, everyone was already speculating. Qin Wentian, he might be able to enter the top 10 of the destiny list. After that, he held Mo Qingcheng's hand on the destiny list stage and told the world about the relationship between him and Mo Qingcheng. Then, within 10 breaths, he defeated Wen Kang. Time and time again, he made everyone amazed by him, until now, he began to compete for the top 3 seats, and his opponent was Shi Potion. There is no doubt that this will be Qin Wentian's strongest challenge since he was on the destiny list. At that time in the Suzaku formation, he might still be able to escape from King Chen, but on the Suzaku stage, there was only one way to fight. Shi Potion and Qin Wentian stood on the Suzaku stage together, facing each other. Qin Wentian, this dark horse, has he reached the end? The golden dragon-shaped armor was draped over Shi Potion's body, and the blood of the ancient demon seemed to be boiling. Shi Potion was like a dragon-shaped ancient demon, holding a golden spear and stepping forward. One of the 9 unique skills of Daksha, the golden dragon battle technique, Shi Potion has been practicing this set of skills, and his combat power is extremely strong. When he walked towards Qin Wentian, everyone felt that Qin Wentian seemed to be facing an ancient demon. Qin Wentian was covered with a demon armor, and his body was also full of demonic energy. There was a blood in his body that seemed to be rolling wildly, and his palms were filled with infinite power. Behind him, the demon wings appeared and slowly flapped, and a demon wind raged on the Suzaku battle platform. Boom! Shi Potion stepped forward, and his figure disappeared. The moment he appeared in front of Qin Wentian, and the golden dragon spear burst out, as if a golden dragon was waving its claws to break Qin Wentian's head. This attack was as fast as lightning, and Qin Wentian had no time to react. However, at the center of Qin Wentian's eyebrows, a strange light flashed, and the third eye seemed to be filled with brilliant light. At the moment the spear stabbed out, he caught Shi Potion's figure. People in the Yuanfu realm cannot achieve true teleportation. The reason why Dao's Huan Xingyi has such a powerful effect is only because the starlight exploded in an instant, and the terrifying movement speed burst out in that instant, giving people the feeling of teleportation. But if a super strong person sees such a battle, he can clearly capture the trajectory of Dao's Huan Xingyi. Of course, Dao's Huan Xingyi itself will become stronger as the strength of the person using it increases. Qin Wentian, he could also capture the trajectory of the Dao's Huan Xingyi. The moment his third eye opened, any fluctuation in the space could not be hidden from him. This was also the reason why he could turn around and kill Wen Kang with incomparable accuracy when he was fighting with Wen Kang. Buzz! The wind shone, the wings flickered, and Qin Wentian's figure instantly turned into a residual image. The golden dragon-shaped spear pierced through the void, but only hit the residual image. Qin Wentian faced Shi Potion safely. Shi Potion's expression condensed, staring at Qin Wentian's slowly flapping wings. Such a flashing speed was very terrifying, and it was not much slower than the Dao's Huan Xingyi. Bang! Shi Potion stepped again, and his figure disappeared again. This time his figure appeared directly on the side of Qin Wentian. The golden dragon spear was faster and more powerful. When it was struck, a sonic boom sounded in the void, instantly piercing Qin Wentian's figure and directly causing it to explode, but there was no blood. How is it possible? Everyone saw the afterimage on the Suzaku battlefield. Qin Wentian was floating on the battlefield safely, with his wings flapping behind him, still staring at Shi Potion head-on. He can capture the Dao's Huan Xingyi, just like when he dealt with Wen Kang, so strong. Everyone was finally able to confirm that Qin Wentian's perception was terrible, and he could sense the trajectory of Dao's Huan Xingyi and dodge in advance. Shi Potion certainly understood it, and he did not continue to think about using Dao's Huan Xingyi. He stepped forward step by step, and his aura was terrifying. Qin Wentian's demonic energy surged to the sky, and his arms turned into terrifying unicorn arms, thick and powerful, and his claws were filled with terrifying light. Bang! Shi Potion's golden dragon spear launched another attack. This time he attacked Qin Wentian directly. The golden light penetrated everything and could pierce Qin Wentian's head in an instant. On the spear, there was a demonic dragon with fangs and claws. Power, Shi Potion's power, I don't know how strong it is. Shi Potion, he is good at power attacks and is extremely domineering. However, Qin Wentian actually blasted out with his arms, and the extremely violent killing claws and the phantom of the demon dragon collided crazily, and the two forces made a terrifying collision sound. A hissing sound was heard, and Qin Wentian was shocked back. His will of power was already at the second level, and the demon will was the same, but in terms of power, it was still not as strong as Shi Potion. The martial arts wills controlled by Qin Wentian were, the demon martial arts will, the gold martial arts will, and the earth martial arts will. All of them were attached with terrible power amplification, and all of them were at the second level. In fact, the second level had already reached the entry level, while Qin Wentian was still at the initial level. Just in terms of pure power, Shi Potion was even stronger than King Chen. It was because of his strong power that Shi Potion was considered the most powerful contender for the destiny list. Qin Wentian's arm trembled slightly. This time, he felt many different kinds of willpower. His arm felt a sharp pain as if it was pierced, and also a feeling of being shattered and broken. If he had not cultivated to the third level of the demon god transformation, he would probably be injured by this blow. In terms of strength, Shi Potion is very scary, but Qin Wentian found that Shi Potion has a weakness, his speed. The reason why Shi Potion chose Dao's Huan Xingyi is probably because he knows that he lacks speed. Of course, his slow speed also depends on who he is compared with. If he is only compared with ordinary people at the peak of the Yuan mansion, King Chen's speed will definitely not be slow. Buzz! The wind flickered, and a pair of huge demon wings flickered rapidly. The wings seemed to be a part of Qin Wentian's body. The demon aura permeated, and gradually, a demon-shaped figure appeared. Qin Wentian's body was shrouded in a demon-like curtain, just like a real golden winged rock, covering his body. The terrible demon light flowed and turned into the most perfect rock curve. Human speed has its limit, but how terrifying would it be if it were to transform into a rock? And this golden winged rock has the magical power of a human? This is the domineering and powerful part of the demon god transformation. It perfectly combines the advantages of humans and demons. The third stage of the demon god transformation is the demon transformation. Qin Wentian transforms into demon rock. What a powerful magical skill. Everyone is shocked. He actually transforms from a human into a demon. The defeated Wen Kang's eyes were sharp. Qin Wentian's demon god transformation had actually reached the demon transformation stage. He, the descendant of the emperor family, was defeated everywhere. The strong wind swept past, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared on the Suzaku battle stage. He appeared in front of Shiposhin in an instant. The bell rang, and the rock actually blasted out the ancient bell, killing people. At the same time, terrible claws flashed past and blasted towards Shiposhin. Shiposhin's eyes darkened, and he flapped his spear and attacked. Although his body movement was a little slow, his attack speed was definitely very fast. However, he still didn't touch Qin Wentian. The opponent flashed away, and another bell sounded in his heart. The bell sounded continuously, and the claws tore behind him. Shiposhin gave up the golden dragon spear, turned around and directly blasted out a terrifying Xianlong ancient seal. In an instant, there was a dragon roar in the void, soaring up, but the moment he touched the opponent, Dapin was left with a residual image again. Fast, too fast, Qin Wentian was using speed to break Shiposhin's power advantage. In a short moment, the two seemed to collide countless times. On the Suzaku battle stage, countless shadows appeared around Shiposhin, all of which were ancient bells, Dapin figures, and deadly claws, covering that space. Shiposhin had terrible power, but there was no place to bloom. Even under the influence of gravity, he couldn't slow down the opponent's speed. Qin Wentian's martial arts will of power was also very strong, and it was against his gravity will. Shiposhin could only escape from the battle circle by using the star-shifting technique, but then, he would be attacked by Qin Wentian again. Everyone was completely speechless after seeing this scene. Shiposhin's strength had nowhere to be exerted. Shiposhin was angry, and his heart was beating wildly. If this continued, his terrifying heart would be destroyed and he would surely die. With a roar, blood surged up, and the crowd saw that a giant ancient monster seemed to appear in Shiposhin's body. Shiposhin became taller and roared angrily. The terrible sound wave seemed to be able to shatter his flesh and blood. Shiposhin completely unleashed his blood power. Everyone was deeply shocked. These people really had a trump card. Shiposhin stretched out a huge palm to grab a void, ignoring the attack, and wanted to tear Qin Wentian apart, but Qin Wentian's figure disappeared directly, and a palm hid him behind him, but was ignored by Shiposhin. The ancient monster's body was like a mountain, indestructible. Too late. A human voice came out of Dapin's mouth. Shiposhin was still attacking frantically, but Dapin, the incarnation of Qin Wentian, stood quietly behind him. The strange scene once again shocked everyone's heart. Shiposhin fell into an illusion. Is this the reason why Wen Kang hit the wrong place when Qin Wentian was fighting against Wen Kang? Shiposhin attacked the residual image in the void frantically. Qin Wentian, who was standing behind him, felt the terrible breath of Shiposhin at this moment, and his heart trembled slightly, but everything was over. The light around him seemed to have emerged from many Dapin shadows. In an instant, it gathered into a terrifying and huge figure, completely wrapping the Dapin incarnation of Qin Wentian inside. Is that the battle pattern? Chapter 384 The Identity of the Man in Black Robe. Qin Wentian did surprise everyone. They thought that with Shiposhin's terrible power, he could not absolutely crush Qin Wentian, but he would have no problem defeating him. However, at this moment, their confidence began to waver. Shiposhin seemed to be trapped in an illusion. Was it really an illusion? No, it was definitely not an illusion. Wang Kang had felt Qin Wentian's power before, and he was good at illusions, but his attack was in the wrong place. It was not an illusion at all, as if it really happened. With Wang Kang's control over illusions, he would never fall into an illusion. Moreover, a strong will could also get out of it. A terrifying person like Shiposhin would never fall into it. At that time, Wang Kang felt that it was real and deep in his consciousness, but the final outcome proved to be false, just like Shiposhin at this moment. Wang Kang knew that it was a martial arts will ability similar to the will of illusion. And the terrifying shadow of the big rock, is it a battle divine pattern? A 4th level battle divine pattern? The terrifying Dapin rushed forward with Qin Wentian's figure, like a ray of light. The terrifying power was enough to destroy everything. The purgatory Suzaku floating on his body also had an absolute advantage when facing Shiposhin's Suzaku, and was about to devour the opponent's Suzaku. As Qin Wentian became stronger, his Suzaku spirit seemed to become more and more violent and terrifying. Shiposhin finally realized something. He found that everything was fake, And it was his own illusion, not an illusion. Illusion means that what he saw was illusory and unreal, but everything Shi Potion saw just now was not an illusion in the outside world, but an unreal scene he imagined. Boom! The terrifying weapon hit Shi Potion's body, and his body was instantly knocked away. The armor on his body was shattered crazily, and blood bloomed. Then he fell to the ground fiercely. On the battle stage, the Purgatory Suzaku also swallowed the opponent's Suzaku, and almost at the same time ended the duel. Qin Wentian's incarnation weapon slowly stood up and transformed into human again. His breath was slightly floating, his long robe fluttered, and his black hair flew. Looking at the figure on the Vermilion Bird battle stage, everyone understood that this dark horse was going to go all the way down. Qin Wentian, he defeated Shi Potion, who was expected to have a chance to compete for the first place on the destiny list. Although Qin Wentian seized Shi Potion's weakness and attacked him crazily, making Shi Potion unable to play his own advantages, he won after all. Qin Wentian's overall strength was too terrifying, and he had almost no weaknesses. With his strength, he was enough to crush too many people. People with stronger strength than him were not as fast as him. Moreover, he could transform into a demon and possessed a terrifying ability comparable to the will of illusion. The ancient bell he blasted seemed to be able to kill the heart. He was able to condense the battle divine pattern in the void during the battle, and it was a super terrifying battle divine pattern. The 3 battles were all over. King Chen defeated Zhang Chen. Si Qiang defeated the man in black robes. Qin Wentian defeated Shi Potion. The last battle was undoubtedly the most shocking, not the process, but the ending. Next, King Chen will fight Shi Potion, Si Qiang will fight Zhang Chen, Qin Wentian will fight the man in black robe. The voice of the old man Xianji came out. The 3 winners will fight the 3 losers respectively. In this way, the strong collision will be avoided. At the same time, all the rankings will not be determined in one battle. That would be unfair. For example, although Shi Potion lost to Qin Wentian, what if he is stronger than Si Qiang, the winner? His ranking is ranked after the 3rd, which is naturally unfair to him. Therefore, there will be such a misplaced battle, and the ranking determined by such a battle will be more convincing. Of course, before the battle, everyone must be given enough rest time to recover from the consumption and injuries just now. Until King Chen and Shi Potion stood on the battle stage, countless people's eyes once again gathered on the Suzaku battle stage. This time, Shi Potion did not even have the spirit of the Suzaku, but everyone still looked forward to this duel. However, because of Shi Potion's defeat, the crowd's view of him has changed. They all think that King Chen will defeat Shi Potion. No one is optimistic about Shi Potion anymore. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. That's it. If Shi Potion defeated King Chen, wouldn't it mean Qin Wentian could also defeat King Chen? This duel was also extremely important to Shi Potion. He couldn't lose again, but the person he was facing was King Chen. At the first moment, Shi Potion exploded with the magical power of his bloodline, and his body became larger, like an ancient demon, invincible. His strength, defense, and attack were unknown. King Chen was also quite serious. The star soul exploded, and the sun shone brightly, as if the sun's Dharma body appeared. The two fought in the most direct way, a head-on attack. On the Suzaku battle stage, the flame giant and the ancient demon giant fought crazily. Every collision made people feel that their blood was boiling. King Chen's flame body seemed to be cracked, and Shi Potion's body began to be covered with flames, as if he was also going to turn into a magma giant. Shi Potion, you can't do this. Suddenly, a voice came from the Suzaku battle stage. Then everyone saw the sun-like body on King Chen's head releasing the brilliant sunlight. The star soul seemed to merge with it. A giant palm print seemed to annihilate the world with flames. It covered him. Shi Potion roared. He did not dodge with the stars. King Chen faced him directly in this duel. He wanted to solve everything with him in the most direct way of fighting. How could he retreat? Bang! After this blow, Shi Potion's body turned into a magma body. His bones and blood seemed to solidify into flames and were assimilated by King Chen. Shi Potion showed a struggling look. Go down. King Chen clapped his hands and Shi Potion was slapped out of the Suzaku battle stage. In this battle, King Chen won and Shi Potion was defeated again. If Qin Wentian defeated the black-robed man, then Shi Potion would have one last chance to fight Si Qiang. If he defeated Si Qiang, it would mean that he was stronger than Si Qiang, and naturally stronger than Zhang Chen and the black-robed man who Si Qiang defeated. He could still be ranked 3rd, But if Qin Wentian lost to the black-robed man, he would not even be qualified to fight Si Qiong. Because he had lost to Si Qiong before, if he defeated Qin Wentian, it would also mean that he could defeat Shi Potion, and there would be no need to continue fighting. But no matter how you look at it, Shi Potion's top 3 seats are almost impossible, and no one is optimistic about him. Sure enough, in the next battle, Si Qiong also defeated Zhan Chen, and no one believed that Shi Potion could defeat Si Qiong. Shi Potion and Zhan Chen were both defeated twice in a row, which made people marvel in their hearts. When it comes to the stage of the decisive battle, even those as powerful as Shi Potion and Zhan Chen have to accept consecutive defeats. This is very cruel. Zhan Chen has been preparing for today's battle for too long, but he lost to King Chen and Si Qiong successively. However, he will not allow himself to lose for the 3rd time. He will never allow it. Shi Potion is even worse. He not only lost to King Chen, but also to Qin Wentian. He was the 3rd person in the last session of the Destiny list, but this time, the 3rd place is very uncertain. Next, it depends on the outcome of the battle between Qin Wentian and the black-robed man. In this battle, the odds of winning for both of them should not be much different. Qin Wentian is very strong, but the black-robed man, who can even hurt Si Qiong, is definitely not a simple person. Everyone thought in their hearts, and had many speculations about this collision. What will be the outcome of this battle? Can the black-robed man's domineering magic and strange disappearance restrain Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian's attacks are getting more and more strange. Will the ability similar to illusion work on the black-robed man? When the two stood on the Suzaku battle stage, everyone's calm mood was throbbing again. Both of them are considered dark horses in this Destiny list, and they have fought all the way to now. Qin Wentian did not belong to any big power, and no one even knew his identity. Now, they stood opposite each other, ready for the most direct clash. Who are you? Qin Wentian looked at the other party. To everyone's surprise, Qin Wentian did not immediately fight, but asked who the other party was. The black-robed man had helped him twice. Qin Wentian had always been curious about his identity, but he had also injured Mo Qingchang on the Suzaku battle stage. Originally, Qin Wentian was curious and slightly grateful to the black-robed man, but after the battle with Mo Qingchang, Qin Wentian began to question him again. He had to know who the other party was. The black-robed man just stared at him coldly without saying anything. If you don't tell me, I will personally unveil your veil. Qin Wentian's voice was cold, and his aura burst out. Kill me, or seriously injure me, and you may be able to see who I am. If you lose, I will not be polite to you at all. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse. In everyone's impression, he seemed to have never spoken, but at this moment, he spoke. The black-robed man's body, the devil's energy roared, and a terrible devil cloud appeared in the void, and waves of whistling sounds wanted to overwhelm everything and pounced on Qin Wentian. As you wish. Qin Wentian walked towards the other party step by step, with overwhelming momentum, blood surging in his body, demonic energy gathered on his palms, and wings grew on his back. Facing the black-robed man, Qin Wentian would naturally not underestimate the other party. With wings flashing, Qin Wentian's figure disappeared, and he instantly descended in front of the other party. The other party's magic palm print came over, and Qin Wentian was not polite. He raised his hand and the domineering dragon seal was madly imprinted. The power of the two people's attacks was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the two were about to collide. Qin Wentian swept his eyes, and the terrifying martial arts will rushed into the other party's head, but at this moment, the magic power on the other party's magic palm suddenly disappeared, and even the other party's palm print fell directly, opening his chest without reservation. Qin Wentian's expression suddenly changed, and the dragon roared, and the terrifying dragon seal had been imprinted. Qin Wentian was shocked to find that the black-robed man actually opened his chest at this moment and let the dragon roar fall on him. Boom! The terrifying attack hit the chest of the black-robed man without reservation. The black robe was torn apart instantly, and the other party's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, but hit the golden feather column of the Suzaku battle platform, and then lay softly on the ground, blood constantly seeping out of his mouth. This scene made the crowd stunned. At the last moment of the collision, the black-robed man gave up the attack? How could this happen? What happened? Qin Wentian, he showed a puzzled look, he didn't understand why the other party did this. After a moment, Qin Wentian raised his feet and walked in front of the other party. The black robe was torn, but the veil was still there. He even saw a head of black hair, and the eyes exposed were surprisingly beautiful. Faintly, it looked familiar. Who are you? Qin Wentian's heart tightened. He squatted down, put his hand on the other party's veil, and then lifted it. Revealed was a pair of extremely delicate and beautiful faces, very young and beautiful. Many people looked at the face of the black-robed man, and those who saw it clearly were deeply shocked. How could it be possible that the black-robed man who practiced a domineering magic skills was such a beautiful woman? Moreover, although the woman's mouth was bleeding, her beautiful eyes were actually flashing with a smile with tears. Qin Wentian finally recognized this beautiful face. Although it had changed a lot, he still recognized it. His heart trembled fiercely and felt a little painful. Why do you do this? Qin Wentian let out a low roar, and his palm gently brushed across the soft cheek to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Atone for my father and sister, and say sorry for them. A gentle voice came out of the woman's mouth. There was still a smile in her eyes, a very beautiful smile. The corners of her mouth trembled slightly, and she just looked at Qin Wentian, smiling and shouting, "Brother Wentian." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Zhan Chen's Determination. Brother Wentian. A crisp and gentle voice sounded in Qin Wentian's ears, permeating the void, making time seem to stand still. Those pairs of surprised faces all stared at the Suzaku battle stage. They were already surprised that the practitioner of the domineering magic skill was a woman, and this woman was very young and beautiful. What was even more shocking was that she actually knew Qin Wentian and affectionately called Qin Wentian, Brother Wentian. The tears in the corners of the woman's eyes, the smile on her beautiful face, and the blood at the corners of her mouth were full of poignant beauty. Everyone didn't understand why the black-robed man, who was close to Qin Wentian, would do this. In the vast crowd, Bai Qingsong clenched his fists and Bai Kibuksa bit her lips tightly, looking at the direction of the Suzaku battle stage. They hated themselves, and now they wanted Kinger to atone for their sins. They told Kinger about the past. Qin Wentian didn't kill Bai Qingsong for Bai Qing. Perhaps because of this, Kinger felt guilty and still chose this way. In fact, she didn't need to do this at all. Silly girl. Qin Wentian sat on the Suzaku battle platform, lifted Kinger up, let her head rest on his thigh, gently stroked her cheek, and said, "Do you know that doing this will only make Brother Wentian more uncomfortable? If I had been more ruthless just now, wouldn't I have regretted it for the rest of my life?" Qin Wentian never dreamed that a black-robed person would be Bai Qing, the little girl who used to like to follow behind him. Now she has grown up and become more beautiful than her sister Bai Kixu, who is one of the 4 beauties in Xianyang City, and she is so powerful, but in Qin Wentian's memory, she is still that innocent and lovely girl. Qin Wentian will never forget the night when Bai Qingsong wanted to deal with him, but Bai Qing carried her father's back and put the dagger into his hand to let him hold her hostage. After many years, this girl did such a stupid thing again. In this way, Brother Wentian will always remember me. Bai Qing still smiled brightly, just like when she was a girl, her smile was still innocent and frivolous. Even though she could turn into a powerful demon when she put on a black robe, she was still just a girl in front of her Brother Wentian. Don't say such things. Qin Wentian glared at Bai Qing, then looked at the bottom of the Suzaku battle stage and shouted, "Qingcheng, it's my sister Kinger." Mo Qingcheng's figure flashed and landed on the Suzaku battle stage. She walked to Kinger and a few pills appeared in her palm, which she then fed into Kinger's mouth. "Sister Qingcheng, you are so beautiful." Kinger showed a playful smile. "Sister Qingcheng, I have no ill will towards you, I just want to see how my sister-in-law is." "Who is your sister-in-law?" Mo Qingcheng was speechless by the girl's words, but seeing the innocent smile on Bai Qing's face, how could she bear to blame her? This silly girl, she even dared to give up her life just now. "Then I'll call you sister, and you're not allowed to be angry with me." Kinger smiled foolishly, and Mo Qingcheng nodded gently. "Don't worry, why would you be angry if I'm angry? Okay, let's go down." Qin Wentian felt a little uncomfortable when he felt those eyes. He helped Kinger stand up, and saw Bai Qing looking at the empty corridor, in the direction of Xuanyang Palace. Her eyes fell on a woman in black robes, and she bowed slightly. "Master, for the battle of the destiny ranking, I can only go this far. I hope I didn't embarrass you." Everyone noticed that the black robe on Bai Qing was very similar to the black robes of the people in Zuan'an Palace. It turned out that she was a person from Zuan'an Palace. The woman nodded gently and said calmly, "Kinger, your heart knot has been resolved, and the battle of the destiny ranking is enough to bring glory to the master, so have a good rest." "Thank you, master." Bai Qing nodded slightly, and then walked down the Suzaku battle stage with Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen. The battle for the destiny list has always been dominated by the 7 clans inherited from the 9 great royal families of Daxia. Most people are from them. Bai Qing of Zuan'an Palace, such a young and beautiful woman, has achieved such an achievement, which is already extremely outstanding, and naturally makes Zuan'an Palace proud. Many people still keep their eyes on Qin Wentian, and their curiosity about this person is getting stronger and stronger. Qin Wentian, the dark horse of the destiny list, has already locked in the top 4 seats. He has a girlfriend as beautiful as Mo Qingchen, and such a beautiful and powerful sister. It seems that this beautiful woman is not his biological sister, which makes people have to have some other ideas. Another round of battle and the battle for the destiny list has ended. King Chen defeated Shi Potion. Si Qiang defeated Zhan Chen. Qin Wentian defeated the black-robed man. Perhaps it can't be called a battle. Then, the black-robed man voluntarily withdrew from the battle for the destiny list and did not continue to persist. On the list of the destiny list, the name of Bai Qing of Zuan'an Palace appeared in the 6th position of the destiny list. Then, the next battle will be between the 2 losers, Shi Potion and Zhan Chen. Shi Potion lost to King Chen and Qin Wentian, while Zhan Chen lost to King Chen and Si Qiang. This means that as long as Shi Potion defeats Zhan Chen will not need to continue to fight Qin Wentian, and he will be ranked 5th directly, and Shi Potion will be qualified to challenge Si Qiang. If Zhan Chen defeats Shi Potion, it means that Shi Potion will not need to fight Si Qiang, and Shi Potion will be ranked 5th, and Zhan Chen will be qualified to challenge Qin Wentian. After the announcement, the old man Xianji let them rest for some time. As for the outcome of this battle, everyone felt it was difficult to guess the outcome. Shi Potion and Zhan Chen both lost 2 games. Who is stronger between them? They both lost to King Chen. As for Shi Potion's defeat to Qin Wentian, it was in speed. Zhan Chen lost to Si Qiang because Zhan Chen had no advantages in other aspects, but was suppressed in soul attack. Even if his golden body was indestructible, his soul would still be destroyed, so Si Qiang suppressed him steadily. When Shi Potion and Zhan Chen appeared on the Suzaku battlefield, they both had a strong will to fight. They had both lost 2 battles in a row. They must not lose again in this battle. If they lose again, they will be directly fixed at the 5th place on the destiny list. If they win, they will have a chance to challenge the 3rd place. In this battle, both of them had extremely strong beliefs. Shi Potion's body became violent again, and the ancient demon bloodline completely burst out. His body seemed to turn into a huge stone, containing a tremendous sense of power. Shi Potion's attack and defense are both one of the most terrifying existences on the destiny list, but he was defeated by Qin Wentian's speed and divine patterns in the 1st battle, and met King Chen in the 2nd battle. Zhan Chen seemed to have turned into a golden body, with a sharp look. He felt a strong threat from Shi Potion. This battle cannot be lost. The light in Zhan Chen's eyes was so terrifying, but at this moment, he actually closed his eyes, his lips moved, and it seemed that a terrible power was reviving. A series of strange sound waves spread out, as if containing a majestic and incomparable aura of power, covering Zhan Chen's body. Zhan Chen, he actually has a secret method. Everyone was shocked, and then, they gradually had starlight falling down, descending on Zhan Chen, endless golden light shining. Zhan Chen's body, bathed in golden light, the sharp aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Summon the ancient thoughts. Zhan Chen whispered in his heart, and then his whole body trembled violently. The moment he opened his eyes, a light shone between his eyebrows, and there seemed to be golden lightning in his eyes. His eyes became more weird, giving people the feeling that the eyes were no longer one person, but had the spirit of 2 people, which was extremely terrifying. Borrow the supreme gold yuan, punishment. A terrifying golden light appeared around Zhan Chen, and he walked forward step by step towards Shi Potion. Every golden light seemed to have the power of punishment and supreme power. Bang! Shi Potion stepped on the Suzaku battle stage and stepped forward. The power on his body was also unknown how terrible it was. However, at this moment, he actually felt a strong sense of crisis from Zhan Chen. Zhan Chen also stepped towards Shi Potion, and every step affected everyone's heart. The demonic aura and golden light enveloped the Suzaku battle stage, and the power of punishment seemed to penetrate Shi Potion's body. Roar! Finally, when the two approached, Shi Potion launched his strongest attack. The golden dragon roared, and the shadow of the terrifying ancient demon emerged. This attack seemed to be able to collapse the world and flatten the mountains and rivers. Zhan Chen also launched his attack. The endless golden light gathered into the power of punishment, and moved forward with his body to destroy everything. Bang, 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 bang. The terrible light of punishment exploded crazily, but it seemed to have no end. The golden dragon gradually cracked. Finally, as Zhan Chen carried the ancient golden sword through, the golden dragon shattered. With a loud bang, the armor on Shi Potion's body exploded, and a sword pierced his chest, penetrating little by little. Boom! With a loud bang, Shi Potion's body flew up, and the sword penetrated into him, and blood seeped out. Everyone watched Shi Potion fly backwards and fall from the Suzaku battle stage. Zhan Chen stood on the edge of the Suzaku battle stage, his breath was floating violently. He closed his eyes, and the terrible power gradually subsided. Zhan Chen won. He attacked and fought against Shi Potion and defeated Shi Potion. However, it seemed that Zhan Chen himself could not easily control this power. When Zhan Chen opened his eyes, he slowly turned around and looked in the direction of Qin Wentian. Although he had lost 2 battles, he would still win the 3rd place in the destiny. Seeing Zhan Chen's eyes, everyone felt that Qin Wentian, the dark horse, might stop. Zhan Chen would control the terrible power at all costs, just like he did with Shi Potion. With the end of this battle, the next battle will be Zhan Chen vs. Qin Wentian, Chen Wang vs. Si Kaiong. Zhan Chen, once he defeats Qin Wentian, will lock in the 3rd place, Qin Wentian, the 4th place in the destiny list. As for Chen Wang and Si Kaiong, it will be a decisive battle. Of course, if Qin Wentian can still defeat Zhan Chen, he will be included in the top 3 and compete with King Chen and Si Kaiong for the top 3 ranking. However, almost everyone who just witnessed this battle is not optimistic about Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian is very strong, but Zhan Chen, he just defeated Shi Potion head-on with an attack, which only King Chen has done before, and now Zhan Chen has also done it. I am afraid that a battle between King Chen and Si Kaiong will be the ultimate decisive battle. Chapter 386 Peak Showdown. The Battle of the Destiny ranking may only have the last 2 battles. As long as Zhan Chen defeats Qin Wentian, then the next battle will be the decisive battle, which belongs to the decisive battle between King Chen and Si Kaiong. King Chen did not disappoint everyone. He made it to the end. However, his opponent was not Shi Potion or Wang Kang, but the strongest dark horse, Si Kaiong. The strength of this dark horse is so powerful that he seems to be omnipotent and proficient in all kinds of Daksha's unique skills. Moreover, what he is best at is the terrible soul attack. This is an unsolvable attack, and no one is not afraid of it. Si Kaiong seems to have no weaknesses. Even everyone does not know what kind of gorgeous flames will collide in the decisive battle between King Chen and Si Kaiong. King Chen is highly anticipated, Si Kaiong is the most terrifying dark horse. In the void corridor, the old man Xianji looked around the last 4 people, and his eyes stayed on each of them for a moment. The fortune of Daksha will change. Starting from the destiny ranking, he has always believed that there will be a demon star on this destiny ranking. Shi Potion cultivated the ability of demons, and Wang Kang also cultivated the ability of demons. However, they have been eliminated and failed everyone's expectations. Only Qin Wentian has fought all the way to now. If it is really him, Qin Wentian will affect the fate of Daksha in the future. Today, will he stop here? The next 2 battles, Zhan Chen, fight Qin Wentian, Chen Wang, fight Si Kaiong. Old man Xianji spoke slowly, his eyes fell on Zhan Chen, and asked, Zhan Chen, can you fight again? I need to rest for some time. Zhan Chen looked at old man Xianji and spoke slowly. Old man Xianji nodded slightly, and glanced at the direction of Qin Wentian. Then, he said, in this case, the battle between Chen Wang and Si Kaiong will start first. Huh? Everyone was stunned when they heard what old man Xianji said. The battle between Chen Wang and Si Kaiong will start first? This duel may be the final battle of the destiny list. It should be ranked last. Why should it start first? Generally speaking, the battle of the destiny ranking will save the most anticipated decisive battle for the last battle, with very few exceptions. Seeing the trump card that Zhang Chen revealed just now, many people believe that Zhang Chen would defeat Qin Wentian and rank 3rd on the Destiny ranking, while Qin Wentian ranked 4th. Then, the decisive battle between King Chen and Si Qiong will be held. Elder Xianji actually let the decisive battle take place in advance. Many people were puzzled, but the power to judge the Destiny ranking has always been in the hands of Elder Xianji of the Qinshan Pavilion. Since he spoke, everyone could only agree and appreciate the decisive battle in advance. The scorching sun shines on the Suzaku battle stage. King Chen and Si Qiong walk onto the Suzaku battle stage. The two people bathed in the sun are greeted with countless attention. Asking Jin Zhao, who can become the most dazzling person on the Destiny ranking? King Chen, or Si Qiong? You are quite strong. Although I am not too interested in the Destiny ranking, since I am standing here, the first place should naturally belong to me. Si Qiong looked at King Chen and spoke calmly, as if the first place was already in his pocket. I was the second in the last Destiny list. Today, the first place belongs to me. Even you can't stand in my way. King Chen was also like Si Qiong, with a hint of arrogance. He was King Chen, and he wanted to be the first in the Destiny list. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In that case, let's speak with strength. Si Qiong was obviously very indifferent, as if nothing could make his mood fluctuate. King Chen's body began to burn. Under the sun, bathing in the flames, his blood, bones, and entire body turned into a body of flames. His third star soul, the strongest star soul, bloomed. Above his head, there seemed to be a great sun venerable floating, like the great sun Dharma body, intertwined with the sun, shining brightly, and the terrible temperature swept across the Suzaku battle arena. It seemed that as long as you get close to him, you will die and be burned to death by the great sun flame. Si Qiong also released his third star soul, a terrible evil soul, who seemed to have a pair of captivating eyes that could shake people's souls. Bang! Bang! Starlight burst out, and both of them used Dao's Huan Xingyi at the first moment. In an instant, their bodies collided directly in the middle, so fast that no one could see clearly how their figures appeared. A terrifying huge flame palm print rolled out, trying to annihilate everything. The scorching high temperature evaporated the water vapor in the space, making a terrible hissing sound. Si Qiong pointed with his left hand, and in an instant, a series of terrifying shield armor light curtains appeared in the space. King Chen's giant flaming palm slammed down and was deeply trapped in it, as if it had slammed into an extremely soft water mirror. This is exactly the power of Si Qiong's water martial arts will. In addition to his soul attack ability, he is also good at water martial arts will. It was not until the decisive battle, when he faced King Chen for the first place, that he exerted it. Bang! The water shield was broken, and the terrible flame made it expand and burst. The temperature of King Chen's palm was too terrible, and he still slammed towards Si Qiong, but Si Qiong had bought time at that moment and shot out a finger. Soul-destroying finger. One finger destroys the soul. Split. King Chen uttered a cold sound, and in an instant, King Chen's body was divided into three. One after another, terrifying flame bodies appeared there, all like flame gods of war coming out of magma. Such a scene deeply shook everyone's heart. First, King Chen, he wanted to be first. This was King Chen's true strength. He had been hiding until this moment, and then he completely broke out. Si Qiong was equally terrifying. His ability was not completely broken out until the decisive battle. The three flame bodies rushed towards Si Qiong at the same time. The two flame giants next to them had a terrifying aura. The extreme of the Yuanfu, faintly wanted to break through the realm of the Yuanfu, too powerful. The soul-sucking sound waves filled the air. Si Qiong stared at the figure of King Chen in front of him, waving his palm, and the water shield seemed to imprison the flame giant in it. His body movements were terrible, and he kept moving. One after another, the finger light madly bombarded King Chen's body, trying to destroy King Chen's soul. Speed. Si Qiong's speed is so fast. Speed, soul-destroying attack, water shield defense. This Si Qiong has no weaknesses. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Even King Chen was oppressed by his soul attack ability and became a little irritable. Finally, with a roar, the two clones merged with King Chen's body again. His body seemed to grow bigger. King Chen seemed to have truly turned into a flame war god. An aura that transcended the Yuanfu seemed to be spreading. King Chen really has the ability to impact the Xiangang realm, but he suppressed it and waited until the Xianming ranking to break into the Xiangang. At this moment, King Chen is already equivalent to the Xiangang aura. Everyone was amazed in their hearts. It was too shocking. King Chen's star soul seemed to be integrated with his body and attached to it. No one doubted that as long as the Xianming ranking was over, King Chen would enter the Xiangang. Moreover, with his attainments in martial arts once he entered the Xiangang, his steps would not be slower than those who had been in the Xiangang for a long time, and he would directly cross the level of entering the Xiangang. Therefore, waiting for this destiny ranking would not cause King Chen to lose too much. On the contrary, he gained a lot. King Chen, who had transformed into one, seemed to be bursting with a magma fire on his body. When he slapped his palm forward again, the huge palm print of fire directly covered the space in front of him. Si Kaiyong's body soared into the sky, and his palm swept across. The water prison appeared. His body rushed towards King Chen through the water curtain. His 5 fingers came out at the same time and fell on King Chen's head. Roar! King Chen opened his mouth and spit out flames, which then suddenly solidified. The void in front seemed to turn into solidified flames. Even the water curtain had to solidify. Si Kaiyong was trapped in it. You lose. King Chen shouted and slapped out. With a loud bang, Si Kaiyong's body was slapped and flew out. When the flames burst, Si Kaiyong's body seemed to be burned and his face was pale. This strongest dark horse was ultimately unable to make it to the end and was defeated by King Chen. However, this peak duel was eye-opening. This is the destiny list this time, so powerful that it is suffocating. Si Kaiyong stood up and stared at King Chen. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "You are indeed qualified to compete for the destiny list this time. Congratulations on winning the first place in the destiny list." King Chen's expression calmed down instead. He raised his head slightly and looked into the void. "You are already very strong. After this battle, I am afraid I will need to rest for a long time to recover. This first place is not easy." King Chen returned to his original appearance and said calmly. Everyone looked up at the Suzaku battle stage and sighed in their hearts that this peak duel was indeed very exciting, and King Chen's first place was well deserved. Is the destiny ranking over? A slightly discordant voice suddenly sounded, with a questioning tone. Everyone's eyes slowly turned, and then they saw Qin Wentian's body floating in the air, looking at Chen Wang and Si Kaiyong. The two of them kept saying first, as if the battle for the destiny ranking was over. Chen Wang glanced at Qin Wentian with a bit of contempt. "You are lucky not to meet me this time. Do you want to fight me in this state?" Qin Wentian's mouth flashed a hint of sarcasm. "If so, you can ask for permission from the senior. I don't mind knocking you down." Chen Wang frowned slightly. His current state was indeed not very good. "I don't know what you mean." Chen Wang responded coldly. "How ridiculous." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a demonic light, and his expression was cold. "The destiny ranking is not finished yet, and the first place has not been decided yet, but you have already claimed to be the first. You are simply shameless. If you lose, won't you lose all your face?" When the voice fell, Qin Wentian was already standing on the Suzaku battle stage. The powerful Purgatory Suzaku was floating behind him, revealing a terrifying sharp light, staring at King Chen. Qin Wentian stood quietly on the Suzaku battle stage, with demonic energy rolling. This scene made everyone tremble in their hearts, feeling quite interesting. This Qin Wentian has not given up yet and wants to fight. Although he said it well, if he wants to fight with King Chen, he still has to step over Zhan Chen and Si Kaiyong first. "You are really confident." A voice came, and everyone saw Zhan Chen also stepped onto the Suzaku battle stage, staring at Qin Wentian with a sneer. "Finally, we are face to face. This time, you should think about how to survive." Qin Wentian also looked at Zhan Chen. "This is the person you must defeat. Whether it was for the top 3 spots on the destiny ranking or for the promise to Mo King Chen, as long as he defeated Zhan Chen, everything would be accomplished. Where does your confidence come from? After so many years, you still have this much strength?" Qin Wentian said sarcastically. "Really? At least, with your current level of the 8th level of Yuanfu, do you really think you can compete with me?" Zhan Chen's sharp aura became more and more intense, with irony, arrogance, and sharpness. The person he wanted to defeat and kill the most was Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked up at the sky with a strange look, and his mouth curled up slightly. When he turned his eyes and looked at Zhan Chen again, the aura on his body burst out crazily. With a slight step, a terrifying demonic aura roared and rolled. The power permeating his body seemed to be boiling, and the wind swept past. Who told you that I am the 8th level of Yuan Fu? A voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth. The moment his footsteps fell, the aura of the 9th level of Yuan Fu burst out crazily and rushed straight to Zhang Chen. P.S. The battle for the destiny list is about to end. I racked my brains to think about this plot, which was really tiring. Fortunately, I did not fall behind in updating. Although the update time fluctuated, what made Wu Han even more tired was that after he worked hard to write a chapter, there was a lot of abuse. I really don't know what to say. A friend left a message saying that he liked this book very much, but being scolded like this, why didn't the author come out to explain? How to explain it? In fact, no matter how to explain it is wrong. Everyone has his or her own life and will experience many things in life. What I can do to respect the readers is to write the book well and strive to update it steadily. Although there are not many updates and the time will fluctuate, but in the past 6 months, no matter whether I have experienced happiness or pain in life, there is one thing I will never forget, that is to finish writing the chapters and send them out on time, because there are many people waiting for you. In the past 6 months, no matter what I have experienced, I have never missed the update, and most of the time I was on time. The update time was adjusted a few days ago, and the abuse appeared. Why is there so no respect for readers? Why is there such arrogance and self-righteousness? It's really I'm thinking too much, it's just some special reasons. From the time I was a martial god to now, it's been a long time, more than 1,000 nights. Wu Han has worked hard, been willful, and made mistakes. Many readers have been silently supporting me behind the scenes. Wu Han is really grateful to everyone. Until now, I have really become indifferent to many things, but the only belief in writing good books remains unchanged, as strong as Qin Wentian's desire for martial arts, just to be worthy of myself and those dear readers who support me. I will still ask for votes. Asking for votes has nothing to do with my income. Not for anything else, just to see how many people like what I write, so that I have more motivation to fight for it. Okay, the update time may still be unstable in the future, but it will not be less. You can read it together later, but today, there will be a small outbreak. Once again, Wu Han thanks everyone for your previous tolerance, as well as your understanding and tolerance in the future. Those readers who scolded, I might have hated you 2 years ago, but now, I thank you just the same. I know you like my book, thank you for your encouragement. Chapter 387, Strong Killing. Yuan Fu, 9th level. Qin Wentian, his realm, is not the 8th level of Yuan Fu, but the 9th level of Yuan Fu. Chen Wang, Si Kaiong, and Zhang Chen have all been retaining their strength, but Qin Wentian, he has been retaining his realm until this moment, when everyone thought that the decisive battle had been decided and the battle for the destiny ranking was about to end. He stood up. Everyone seemed to realize that before, no one could force out the full strength of Chen Wang and Si Kaiong, and similarly, no one could force out the extreme of Qin Wentian, so he could keep his realm hidden. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of Qin Wentian's arrogance when he fought Wang Kang. In 10 breaths, he would defeat Wang Kang. That was absolute confidence, because he knew that his realm was not the 8th level of Yuan Fu, but the 9th level. When did he enter the 9th level of Yuan Fu? At this time, everyone had a question. When the battle for the destiny ranking began, Qin Wentian was definitely at the 7th level of Yuan Fu. There was no mistake about this. He was forced by King Chen to enter the cave, and after coming out, he entered the 8th level of Yuan Fu. But when did he enter the 9th level of Yuan Fu? Moreover, it has not been too long since the start of the destiny ranking, and Qin Wentian has actually broken through 2 realms. Even if the geniuses in the destiny ranking have all undergone transformation, Qin Wentian's transformation is somewhat scary. Mo Qingchang and Bai Qing stood together. At this moment, Bai Qing had taken off her robe, revealing her graceful and soft figure. Every time everyone saw her, they would be amazed. They simply couldn't believe that such a graceful beauty would practice such a domineering magic skill. Brother Wentian is so amazing, he has reached the 9th level of Yuan Fu. He promised to defeat Xianjun, and he will definitely do it. Mo Qingchang showed a charming smile on her face. It seems that his realm-breaking pill was not in vain. As long as Qin Wentian defeats Xianjun, her master Luo he should not stop him anymore. The people of Beilu Academy could not help but marvel. They never thought that Qin Wentian could really go this far, and there was only one step left to what they asked Qin Wentian to do. Although Xianjun had a terrible secret technique, would Qin Wentian, who is at the 9th level of Yuan Fu, lose? For some reason, although Qin Wentian was standing opposite Jiutian, no one was optimistic about Jiutian at this time. Everyone's confidence was on Qin Wentian. Of course, they had reason to believe in Qin Wentian. The reason why Qin Wentian, who was at the 8th level of Yuanfu, could conceal his strength was that he had been fighting with his own strength in the previous battles. Now, he had reached a higher level, and all the power he could burst out would be enhanced. This was a power that was completely under his control, not a secret technique. Zhan Chen, what do you have to fight me? Qin Wentian said coldly, and rushed towards Zhan Chen. When you were at the peak of Yuanfu, I was only at the low level of Yuanfu. You are not even worthy of standing on the Suzaku battle stage with me. Zhan Chen's expression was stiff, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. How did he do it? He actually entered the 9th level of Yuanfu. This made Zhan Chen feel a strong pressure. If he lost to Qin Wentian, what glory would he have? His goal was to kill Qin Wentian on the battle stage of the destiny list. King Chen was also puzzled. He remembered that Qin Wentian's cultivation was originally the 7th level of Yuanfu. When did you enter the 9th level of Yuanfu? King Chen asked coldly. Qin Wentian glanced at him, and the cold light in his eyes remained. Thank you for chasing me, otherwise, maybe I wouldn't have entered the 9th level of Yuanfu so quickly. King Chen chased Qin Wentian in the Suzaku formation and forced him into the cave. After that, Hu Feng, Sitipo, Yang Fan and others waited for him outside the cave, humiliating him, and even insulting Mo Qingchen. Qin Wentian was furious at that time. In a rage, he was ready to take the realm-breaking pill. At that time, his obsession was extremely strong, and the Yuanfu in his body was rioting, and there were signs of self-breakthrough. Therefore, Qin Wentian held back. He did not take the realm-breaking pill at that time, but relied on himself to break through the realm and entered the 8th level of Yuanfu. Afterwards, he was furious and couldn't wait to enter the cave, killing Hu Feng and others in the most domineering manner. As for his breakthrough to the 9th level of Yuanfu, it was after he entered the cave of the Demon God Festival, practiced a Demon God Festival in it, and took the realm-breaking pill at the same time. Qin Wentian did not answer King Chen's words. He stared at him for a moment, then said coldly, I hope that you can hold the title of number 1 on the destiny list until the end, otherwise, this shame will be in front of the entire Daksha. Do you really think that you are qualified to compete after entering the 9th level of the Yuanfu realm? King Chen's eyes were still full of contempt. How could Qin Wentian's realm improvement shake his position? First, you should fight against Zhan Chen, and then fantasize. For me, it doesn't matter whether you hide your realm or not. King Chen, who was standing beside Qin Wentian, spoke slowly, then raised his feet and walked down the Suzaku battle stage. He needed to recover his strength. The victory over Si Kaiyong just now cost him a lot. Now the star energy in his body is almost exhausted. Si Kaiyong waved his sleeves and also walked out and walked down the Suzaku battle stage. In an instant, there were only 2 people left on the Suzaku battle stage. Zhan Chen and Qin Wentian. Will this battle be the last battle on the destiny list? As long as Zhan Chen wins, the battle for the destiny ranking will end. Before Qin Wentian revealed his 9th level strength of the Yuan Mansion, everyone thought that this would be the last battle, but now, they are looking forward to it again. Perhaps, the battle for the destiny ranking will continue. I have already thought about how to survive, why don't you take action? Qin Wentian looked at Zhan Chen. Zhan Chen's arrogant words just now asked him to think carefully about how to survive in the next battle. Zhan Chen put on the golden body armor, his lips moved, his eyes closed slightly, and he summoned the ancient thoughts. Buzz! The wind blew, and Qin Wentian grew wings on his back. His body suddenly disappeared, like a flash of lightning, and he appeared directly in front of Zhan Chen in an instant. With a palm slap, the void seemed to shake, and the violent dragon roar made the world roar. Zhan Chen suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and a sharp sword slashed wildly, but under that terrible power, it was directly annihilated. Boom! A huge force hit Zhan Chen's body, knocking him flying, causing him to spit out blood and turn pale. Strength, this was absolute power suppression. Qin Wentian used the 9th level of Yuanfu to unleash the condensed star power, coupled with his martial arts will of power and demon martial arts will, the attack power was simply unimaginable. Just one blow, Zhan Chen spit out blood. Zhan Chen's body was suspended in the void, staring at Qin Wentian with sharp eyes, his expression was livid. Do you think I should stand here and wait for you to use the secret method to fight again? Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent, piercing Zhang Chen's eyes. This battle is a life and death battle. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared again, his eyes between his eyebrows swept past, and the terrifying martial arts will rushed out. Zhang Chen's body was even more golden, and a very cruel light flashed in his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, a power that seemed not to belong to him was throbbing. No matter what secret method you have, you will have no chance. A voice directly penetrated Zhang Chen's mind and seeped into it. Zhang Chen seemed to see Qin Wentian's violent palm power coming at him, and he raised his hand and slashed with a sword. However, Qin Wentian seemed to turn into thousands of phantoms to attack him. He slashed with his sword crazily, and the aura permeating from his body became more and more terrifying. But at this moment, not many people were actually looking at Zhang Chen. They were all looking at Qin Wentian. Because Zhang Chen's sword was slashing randomly, but Qin Wentian just stood quietly in the void, with a teasing look in his eyes. This made everyone a little unbelievable. Was this really Zhang Chen fighting Qin Wentian? Why was it so dramatic? If your mind is confused, how can your will be firm, and how can you tell the truth from the false? Qin Wentian murmured. Zhang Chen's strength was not so bad, but he was already afraid in his heart. Therefore, when Qin Wentian's second level of dream will came, Zhang Chen naturally believed it and could not tell the truth from the false. This was just like when he was fighting with Shi Potion, he used his speed to attack crazily. In the end, Shi Potion was angry and upset. After that, Qin Wentian did not attack, but only launched his will, but he still saw the sky full of attacks. The will of dreams is more domineering than the will of illusions. He makes people fall into dreams and cannot extricate themselves. The wind swept past, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared again. Zhang Chen's sword just fell down. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly feel something, and a terrible sharpness appeared in his eyes, staring at Qin Wentian. "I will take your life." A cold voice uttered. Qin Wentian violently struck out with a palm. The void shook fiercely, the crowd's eyes fixed, and then there heard a loud bang, and the violent power destroyed everything, destroying Zhang Chen's body and exploding his head. Kill. Qin Wentian, with a most domineering attitude, killed Zhang Chen. As he said, he took Zhang Chen's life. In the battle of the fate ranking, the Danwang Palace's prodigy Zhang Chen fell on the spot, killed by Qin Wentian. Such a scene was too shocking for everyone, making them unable to calm down. In the void, where Zhang Chen fell, there was a golden round bead shining with a strange light. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he grabbed it with his palm, and a terrible force bound it. Buzz! A strong struggle burst out from the golden light, causing Qin Wentian to snort coldly. This was probably the reason why Zhang Chen was a little abnormal. The ancient scroll of the golden punishment that he threw away was indeed not a good thing. Destroy. Qin Wentian pointed down, and a scream came from the void. In an instant, the golden round bead was destroyed and disappeared. Everyone's expression froze when they saw this scene, and the pupils of those strong men in the void corridor also shrank. The golden round bead seemed to have life fluctuations. Qin Wentian felt it, but he did not hesitate at all and directly destroyed it with one finger. This boy's decisiveness was terrifying, just like when he killed Zhang Chen, without a single hesitation. He had a grudge against Zhang Chen, and if he wanted Zhang Chen to die, he would kill him, regardless of anything or the consequences. He only knew that Zhang Chen must die. So, he killed him. Chapter 388 Mantra. Zhang Chen, Yun, the fourth place on the destiny list is vacant. When the destiny list is over, the list will be filled again. After this battle, Qin Wentian officially entered the top 3. As for the final ranking, it has not yet been determined. Bai Lu Ai and Bai Lu Jingwall smiled. Even the big-eyed elder of Bailu Academy smiled. Looking at the figure on the Suzaku battle stage, he whispered, "This kid actually did it in such a competition on the destiny list and entered the top 3. With such talent, his future achievements are limitless." However, as the big-eyed elder said this, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Zhang Chen is not an ordinary person. He is a genius of the Danwang Palace. And Qin Wentian has killed many geniuses of the Overlord-level forces in this destiny list, and offended too many people. This made him worry about Qin Wentian. Even if Qin Wentian won the first place on the destiny list, he had hatred with those forces, and these people would rather Qin Wentian die. Genius must be strangled in the cradle. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for him to be so outspoken. Bai Lu Ai's father also sighed. This is the nature of mind. The great achievers in ancient times did not suppress their love, hatred, and vengeance. They dared to love and hate, had strong minds, and were free from any knots in their hearts. Therefore, their cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and nothing could stop them. Even if they were enemies of the world, they would follow their hearts. Wasn't it the same for King Kang in the past? That's how he achieved such a high achievement, but unfortunately, it also laid the seeds of his downfall. The elder with big eyes whispered that there are often two types of people in the world who can achieve great success. One type is like Qin Wentian and King Kang, who are outspoken, do not suppress their true nature, and follow their hearts. The other type can endure what others cannot endure, and can disguise themselves to the extreme. For example, a modest gentleman is secretly a devil who kills people like crazy. Such people have equally terrible natures, low-key and deep. But in the final analysis, it's still the nature of mind. The nature of mind is strong enough and nothing can shake it. Mo King Chang stood on the stone platform, smiling, her white clothes fluttering, stunningly beautiful. She looked at the figure on the Suzaku battlefield, and was proud of him. Along the way, he had experienced so much. For her, he killed Hu Xiaoyan, and now, he defeated Zhang Chen and fulfilled his promise to her. Too many people were surprised and shocked, watching the figure on the Suzaku battlefield. Behind him, the Purgatory Suzaku was suspended there, revealing a terrible and fierce light. It swallowed the Suzaku spirit of Zhang Chen. It seemed that it wanted to sweep away all the figures blocking the way, just like its master Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian slowly turned his eyes and looked at Si Qiong and then at King Chen. King Chen also opened his eyes and looked at him. The four eyes met, and the terrible sharp edges collided in the void. There is one more battle, and I will stand in front of you. I hope you can still hold on to your so-called first place. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. After defeating Zhang Chen, he will fight Si Qiong. If he loses, he will be third, but if he surpasses Si Qiong, he will stand on the peak decisive battle stage of the destiny ranking and face King Chen. Qin Wentian, like King Chen, seems to have absolute confidence in himself. It seems that Si Qiong will definitely become his stepping stone. His words ignored the existence of Si Qiong. Some people think that Qin Wentian is arrogant, but whether it is King Chen or Si Qiong, or the defeated Shi Potion and the dead Zhang Chen, who is not arrogant? If they are not confident in their own strength, how can they defeat them? That is a belief, an unstoppable belief. Si Qiong's eyes were sharp, and he swept towards Qin Wentian. This boy was rampant, and speaking to King Chen like this undoubtedly ignored his existence. Si Qiong came to the Great Xia dynasty to participate in the battle of the destiny ranking. He wanted to win the first place, but he lost to King Chen. He admitted that King Chen had been immersed in this realm for a longer time than him, but how could he lose the second duel against Qin Wentian? Although Qin Wentian had been hiding his true cultivation, he definitely did not stay in this realm for a long time. If he still lost like this, he would not accept it. Give you a day to rest. In the next battle, Qin Wentian will fight Si Qiong. Old man Xianji spoke slowly, making everyone look at the wise figure. Could it be that old man Xianji had foresight to arrange the battle between King Chen and Si Qiong? What did he see long ago? When old man Xianji asked King Chen to fight Si Qiong, most people thought it would be a decisive battle, but now, the idea has been overturned. Old Xianji can see the fortune of the stars. Even if Qin Wentian hides his cultivation, the fluctuation of the star energy in his body may not be hidden from old Xianji. Old Xianji should have known that he has entered the 9th level of Yuan Fu. Everyone thought that some people with special star souls or who are good at sensing the fluctuation of stars can see the cultivation of others at a glance, especially it is easier for the strong to see the weak. Old Xianji must have this ability. He knew long ago that Zhang Chen might lose to Qin Wentian. So, does old Xianji also believe that Qin Wentian can still defeat Si Qiong? Otherwise, if Si Qiong wins, the decisive battle will still be staged in advance. Qin Wentian returned to the stone platform. Bai Qing felt much better after taking the elixir and teasing her. She pulled his arm and said with a smile, "Brother Wentian, you are in the top 3. You are also 5th, and you gave up on your own." Qin Wentian rubbed Bai Qing's head, causing Bai Qing to slap his arm away and stared at him. "Brother Wentian, I am not a little girl now." Qin Wentian looked at Bai Qing's playful appearance and laughed. The little girl at that time had indeed grown up. She was prettier than her sister and had a better figure. "In my eyes, there is no difference." Qin Wentian smiled and pinched her cheeks, causing Bai Qing to stare at him hatefully. This guy liked to do this when he was a child, and he hasn't changed at all now. He likes to rub other people's heads and pinch their cheeks. It's so hateful. Huh? Bai Qing pouted, but she was happy in her heart. This feeling is really good, as if I have returned to the innocent age, carefree, sitting together with Brother Wentian and chatting, not knowing what troubles are. Now, I have finally returned to the past. You should recover your star energy. Mo Qingcheng pulled Qin Wentian's arm. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng and nodded. The battle just now did not consume too much energy. This time, Elder Xianji gave me a day of rest, which is more than enough. Don't worry, I know what you are thinking. I will take good care of myself. Qin Wentian pulled Mo Qingcheng's hand and exerted a little force. The two smiled at each other. Mo Qingcheng was not thinking about whether Qin Wentian could get the first place in the destiny list, but his safety. Qin Wentian was seen sitting cross-legged, with a meteorite in his hand. The consumption of meteorites during this period was extremely great. The meteorite stored in his body might not last long. The stronger the path of cultivation, the more terrifying the resources needed. It didn't take long for Qin Wentian to refill the star energy in his Yuanfu, and at the same time condensed some divine energy to prepare for the battle. But Qin Wentian did not open his eyes immediately. Some things happened around him recently, which always gave him a strange feeling. He wanted to connect them, but he couldn't do it. For example, Yun Mengai, who is she? Is it really Princess Xianao? And why did his biological father come to the Great Xia dynasty and take away a woman? Is that woman Yun Mengai? If that were the case, Yun Mengai shouldn't be so young. To know, the only way is to penetrate his father's memory. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's attention fell on the little star man in his mind, and then penetrated into it. He once again came to the endless starry sky, where there were too many star fragments. Every fragment was a memory fragment. In the past few years, he has read a lot of memory fragments, and often saw the figure of the middle-aged man. He has gradually accepted that the other party may be his biological father. These memories are all trivial matters before his father's death. Qin Wentian opened the memory fragments again, and he wanted to find his father's memory in the Great Xia dynasty. After a long time, Qin Wentian's consciousness withdrew, and then began to absorb and read the broken memory fragments. In these fragments, he saw an elegant courtyard. The middle-aged man sat cross-legged, practicing there. Above the sky, the bright starlight fell from the sky and fell on him. This courtyard seemed to have a starry vision, brilliant and boundless. So strong. Qin Wentian couldn't help but exclaimed. However, at this moment, he saw the middle-aged man cough a few times, and the star vision disappeared. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his face looked a little pale, as if he had been seriously injured. Looking up at the sky, the middle-aged man's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy, but then he became tough again. He stood with his hands behind his back. That look seemed to have turned into a terrible sword and rushed straight into the sky, as if to break the sky. He just stood there casually, but he had a terrifying temperament. Behind the middle-aged man, a figure walked over. Looking at the middle-aged man's back, he knelt on one knee, motionless. The middle-aged man turned his head, then walked over, helped him up, and patted his shoulders hard, as if he hadn't seen an old friend for a long time, but there was always a hint of respect in the other's eyes. It's him. The moment he saw this figure, Qin Wentian's heart was overturned by huge waves. Xianbai Ancient Road, all this is not a coincidence at all, but a test left for him. Next to him, there was a figure. It was the woman who looked a bit like Yun Mengai. At this moment, this memory disappeared without a trace, as if this was the end of this broken memory. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and a terrifying sharp light flashed. His eyes suddenly turned and Qin Wentian saw a woman walking towards him. It was Yun Mengai. Yun Mengai glanced at Mo Qingcheng and felt amazed. No wonder Qin Wentian was not deceived by her that day. It turned out that there was such a beautiful lover. I have something to say to him alone. Yun Mengai said softly. Mo Qingcheng glanced at Qin Wentian, then nodded gently, and pulled Bai Qing away. Who are you? Qin Wentian asked with a sharp look. I've told you before, believe it or not, it's up to you. Now, I'll teach you a set of formulas. Yun Mengai said to Qin Wentian, you can sacrifice 3 of the heavenly divine steel and chant the formula to summon the power of the ancient thoughts of the heavenly steel. The 9 heavenly steel can be combined into 1, and the divine steel will reappear. You can master the true 9 secret arts of Daksha, but you have to think clearly, The other 6 heavenly steel are still in the 6 major forces of the 7 major clans. Once you summon them, it may bring disaster. Chapter 389. It's your turn. Qin Wentian's heart trembled when he heard Yun Mengai whispering in his ear. She actually mastered the formula to summon the ancient thoughts of the heavenly tablet. Could it be that, as she said, she was the Princess Xianyu of the Great Xia dynasty? A set of low voices directly entered his eardrums. Yun Mengai leaned against his ears, her lips moved, and a set of obscure formulas floated into Qin Wentian's mind. However, such a scene seemed a bit intimate, causing the 2 beautiful women not far away to stare at this side. Sister Qingcheng, how can you not be jealous? Bai Qing said playfully, as if there was a hint of provocation. Mo Qingcheng stared at Qin Wentian and Yun Mengai with resentment, and the look in her eyes made people feel distressed. I can't bear it. Bai Qing said with a light smile. Mo Qingcheng looked at her and smiled. Kinger girl, you can gloat over my misfortune. Many people looked over here. Many people envied Qin Wentian. This man was not only talented, but also surrounded by beauties. What's more terrifying is that none of these beauties is simple. Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Wangzhou City, the proud daughter of Dangwang Palace, and the lover of Qin Wentian. Bai Qing, for Qin Wentian, she was willing to be hipped by him and risk her life, which shows her feelings for Qin Wentian. She is also the proud daughter of Zuanan Palace. Yun Mengai, she is also a figure who has entered the top 10 of the destiny list. These 3 women can be said to be the most dazzling and outstanding 3 women on this destiny list, and they are all related to Qin Wentian. How can people not be envious and jealous? There is another secret I want to tell you, about a purgatory vermilion bird above your head. After Yun Mengai finished the incantation, she continued to say to Qin Wentian, you are wearing a platinum battle robe, and you are the first person to step into the vermilion bird formation. The vermilion bird formation spirit gives you the purgatory vermilion bird spirit. As you become stronger, it will also become stronger and have spiritual intelligence. Therefore, it continues to devour people's ancient luck until it can summon the real vermilion bird formation spirit. This is the benefit of being the first to step into the vermilion bird formation. Qin Wentian's eyes kept flashing. Yun Mengai actually knew so much? Even if she was not Princess Xianyu, she was inseparable from the Great Xia ancient dynasty. This made Qin Wentian gradually believe her. The vermilion bird formation, even those overlord-level forces could not see through the mystery. It was the first trial place at the Great Xia Yuanfu level. Yun Mengai actually knew its secrets. Before, everyone only knew to compete for the first place in the ancient Suzaku formation, but they didn't know the secret. You won the first place, and your efforts were not in vain. Your Suzaku spirit is in tune with your mind. If you want it to die, it will not hesitate. Yun Mengai said, and then turned and walked away. Qin Wentian looked at her back, revealing a thoughtful look, and then raised his head and looked at the Purgatory Suzaku in the void. The Purgatory Suzaku's body became larger, and its breath was terrifying. Qin Wentian had a thought in his mind, and immediately the Purgatory Suzaku seemed to understand his thoughts, slowly landed in front of him, and rubbed his body with its already large head. You are already a living being, how about being my partner in the future? Qin Wentian sighed. This Suzaku spirit is already a spiritual body with life. Purgatory Suzaku seemed to be very excited when he heard Qin Wentian's words, and then his body soared up, circling over Qin Wentian's head, making a few excited calls, and then fell into Qin Wentian's arms again, looking particularly quiet. Qin Wentian gently stroked the feathers of the Purgatory Vermilion bird, revealing a gentle smile. He looked up and saw Mo Qingcheng and Bai Qing coming over. He smiled brightly at them. At this moment, the strange young man was only calm from the heart. His smile was sincere and bright, and there was no trace of the strangeness and violence he had on the Vermilion bird battle stage. It's about to start. Mo Qingcheng sat beside Qin Wentian, shaking her feet and leaning slightly on Qin Wentian's arm. There was always a hint of worry in her heart. In the decisive battle of the destiny ranking, can Qin Wentian escape unscathed? I hope he won't have any problems. Well, it's about to start so soon. Qin Wentian said softly. The two leaned against each other. The peaceful scene was like a scene in a painting, and people couldn't bear to disturb them. In the horizon, the sun gradually set, and above the sky, colorful clouds floated, dazzlingly beautiful. So beautiful. Mo Qingcheng murmured. Well, just like winter snow, very beautiful and warm. Qin Wentian had a peaceful smile on his face. The two of them seemed like a couple from heaven. Qin Wentian. A voice came, and Si Qiong appeared on the Suzaku battle stage. He looked at Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng with a cold look in his eyes. Qin Wentian dared to ignore him and said he would face Qingcheng directly. Where would this put Si Qiong? Everyone looked at Si Qiong on the Suzaku battle stage, and they seemed to be able to feel the strong fighting spirit emanating from him. Are the two dark horses about to clash? Before, Si Qiong was always considered the strongest dark horse. However, now, Qin Wentian's Jiutian launched a strong attack on him. Next, the two most dazzling dark horses on this destiny list will face off. Who is the strongest dark horse? Qin Wentian stood up slowly, smiled at Mo Qingcheng, then turned around and walked out. In an instant, his figure descended on the Suzaku battle platform. Above his head, the Purgatory Suzaku roared, and the fierce light shot towards Si Qiong and the Suzaku behind him, with a domineering momentum. Your Suzaku ancient luck seems to be afraid. Qin Wentian stood casually, but now he gave people a different feeling, as if this handsome young man would be super scary once he exploded. It's just ancient luck, it's dispensable, but you refuse to exchange secret methods. I want to see what's in your memory. Si Qiong said coldly. He is good at soul attack. Among the soul attack, there's soul search. The first time he used it was against the tomb wind, but he failed and was poisoned by the tomb wind. This time, he will search Qin Wentian's soul. Then, fight. Qin Wentian said lightly. At this moment, a breeze blew past, blowing the clothes of the two people, and the whole space was extremely quiet. This is the battle of the strongest dark horse. If Si Qiong wins, he will be ranked second on the destiny list. If Qin Wentian wins, he will fight with Qingcheng at the top of the destiny list. Qin Wentian stretched out his palm, and the demonic energy covered his palm. His arm turned into a unicorn arm, shining with blood-colored light and making a roaring sound. After entering the 9th level of Yuanfu, how strong is Qin Wentian's strongest power? Qin Wentian himself doesn't know, he hasn't fully exploded yet. The superposition of the 2nd level of the demon's martial arts will, the 2nd level of the martial arts will of power, the ancient demon bloodline power, plus the divine essence in his body and the increase of the star soul, what level will his power reach? He himself doesn't know. Catcha. A crisp sound came out, and the divine essence condensed by the star energy in Qin Wentian's Yuanfu was riding. Although he was still standing there, he gave people a feeling of being full of power. The demon wind rose, and behind Qin Wentian, terrible demon wings grew. The demon god transformation was cultivated, and the demon wings could be condensed with a thought. Si Qiong seemed to feel the pressure, and his star souls burst out. The first star soul was the wind star soul, the second star soul was a hovering water python, the third star soul was the evil soul, and the colors of the 3 star souls made everyone understand that they came from the 4th heaven, the 4th heaven, and the 5th heaven respectively. How terrible! The crowd trembled inwardly. In terms of star souls alone, there were probably few people who could compare with Si Qiong. You want to defeat me? Have you ever seen such a star soul? Si Qiong's lips moved again, and the sound of soul-capturing music filled the air, constantly seeping into Qin Wentian's ears. It was to capture people's souls. If their souls were shaken, how could they fight? His evil soul seemed to be staring at Qin Wentian, and it also wanted to affect Qin Wentian's soul. Boom! Qin Wentian's third eye seemed to open between his eyebrows, shining brightly, and his third star soul burst out. This was the Emperor Demon Star Soul. The moment the star soul bloomed, a terrifying golden light flowed, shocking everyone's heart. It is indeed the Emperor Demon Star Soul ranked first in the War Beast list. The people who were watching were shocked. They had witnessed Qin Wentian releasing the Emperor Demon Star Soul in the Suzaku formation and summoning war beasts. It was very scary. The 5th heaven. Si Qiong frowned, but so what? Many people who ranked high on the destiny list this time had their third souls from the 5th heaven. Boom! Qin Wentian took another step forward, and the sleeping star soul was released. The dazzling luster flashed in everyone's eyes, deeply shocking everyone's heart. The 5th heaven. Qin Wentian's second star soul also came from the 5th heaven, which made Si Qiong feel sleepy. If it weren't for his strong will, ordinary people in the Yuan mansion would probably fall asleep directly under this artistic conception and let others slaughter them. What a terrifying star soul! How powerful is his perception? Everyone was deeply shocked. The second star soul was already from the 5th heaven. Sitting in a well and looking at the sky, Qin Wentian uttered a voice, which made Si Qiong look ugly. As soon as he finished speaking, He was slapped hard by Qin Wentian. "Let me show you what a star soul is." Qin Wentian took another step forward, and the first star soul, the Skyhammer star soul, shone. The light deeply stimulated everyone's heart, making everyone's heart beat non-stop. 3 star souls, all from the 5th heaven. What is this concept? Qin Wentian has been able to communicate with the star souls in the 5th heaven since he started practicing? How is this possible? How can he, Qin Wentian, do this? Bai Qingsong and Bai Qibuksu in the crowd were also shocked. It turned out that the 3rd star soul that Qin Wentian showed them was just not to be too shocking. Have you seen it? Qin Wentian uttered a word, and Si Qiong only felt that the slap was extremely loud. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's figure disappeared. Bang! At the moment Qin Wentian moved, Si Qiong used Dao's Huanxing Yi to flash away, but saw Qin Wentian change direction in an instant, like a terrible lightning, and shot out with one finger. In an instant, a terrible storm of demonic energy swept through the space and completely enveloped it. As this finger fell, everything in the void seemed to turn into demonic light and sword light, descending on Si Qiong at a terrifying speed. The space seemed to collapse and turned into a black hole of swords. The power of the entire world was like a sharp sword, being absorbed into the black hole. It seemed slow, but in just a moment, it killed Si Qiong. Si Qiong's face was pale. His attack, defense, and speed were all terrible. His attack was soul-stirring and his defense had a water shield, but he lacked strength. This was also the reason why he lost to King Chen. At this moment, Qin Wentian would have made a move if he hadn't made a move, but when he did, it was earth-shattering. With one finger, the black hole of swords gathered and fell on his heart. No matter how fast he is, how strong his soul attack ability is, or how powerful his water shield is, there is no solution to this absolutely terrifying attack. Perhaps King Chen can use the most violent force to fight back, but Si Qiong can't. Boom! A brilliant stream of light flashed and appeared, and Si Qiong was covered with a water curtain armor. The armor seemed invisible and draped over his body like water. The black hole sword fell on Si Qiong, and his body was knocked out. The Purgatory Suzaku swallowed his Suzaku ancient luck. Si Qiong, he actually violated the rules and used the magic weapon. This magic weapon is invisible. Si Qiong must be from a terrifying force. At the critical moment, he used this hidden magic weapon to protect his life. Seeing Si Qiong's body being knocked off the Suzaku battlefield, Qin Wentian glanced at him calmly, with a bit of irony. It's pathetic to be vulnerable to a single blow and use a magic weapon to save his life. However, Qin Wentian understood that with Si Qiong's background, even if he violated the rules, I'm afraid that Elder Xianji and others would not dare to do anything to him. Therefore, he did not look at Si Qiong again, but turned his gaze to where King Chen was. His eyes, like a sharp sword, pierced through space and descended on King Chen, and slowly said, "It's your turn." P.S. 5 more chapters will be released, and the final battle of the Destiny ranking will be held tomorrow. Please give me some monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Chapter 390 The Last Battle. It's your turn. The calm voice resounded through the void. Qin Wentian was so indifferent, as if his victory over Si Qiong was not worth mentioning at all, and he did not regard Si Qiong as his opponent at all. Qin Wentian, the strongest dark horse, finally made it to the end and challenged King Chen. Challenging the highest position in this destiny list, this battle will be the real decisive battle. The gorgeous star soul, the dazzling purgatory vermilion bird, and the proud and handsome figure. At this moment Qin Wentian gave people the feeling of a peerless king who reigned over the world. Although he was a little young, he already had some spirit. He stood there casually, as if he wanted to look down on all living beings. As powerful as Si Qiong was, he was vulnerable to a single blow. With just one blow, he was knocked down and saved his life with a magic weapon. At this moment, Si Qiong's face was so ugly that he turned blue and purple, and the magic weapon on his body gradually disappeared and turned invisible again. He came to participate in the destiny list for the Great Xia secret art. By the way, he wanted to take the first place in the destiny list, but his final ranking was only 3rd. What's even more tragic is that his last battle on the destiny ranking was the most humiliating battle in his life. One strike. Only one strike. He violated the rules, and Qin Wentian didn't even bother to look at him anymore. He just calmly threw down a voice, vulnerable to a single blow, using a divine weapon to save his life. Pathetic. It was indeed tragic. Si Qiong, had never been humiliated like this. No one looked at him again, even if he violated the rules and should have been punished, but no one cared now. This battlefield has always been a winner and loser. No matter how dazzling you perform, there is only one person who can be remembered by countless people in the end, the one who ranks first. Looking around, Si Qiong couldn't see many eyes on him, and even if there were, it was only a faint pity. He lost too miserably and humiliatingly in this battle. He even wanted to roar to the sky and fight another battle, but all he could do was land silently on the ground, looking at that figure, and launching the final challenge to King Chen. King Chen raised his head and looked at the figure on the vermilion bird battle stage. Seeing Qin Wentian's absolute attack on Si Qiong, King Chen finally felt threatened. The figure on the vermilion bird battle stage had the ability to fight him. His 3 star souls were also dazzling. Even he had to admit that he had never seen a second person in the entire Great Xia. There had never been a star soul like Qin Wentian. 3 venerables, the star soul of the 5th heaven, Qin Wentian, almost subverted everyone's cognition. Although the figures on the void corridor appeared calm, they were also shocked in their hearts. From the beginning of the destiny list, the inconspicuous young man has now become almost the most dazzling existence. In terms of talent, he has undoubtedly surpassed King Chen. Even if he loses, everyone has to admit that King Chen's talent is different from Qin Wentian, and this gap is not small. What kind of monster do you know? Balu Jingshan took a deep breath, not knowing how to describe Qin Wentian. Perhaps, he can only describe him as a monster. Bailu Ai smiled bitterly. How could she know that Qin Wentian could perform like this? He was so young. At the age of 20, he had already stood at the top of the destiny ranking. Who would have thought of this? Bailu Academy didn't dare to think of it either. What was even more shocking was that Qin Wentian's attainments in divine runes were also a 4th level divine rune master, and this was before he was 19 years old. Everyone in the Yu Yang family was also shocked, but they saw Yang Kuangsheng showing an excited look. This bastard was really speechless. He gave everyone such a strong surprise. However, this was really exciting. It was just her heartbeat. Yang Ting was completely dumbfounded. She didn't dare to believe that what she saw was real. Bai Fei from the Danyuan Palace had the same feeling as Zhu Yangting. Bai Fei had always had a crush on Zhang Chen. She had a crush on the Xianjiao figure in the Danyuan Palace. However, he died in the hands of Qin Wentian. This young man who had been insulted and disdained by her, his glory was no longer comparable to Zhang Chen. Seeing the 3 star souls and him challenging King Chen, for some reason, Bai Fei couldn't even hate him anymore. Perhaps she really felt that she and Qin Wentian were not from the same world at all. They were not on the same level. She was just a jackdaw, while Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were a pair of lovebirds. This made her sigh that things in the world changed too fast. In less than 5 years, everything turned upside down. The young man and girl from a small country had appeared in front of the people of Daxia and turned the tide in the destiny list. However, she, who was once proud, seemed so dim and insignificant in front of him. Shu Ruanayu also looked at Qin Wentian in the void and was absent-minded for a while. She suddenly had a sense of absurdity. What would happen if something happened between them when Qin Wentian kidnapped her? This thought flashed through her mind, and Shu Ruanayu cursed herself inwardly, but she knew that the shock this young man brought to her would probably be forever imprinted there, because she had been kidnapped by this man in the past. It was precisely because of this memory that seemed not so good in the past that she could feel the impact more at this moment. The figure of King Chen finally stepped onto the Suzaku battle stage and walked to the opposite side of Qin Wentian. There was no sound in the vast space. This battle would be the final showdown, and it would determine who would be the number 1 on the destiny list. Who could stand at the top? They once thought that King Chen was firmly in the first place, but now, they began to doubt that the shock Qin Wentian brought to them was too strong. This almost invincible existence in the same realm, when he revealed the strength of the 9th level of the Yuan Mansion, could the highly anticipated King Chen stop his steps? This battle will reveal it. King Chen did not say anything. The flames on his body burst out instantly, and the dazzling starlight shone. He actually had 2 flame-type star souls. The first one was a flame, and the second one was a magma giant. Both were full of violent flame power. There was also a star soul, which was a psychedelic shadow. This figure was an incarnation star soul, which allowed him to summon an incarnation as strong as himself to fight. The combination of these 3 star souls, plus King Chen's great Sun Qianqian heart method, can make his combat power extremely powerful, the extreme of the Yuanfu realm, and even defeat ordinary people who have just entered the Xiangang. Before King Chen, he had always been the person with the strongest attack, but now, the person standing opposite him has the qualifications to challenge him. Qin Wentian's power is also so powerful that it makes people tremble. Boom, boom. The two magma flame giants transformed by King Chen separated from King Chen, and the three figures had a terrifying aura that made people tremble. However, at the same time, Qin Wentian looked up at the sky, and it seemed that a bright beam of starlight fell from the sky and landed on him. Above the void, a huge monster fell from the sky. Bang! The strong wind swept the sky and the earth, and the landing of the golden ancient ape made the Suzaku battle platform tremble wildly. It seemed that the golden monster from the sky was terrifying. Bang! 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 One after another, the terrifying ancient monsters descended on the Suzaku battle platform, all of which were summoned by Qin Wentian. In the past, Qin Wentian obtained many monster spirits in the trial land, so he could sense the stars corresponding to them in the sky, so Qin Wentian could summon them. Moreover, Qin Wentian's cultivation was now at the 9th level of Yuanfu. The monsters he summoned were almost at the peak of Yuanfu, just short of breaking through it. He had always summoned across borders before, but this time he couldn't cross because he had reached the critical point of his realm. But the monsters he summoned were all at the peak of Yuanfu, and each one was terrifying. Chen Wang's clones and the monsters Qin Wentian summoned rushed out one after another, colliding madly. In an instant, the Suzaku battle stage was shaking continuously. The terrible collisions contained extremely violent power every time, but Qin Wentian and Chen Wang still stood opposite each other, just looking at each other. In their eyes, there was only the opponent. I want to see how strong you are. Chen Wang stepped out, his body like flames, like a flame god of war. As you wish. Qin Wentian spoke calmly, and also walked towards the other party, with power, infinite power, hidden in his arms. The two men's fists blasted out at the same time, and the fist of fire and the fist of demons collided with each other in an instant. The flames on King Chen's body seemed to rush up to Qin Wentian's arm and solidify his body into flames. That's not enough. Qin Wentian stared at the other party and spoke calmly, retracting his fist and blasting out again. King Chen also blasted out his fist like Qin Wentian, using the power of the Great Sun Universe to the extreme, and releasing the will of martial arts to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. With Qin Wentian and King Chen as the center, the terrifying airflow flowed wildly. On both sides of them, the clones and the demons were also blasting each other frantically. Such a domineering fighting method made people's blood boil. Qin Wentian's body seemed to be solidified into a body of fire, but King Chen's internal organs seemed to be shaken and shattered. The power of the will of martial arts was reflected in the two people. Bang! After another violent collision, King Chen's body retreated a few steps, and his two clones also retreated to his side, and then merged with him. He transformed into the giant flame, staring at Qin Wentian, as if he wanted to crush Qin Wentian into pieces. Bang! Qin Wentian's body was also transforming, and his blood was bursting wildly. The power of the demon god transformation was fully released, and his body seemed to become taller, like a demon king who dominated the world. The two rushed towards each other again, and the demon beast summoned by Qin Wentian also rushed towards King Chen. A huge flaming palm slapped towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not use speed to dodge, but responded to the opponent in the most direct way. The ancient seal in his palm blasted out, and the divine essence in his body burst out in the palm seal. Bang! Bang! The world shook, and those demon beasts also attacked King Chen's body frantically. They did not dodge, but blasted with strength. King Chen, he has reached the 2nd level of his martial arts will, and has practiced the Great Sun Universe power. The Great Sun Dharma body seems to amplify his attacks. His strength is so strong that it is unimaginable. However, Qin Wentian's strength is also the ultimate in the same level. I don't know how terrible it is. He just goes head to head. Boom. Finally, with a loud bang, one of King Chen's arms exploded directly. The arm of the seemingly solidified and indestructible fire giant was shattered. Does this shattering indicate that the outcome of the destiny list will be decided? All the way, in a situation that everyone thought was impossible, he counterattacked to the end and stood at the top of the destiny list. Everyone only felt their hearts surging, and their blood was flowing. Did that black horse, riding away from the dust, reach the top position? Chapter 391, Reaching the Summit. The giant body of King Chen took a step back, and one of his arms was actually blasted apart. Qin Wentian seemed to be branded with flames, but he still had a gleaming look in his eyes and could continue to persevere. Strength, can you do it? Qin Wentian stared ahead, stepped forward fiercely, and a loud noise was heard. He still had the aura of an invincible king, looking down on all living beings. Even if he was facing King Chen of the Sun, so what? In the same realm, his strength was unmatched. King Chen stared at Qin Wentian intently. At the moment when Qin Wentian's palm print was blasted out, he stepped on the ground, starlight burst out, and his figure disappeared. It was the Dao Xuanzing Yi. Although he knew that Qin Wentian's perception was terrible and could capture the trajectory of Dao Xuanzing Yi, he still used it without hesitation. At this moment, everyone saw Qin Wentian's body turn around like a phantom, pointing to the empty space, and the broken sky finger blasted out again, and the black hole vortex emerged, killing everything. There, King Chen's left palm print came down from the sky. The huge and boundless palm print was going to crush everything, crush it into pieces, and crush it into nothingness. The power in the void exploded crazily. Qin Wentian's left hand slapped out, and the ancient bells turned into a straight line and madly hit King Chen's flaming body. The sound of the bells lingered, and everyone saw that the collision of the two right hands was like the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth. The bombardment of Qin Wentian's left hand made King Chen's body tremble violently. Even though he turned into a magma giant and possessed the Dharma body of the sun, his essence was still a human being, with a heart. The ancient bells that pierced the heart, pierced the heart. Each ancient bell directly hit King Chen's chest, causing King Chen's heart to beat and expand crazily. King Chen clearly felt the expansion of his heart, as if it was about to burst. Bang! Starlight reappeared, and Dao Xuanzing Yi was used. Chen Wang's body disappeared again, but Qin Wentian also moved, his wings floating, and rushed directly to the edge of the Suzaku battle stage. The ancient bells in his palm slapped out at the same time, and the lingering bell sound just now complemented each other, turning into a continuous heart-piercing blade. Puff! Chen Wang spit out a mouthful of red flames, like flaming magma, and stepped on the Suzaku battle stage again. His body instantly left the battle stage, but Qin Wentian seemed unwilling to let him go, chasing him and killing him, and the sound of the ancient bell blasted out crazily. This was decided by Chen Wang and his men. The battle of life and death on the destiny ranking was unpredictable, and it was okay to kill. Chen Wang let out a roar, and his body turned into three statues again. Two magma giants rolled towards Qin Wentian. He used Dao Xuanzing Yi again, and almost all the Yuan Li in his body was consumed. Bang! Bang! The two magma giants were crushed to pieces, but King Chen's body finally fell to the ground, which also meant that he lost the battle for the destiny ranking this time. The first place left him, and he was still the second place in the destiny ranking. Standing on the ground, looking up, King Chen saw Qin Wentian looking down at him in the void, and a strong sense of humiliation filled him. He was defeated by the person he once despised. He had chased Qin Wentian in the Suzaku formation, and was invincible. Now, he was defeated head-on. What a cruel blow. You, the first place. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sneer of contempt. The destiny ranking has not yet ended, and you and Si Kaiyong have finished fighting, and you claim to be the first and second place. It's really eye-opening. After the voice fell, Qin Wentian returned to the Suzaku battle stage without mocking the other party. All words are not as powerful as his actions. Chen Wang once boasted that he was the first, and seemed to have stood at the top of the destiny list. Being defeated by him at this moment was just a slap in his own face. If someone else won the second place in the destiny list, it would be extremely glorious, but how would others evaluate Chen Wang? Hu Taixu did not participate in this destiny list. Chen Wang was equivalent to the highest position in the destiny list. He was originally aiming for the first place. He once boasted that he got the first place, but in the end, he was defeated by the person he had chased in the most direct and domineering manner. This would be a shame for Chen Wang. He did not step into the Xiang Gang, just to participate in the destiny list, but he was still second. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Chen Wang, he was defeated. Everyone's eyes slowly turned and all looked at the Suzaku battle stage. Qin Wentian, when he participated in the destiny list, was unknown and in the 7th level of Yuan Fu. At the first level, the drumbeat to seize the right to participate in the Battle of the Destiny, with the most drum beats, are a record for this session. In the 2nd level, Yang Fan, Duan Qingshan and others blocked him in the river of life and death, trying to blast him into the river of life and death, but he killed Duan Qingshan, who was on the destiny list. In the third level, he fought against the armored warriors. He surpassed Chen Wang and Shi Potion, put on the most dazzling platinum battle robe, and won the right to enter the vermilion bird formation first. For this, he offended Chen Wang, because Chen Wang asked Qin Wentian to give up the qualification to enter first and let him enter first. Qin Wentian ignored it. Qin Wentian passed all 3 levels and performed very well. However, although he attracted everyone's attention, no one really thought of him. At most, they just thought he had a chance to enter the destiny list. Then, he entered the Vermilion Bird Ancient Formation, obtained the Purgatory Vermilion Bird, and began his road to rise. Step by step, he came to this moment and stood at the top. The breeze blew his clothes, and the Purgatory Vermilion Bird hung above his head. This scene deeply shocked everyone's heart. This dark horse really made it to the end. No one expected that Qin Wentian would be the first in this destiny list. In the void corridor, the old man Xianji looked at the Suzaku battle stage in front of him. It seemed that there was no need to doubt who the demon star was. If you want to change the fate of Daksha, the demon star must fall. However, since the demon star has been born, it means that there is a certain destiny, and it is not easy to make him fall. Tonight, Qin Wentian may have a disaster, but he does not know what the outcome of this disaster will be. The expressions of the people in the Danyuan Palace are complicated. Luohi's eyes are still calm, but there are also waves in his heart. If Mo Qingchang was not the chosen one, perhaps she would have a different attitude. The people of the Hua family looked indifferent and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. They never thought that Qin Wentian would be the first. The Chen family, the Shi family, the Wang family and others were all speechless. For the first time, the first place in the destiny list was actually a once unknown person who did not belong to any of the dominant forces in the Daksha dynasty. The Yang family had some ideas. Yang Kuangsheng and Qin Wentian had a special relationship. If Qin Wentian could grow up well and maintain such a relationship, it would be good for the Yang family. Shu Ruanao, Zhuan Yan, Zhuan Zin and others were speechless. Mo Qingchang and Bai Qing just smiled lightly. Chu Mang, Fen Li and others clenched their fists slightly, proud of him. Bai Lujing, Bai Luai, and the people of Beilu Academy were filled with emotion. They all expected Qin Wentian to have an extraordinary performance, but when Qin Wentian really stepped onto the top of the destiny list, they felt a little unreal and couldn't believe it. Mo Shuang's body trembled slightly, as if he was trembling with excitement, and the muscles on his face trembled together, but he couldn't hide his smile at all. Teacher, junior brother, he stood at the top of the great Xiaoanfu level. This guy, at the age of 20, has already achieved what many people can't achieve in their lifetime. Ruahun smiled brightly, really excited. The destiny list, the Yuanfu level, the highest honor of the great Xia dynasty, millions of geniuses, competed here. Qin Wentian won the first place. Yet, Mo Shuang looked at the figure with fluttering clothes and said proudly, I never dreamed that my disciple could achieve what I dared not imagine. Master, it's too early. This guy is only 20 years old. I don't know what will happen in the future. Don't get too excited. Ruo Huan smiled lightly, but her left hand was shaking slightly, which undoubtedly betrayed her words. She was also very excited. She came to the great Xia dynasty and was familiar with the names of those overlord-level forces. The Danyuan Palace, the Hua family, the Ouyang family, the Dai Chen family and other forces were so unattainable. Some of their geniuses were legendary figures, far away, but so what, now, they were all defeated by his junior brother. If the people of Chu knew that Qin Wentian, who was once famous in Chu, created such a miracle in the great Xia dynasty, I wonder what they would think in their hearts. Engrave the list. Old man Xianji spoke slowly, and everyone's eyes immediately looked in his direction. They saw the destiny list floating in the air, and old man Xianji began to engrave the list. Because of Zhan Chen's death, the people behind the list all moved forward. As for the top 3 seats, they remained unchanged. The third on the destiny list was Si Kaiwang. The second on the destiny list was Chen Wang. The first on the destiny list was Qin Wentian. When the 3 characters Qin Wentian were engraved on the destiny list, everyone took a deep breath and looked at the floating list. They knew that from then on, the name Qin Wentian would become a symbol of the great Xia dynasty, just like Hua Take Su, a symbol of a generation. He would be famous in the great Xia dynasty, and he would become the idol of countless young people and the goal they would strive for. From now on, countless people would talk about him, worship him, tell his deeds, and dig out everything about him. He swept away all the Xianjiao on the destiny list. He stood together with Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Wangzhou City, holding hands, like a fairy couple. Their story would become a good story. There were even many rumors, such as, Qin Wentian came to the destiny list for Mo Qingcheng, and won the first place at all costs with an extremely tenacious belief. Qin Wentian. At this moment, the old man Xianji spoke, and Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at him. He saw that the old man Xianji said slowly, "You won the first place in this destiny list. This will be a valuable experience on your martial arts path. I hope you can always stick to your original intention and pursue a higher realm in the future." "Thank you, senior." Qin Wentian bowed slightly to the old man Xianji. This was indeed a very precious experience for him, and it was the same for everyone who participated in the destiny list and was still alive. This time, the battle for the destiny list of the great Xia dynasty has ended. In the ancient dynasty, your style will be forever imprinted here. The old man Xianji looked at the vast figure and said loudly. His voice marked the end of this destiny list. This destiny list is the most exciting one that many people have seen. I am afraid it will be forever imprinted in their memories and will never be forgotten. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Arrogant Forces. Qin Wentian slowly turned around and looked at those familiar figures. He looked at his teacher Mo Shang and his senior sister Ruohan. He looked at Yang Kuangshen, Fanel, Chu Meng. He looked at Mo Qingcheng and Bai Qing. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. He did it. Haha, it feels so good. A hearty voice came out, and Yang Kuangsheng's figure soared into the sky, and then rushed to the Suzaku battle stage, number 1 on the destiny list. I'm so embarrassed this time. Chu Meng, Fanel, Mo Qingcheng and others all walked onto the Suzaku battle stage. Now that the destiny list has ended, those rules naturally no longer exist. Bai Lujing and Bai Luai also came to the Suzaku battle stage. They stood by, looking at those who were celebrating, watching Qin Wentian holding Mo Qingcheng's hand and smiling at each other. Bai Luai also smiled. Her pure face looked particularly beautiful when she smiled. She sincerely wished Qin Wentian well. Boss, this battle is really refreshing. It's so cool to see them being so frustrated. Fan Li's fat face was smiling. Qin Wentian looked at these faces and was moved. He knew that although he won the first place in the destiny list and was honored, he also offended too many people in the destiny list, even some terrifying big forces. These people were willing to come here to celebrate for him and stand on the battle stage with him at this time, not to take advantage of him, but to tell him that they stood with him. Qin Wentian was really moved and his heart was burning. These people would be his brothers and friends in life and death. Junior brother, you are so lucky. Ruohan giggled and looked at the beauties on both sides of Qin Wentian. Mo Qingcheng, Bai Qing, and even Yun Mengai were all here. Seeing Ruohan's ambiguous eyes, Qin Wentian rolled his eyes at her. Ruohan liked to make some jokes. The little guy in her arms turned into a white light and instantly jumped into Qin Wentian's arms. She raised her head and stared at the purgatory vermilion bird in the void, as if in protest. The purgatory vermilion bird made a low cry, dived down, and embraced Qin Wentian with its wings, but because of its huge body, it actually wrapped Qin Wentian's body, making everyone around laugh. Will two monsters also compete for favor? The people below looked at the young figure on the vermilion bird battle platform, full of endless vitality. They all felt a little warm in their hearts and were very moved. Of course, they also understood the situation Qin Wentian was facing, but the feelings of these young people had transcended that sense of crisis. They trusted each other and regarded each other as family members. They went up to celebrate for Qin Wentian at the first time. It has been a long time since I saw such a touching scene. That violent and powerful young man, cold and violent, killing without mercy, but unexpectedly, he also has such a warm side, with many friends willing to stand with him to face the future, even if it will be full of hardships. Zhuanzin rushed to the direction of Zhuan Palace, but was grabbed by Jiutian, saying, "What are you doing? I'm going to congratulate him." Zhuanzin turned around and said, "Do you know what's going on now?" Jiutian glared at Xuanzin. This girl was so reckless. The person who won the first place on the destiny list this time was Qin Wentian, but he was not from the 7 major clans, or even from the overlord-level forces. Such a situation has never happened before, and Qin Wentian has offended many people, and it is still unknown what will happen. I know, but he is Fanel's brother. Isn't this what I should do? Xuanzin smiled. Xuanzin's hand loosened slightly, and then Xuanzin slipped out in an instant, and actually rushed to the Suzaku battle stage, which made Xuanzin absent-minded for a while. She looked at the Suzaku battle stage and found the honest man, Chu Mang. She seemed a little confused. Nonsense. AR in the Xuan hall was stunned when he saw Xuanzin rushing up, and then he scolded, Xuanzin, come back. On the Suzaku battle stage, Qin Wentian and others heard this voice. Turning around, they saw Xuanzin on the edge of the Suzaku battle stage. She turned her back to her master and made a face at Qin Wentian, saying, Congratulations, you got the first place on the destiny list. You are much better than someone. That was an accident. Fatty Fanel smiled tremblingly, and he was naturally the someone mentioned by Xuanzin. Yes, it was an accident. Xuanzin smiled playfully. Qin Wentian looked towards the direction of Xuanyu Hall and said to Xuanzin, Xuanzin, you go back. He understood Xuanzin's good intentions. He accepted this feeling. It was a good thing for Fan Li to have such a pure-hearted girlfriend. I know. Xuanzin glared at Qin Wentian, and then reluctantly returned to the direction of Xuanyu Hall. Qingcheng, you come back too. In the direction of Danwang Hall, Luo He looked at Mo Qingcheng and said lightly. Mo Qingcheng looked at Luo He and said, Master, you promised me. She meant that Luo He had promised in person that as long as Qin Wentian defeated Zhan Chen, she would not interfere with her and Qin Wentian's affairs. I promised you, could I regret it? You come here first, and then go back with me. If he wants to pursue my disciple Luo he can go to Danwang Hall by himself. Luo He said coldly, which made Mo Qingcheng hesitate. Of course, she wanted to be with Qin Wentian, but her master Luo He was also very kind to her. At this moment, Luo He's words did not mean to stop her, but just let her go back first. Qingcheng, you go back first. Qin Wentian walked forward, held Mo Qingcheng's hand, and whispered. If Danwang Palace must stop him, he can't do anything. If he can ease the relationship, for Mo Qingcheng, he is willing to ease the relationship with Danwang Palace. After all, Zhan Chen can't represent Danwang Palace. The hatred between him and Zhan Chen is a life and death hatred, so he killed Zhan Chen without hesitation. Mo Qingcheng raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian smiled at her softly and whispered, Go. His current ability is not enough to shake Danwang Palace. For Qingcheng, he is willing to give in, but if Danwang Palace breaks his promise, he will definitely flatten Danwang Palace to take Mo Qingcheng away. Hopefully, it won't come to this. After all, he and Mo Qingcheng's master Luo He don't have any big hatred. Mo Qingcheng held Qin Wentian's hand tightly, nodded gently, and reluctantly let go. Then her figure flashed and returned to the direction of Danwang Palace. Let's go. Luo He said, and then waved his sleeves and left with the people from Danwang Palace. Mo Qingcheng turned around and looked at Qin Wentian, with a look of nostalgia in her eyes, and was a little reluctant. After the matter here is over, I will go to Wangzhou City. Qin Wentian still smiled and said loudly. Mo Qingcheng nodded gently, and her eyes were slightly moist. It was not long since they were together, and they had to separate again. Qin Wentian was also uncomfortable in his heart. He only hated that he did not have enough strength. If he was the first on the Xiangang list, these people from Danwang Palace would dare to do anything to him? How could they take the woman away from him? But now, it was better for Mo Qingcheng to leave. After all, he didn't know what would happen next. It's good that she left. You will be restricted here. Don't think these forces are too simple. I'm afraid it won't be so smooth for you and her. Yun Mengai came to Qin Wentian and said in a weak voice, the Danwang Palace may think that you will not survive today. Qin Wentian's expression froze. Yun Mengai's voice had a hint of maturity. Now, in addition to giving Qin Wentian a sense of mystery, she was also calm and mature, as if nothing would cause her mood to fluctuate. The battle for the destiny ranking has ended. Everyone has dispersed. The ancient palace of Daksha will be closed. Only those who have made it to the destiny ranking can stay here and pay homage to the ancient dynasty. At this moment, a clear voice descended from the sky and directly fell on this space. It was not even known who said it. This scene made Qin Wentian and others feel a little moved. Perhaps it was the power of Si Kaiwang. Those people were eyeing the secrets of the Suzaku formation. We participated in the battle for the destiny ranking in the ancient dynasty of Daxia and gained the ancient fortune of Daxia. Now, we have retired after success and will no longer visit the ancient palace of Daxia. Only one person spoke calmly. The person who spoke was Qin Zheng. He also felt that those people had ulterior motives. If they stayed, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? This is the tradition of Daxia, how can it be abolished? The voice in the void continued to descend, with a bit of indifference and domineering, extremely strong. We should have this freedom. Qin Zheng said lightly. You have the ancient fortune of Daxia, but you don't pay homage to Daxia. What is your intention to be so disrespectful to our ancient dynasty? The cold voice brought a strong pressure, and the Chen family said, this is a tradition of generations, and it cannot be abolished. Qin Wentian and others froze. Before, these people asked them to exchange their unique skills, but they did not agree. Now, they want to force them to stay, which is definitely not good intentions. Paying homage to the ancient Daxia, the tradition of generations. The Hua family said. It cannot be abolished. The Wang family expressed their attitudes, all with ulterior motives. Their 7 tribes of Daxia are probably related to the forces where Si Kaiwang is. Qin Wentian even speculated whether the fall of the ancient Daxia dynasty was related to it. After all, the real record of that period of history may have been erased long ago. If you disrespect the ancient dynasty, you will spit out the ancient luck you have obtained and abolish it. A cold voice descended from the sky. He would not stop until he achieved his goal. Are you really from the ancient dynasty of Daxia? Why are you hiding your head and showing your tail? Qin Wentian looked up at the void, with a sharp look in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of figures from the depths of the palace not far away suddenly soared into the sky, whistling and descending on the space in an instant. These people were all extraordinary. Standing casually in the void, they gave people a terrifying feeling. Their power was not weaker than that of the people from the major overlord-level forces. They looked at the Suzaku battle platform with sharp eyes. Which force do you belong to? The leader of the crowd was a middle-aged man in a golden robe, with extraordinary demeanor. He looked at Qin Wentian and asked indifferently. I don't belong to any force. Qin Wentian replied. Well, since you have obtained the ancient fortune of Great Xia, you are also predestined. I will give you a chance. If you join us, I will definitely help you become useful. Okay, the middle-aged man in the golden robe seemed to have a heart for talent, and looked at everyone. People who have obtained ancient fortune are all predestined people. I will give you a chance. Although this person made an invitation and showed his love for talent, his words were also very proud. Giving everyone a chance made everyone feel a little strange. This was not like the rumors, that only a weak branch of the ancient Great Xia dynasty was left. The people before them were as powerful as the strongest overlord-level forces, and their tone was terribly arrogant. Chapter 393, The Gathering of Divine Monuments. The people of the overlord-level forces such as Xianji Elder did not intervene, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. This made everyone secretly guess who these people were. What kind of unknown story was hidden in the annihilation of the Great Xia ancient dynasty? I'm afraid that what they know is half true and half false. It is rumored that the Great Xia ancient dynasty thousands of years ago was so powerful that even if the 36 overlord-level forces were added together, they were not as powerful as the Great Xia ancient dynasty in the past. Later, a terrible war occurred, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and countless strong men fell. After that, 9 major forces stopped in Jiaozhou City. All of this is unverifiable. Qin Wentian and others did have a twinkling look in their eyes. These people should have a close relationship with the major overlord-level forces. King Chen and others agreed to the exchange at that time, and they did not stop Luohu from taking Mo Qingcheng away. Mo Qingcheng, she is also a person who has obtained ancient luck. Qin Wentian, Qin Zheng, Mu Feng, Yun Mengai, the 4 of them, all got ancient luck. They must have secret methods, and they didn't trade with each other. The 4 of them were the first to be targeted by these people. At this moment, Qin Zheng and Mu Feng looked indifferent. Although the other party invited them, they were unwilling to accept it. With talents like them and strong minds, it is not difficult for them to join a big force, but they have to follow their wishes to practice with peace of mind. Of course, this force must belong to the one they like. At this moment, although the other party invited them, they were strong and had a condescending power, so they naturally didn't like it. Moreover, even if they joined them, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others in the future? Who knows what will happen? These people have the ability to search souls. What if they want to search their memories? They can't stand such an insult. Therefore, they are naturally unwilling, but the background of these people seems terrible. Even the old man Xianji who presides over the destiny list is silent, which is beyond their imagination. Qin Wentian and Yun Mengai had the same idea. Such an invitation was not in line with their wishes and was difficult to accept. The infernal vermilion bird floated above Qin Wentian's head. It let out an angry cry at the figure in the void, as if it could sense everything that happened here and knew that these people had ulterior motives. Evil beast! The middle-aged man in the golden robe pointed his finger, and suddenly a bright light penetrated and fell. The infernal vermilion bird's figure flashed, but with a puff, the infernal vermilion bird let out a mournful cry, and a part of its body was pierced, and blood flowed. It tried to wave its wings, with a fierce light in its eyes, as if it had the intention of not yielding. A cold light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and his body floated up. Looking at the bleeding wings of the infernal vermilion bird, he reached out and gently stroked them. The infernal vermilion bird cried softly, gently embracing Qin Wentian's body with its wings, and there seemed to be reluctance in its eyes, as if it wanted to leave. This look made Qin Wentian's heart tremble slightly. He raised his head and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. You are a senior figure. Since you claim to be a person of the great Xia ancient dynasty, this Suzaku is a spirit born from the condensation of ancient luck. Why do you treat it like this? We are the honored of the great Xia ancient dynasty. A mere spirit condensed from ancient luck, a livestock, dares to be so presumptuous. How can we not punish it? The voice of the middle-aged man in the golden robe was full of arrogance, as if to warn Qin Wentian and others that they now control everything. If they want to be angry and resist, they will be ready to fall at any time like the purgatory Suzaku. Qin Wentian could hear the hidden meaning of the words, and his eyes became colder. However, he saw the purgatory Suzaku gently stroking him with its wings, but a low sound came out of its mouth. It looked at Qin Wentian with nostalgia in its eyes, and was very reluctant to let go. It was a spirit, born because of Qin Wentian, and now, it will also die for Qin Wentian. It has no regrets, this is its destiny. It is offering a sacrifice to summon the Suzaku formation spirit. Yun Mengai said softly, and the sound directly entered Qin Wentian's eardrum, but no one else could hear it. Stop. Qin Wentian looked at the purgatory Suzaku, and his mind moved slightly. Immediately, the purgatory Suzaku also looked at him, and its huge eyes were still reluctant, but determined. I don't allow you to do this. Qin Wentian's mind was strong, and the purgatory Suzaku seemed to be able to feel it. It was moved and made a low cry, with a sense of helplessness. Its body arched towards Qin Wentian's body, with a strong attachment. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Yun Mengai. Yun Mengai seemed to understand what Qin Wentian meant, and transmitted her voice, you can summon the Jiutian God Steel. The Jiutian God Steel also contains the power of ancient thoughts and can be used to attack. However, I don't know how much power the ancient thoughts have left now. Moreover, once you summon the Jiutian God Steel, I am afraid that you will offend many forces to death. The Jiutian God Steel, there are still 5 pieces, which are controlled by the 5 major forces. If Qin Wentian summons it in front of everyone, how can he not offend them? Moreover, once the complete Jiutian God Steel appears, it will not only offend them. How can those people not snatch it? Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned and looked at Purgatory Suzaku, with a sharp meaning flashing in his eyes. How could he watch his partner die in sacrifice? Purgatory Suzaku felt what Qin Wentian was thinking, and there were even tears in the corners of his eyes. Do you know that summoning the Suzaku array spirit and restarting the array is of great significance to you and has great benefits? Yun Mengai spoke again, but Qin Wentian's mind did not change. To me, you are not a spirit, but a life, my partner. Qin Wentian looked at the Purgatory Suzaku and stroked his wings. I do not allow you to sacrifice. His eyes were firm and he raised his head, looking into the void, looking at the middle-aged man in the golden robe, and said, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Qin Wentian's voice made everyone look dazed. This Qin Wentian was really brave. Senior is really from the ancient dynasty of Daxia. How to prove it? Qin Wentian said lightly. Do I need to prove it? The middle-aged man in the golden robe said indifferently. What if I can prove it? Qin Wentian looked at the other party, which made the middle-aged man in the golden robe look sharp, and a pressure came down from the sky, as if he gradually lost his patience. How do you prove it? Suddenly, a voice came out, and Qin Wentian suddenly found that the owner of this voice was actually the old man Xianji. The middle-aged man in the golden robe looked at the old man Xianji, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He saw that the old man Xianji also looked at him and said, "How about seeing it?" The man pondered for a moment, then looked at Qin Wentian and sneered, "I'll give you a chance to prove it. This place is the ancient dynasty of Daxia, not his territory." The old man Xianji is unfathomable, so he gave him a face. Qin Wentian looked at the old man Xianji with a hint of gratitude. He didn't expect that the other party would actually help him. This surprised him. Looking into the void again, Qin Wentian's expression was extremely tenacious. His mind moved slightly, and in an instant, 4 heavenly tablets appeared in front of him, 3 heavenly tablets in the ancient road of heavenly tablets, and the yellow spring stone tablet. They were all part of the Jiutian divine tablet. The 4 heavenly tablets were suspended in the void, making everyone's expression very serious. This is. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the golden robe in the void also stagnated, staring at the 4 heavenly tablets in surprise. Jiutian divine tablet. The old man Xianji looked sharp and looked at Qin Wentian. This boy actually got 4 divine tablets. Qin Wentian's lips moved, as if he uttered a formula. This formula turned into an invisible force and hit the heavenly tablets. In an instant, the 4 heavenly tablets hummed and trembled wildly, and there was a terrible whistling sound. A strong ancient thought permeated from it. Buzz! The brilliant thought rushed straight into the sky, and the ancient thought seemed to have swept across the sky and earth and penetrated the void. What a strong ancient thought! Everyone was trembling in their hearts. At this moment, in Qin's house city, in the Qinshan pavilion, in a sacrificial hall, a stone tablet suddenly trembled wildly and made a strong humming sound, as if an ancient thought had revived and called it to go. Boom! With a loud noise, the heavenly tablet instantly soared into the sky, directly breaking through the hall, and flew rapidly towards a certain direction at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. What is that? The people in the Qinshan pavilion looked up and looked at a stream of light in the void. They couldn't even see what it was, but it had already flown away. It was too fast, so fast that it was trembling. The same scene happened in the Jiutian family and the Shi family. Among them, an ancient tablet broke through the air and turned directly into a beam of light. Not only that, even in the endlessly distant Wangzhou city, the Dead One Palace and the Hua family, a heavenly tablet broke through the air. They only saw a beam of light rushing directly into the sky. In the ancient dynasty of Daxia, countless people stared at the heavenly tablet floating above Qin Wentian. The middle-aged man in the golden robe had a terrifying light in his eyes. He did not stop Qin Wentian's action. This was the ancient thoughts of the divine tablet reviving. It's really a gift from heaven. The middle-aged man in the golden robe had extremely sharp eyes. If the Jiutian divine tablet appeared again this time, he would take it away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 streams of light arrived almost instantly and directly gathered with the 4 heavenly tablets. There seemed to be a sharp whistling sound between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The ancient thoughts reached heaven and earth. This is the heavenly tablet of the Qinshan pavilion. They are merging. The old man Xianji was shocked. Sure enough, they are gathering again. Is it really destiny that they are gathering together? Not long after, 2 more streams of light flew in the void and instantly landed on the gathered heavenly tablet. An extremely dazzling light burst out, and the Suzaku battle platform seemed to be shaking and buzzing. So fast. Although those people of the Overlord level forces knew what was going to happen, they were also shocked by the speed of the arrival of the heavenly tablet. The stars of Daxia are gathering, and they are gathering again. The Jiutian divine monument is gathering together first. This child will influence the whole of Daxia in the future. The last ray of doubt of the old man Xianji disappeared at this moment. There is no doubt that Qin Wentian is the demon star. He made the Jiutian divine monument, which was divided into 9 pieces, gather together and reorganize the monument. In the past, the ancient dynasty of Daxia was destroyed, and the Jiutian divine monument was divided into 9 pieces. Today, it is gathered together. Isn't this a sign of destiny? Qin Wentian only felt that there was a terrifying ancient thought coming from the Jiutian divine monument floating in the void, which made them unable to breathe. The cracks of the 9 broken pieces of the monument were shining, and gradually they were perfectly healed and became one. The Jiutian divine monument reappeared in Daxia. Chapter 394 Purgatory. Bang! With a loud noise, the Jiutian divine steel stood on the Suzaku battle platform, and the light flowed. There were endless light patterns inside, as if the monument could be divided into 9. The 9 monuments all had different brilliance, and the power of ancient thoughts in them was also different. Senior is from the ancient dynasty of Daksha. Why is the Jiutian divine steel in my hands? Could it be that the senior does not know the formula to summon the monument? Qin Wentian looked up at the middle-aged man in the golden robe in the void and spoke indifferently, but saw the middle-aged man sneer and step forward. In an instant, Qin Wentian groaned, as if that foot stepped directly on his heart. Bang! In the void, the middle-aged man in the golden robe took another step. Not only Qin Wentian, but all the people standing on the Suzaku battle platform vomited blood and turned pale. The difference in strength was huge, and they were not on the same level. You are so bold to take my monument. The middle-aged man in the golden robe spoke indifferently, and his palm grabbed it, as if a star-shaped palm print appeared, and it directly grabbed the Jiutian divine steel. On the Jiutian monument, the starlight was generous, and the terrible light stung people's eyes. Suddenly, the Jiutian monument disappeared directly, and in an instant, it appeared in front of the middle-aged man in the golden robe. A sword light fell from the sky, and the Jiutian sword bloomed and cut through the void. That sword light directly spanned the world, and the power was so terrible. The stars are turning, and the Jiutian sword. Everyone was shocked. The Jiutian monument could actually play the unique skills of Daksha. A drop of blood appeared on the monument. The monument wept blood, revealing a monstrous power that could destroy the world. The middle-aged man in the golden robe suddenly condensed his expression, and his expression was extremely sharp. He said indifferently, "The ancient thoughts from thousands of years ago are still alive, and you still want to turn the world upside down." After that, the middle-aged man in the golden robe slapped out with a palm, and a casual palm seemed to appear as if the Great Supreme appeared, and the flames annihilated the world. Puff! The sword broke into pieces, the palm print shattered, and the middle-aged man in the golden robe retreated. He saw the Jiutian god monument let out a shrill roar, and a blood-colored palm print seemed to surge forward from all directions of heaven and earth. The expressions of the people in that force all changed drastically, and their bodies exploded and released a terrifying aura crazily. The blood-colored ancient seal fell from the sky, as if drops of blood were dripping on some people. Some people were unable to dodge and were hit by the blood seal. In an instant, the flesh and blood corroded at a terrifying speed, and in a short moment, it crossed the dry bones. Life was gone, and the domineering power was terrifying. The blood curse of the 9 great secret arts. What a strong ancient thought, the ancient thought of the Jiutian god steel. It seems to have a huge grudge, and it explodes at this moment. Everyone felt their hearts trembled violently, but there were also many powerful people among them. They saw them offering terrible divine weapons, and suddenly huge ancient steles appeared in the void. Endless scriptures bloomed from the ancient steles, turning into a terrible sealing force, trying to seal the Jiutian god steel in it. The Jiutian god steel was running wildly, and suddenly there was a flash of lightning in the void. A thunder god slash fell from the sky, instantly cutting a man into 2 pieces, and the Jiutian god steel rushed towards the gap. The middle-aged man in the golden robe roared, and suddenly a huge sword seemed to appear in his body, flowing with endless starlight. Buzz! The giant sword stood in the void, guarding the gap. The Jiutian god steel could not rush out and attacked frantically. Capture them alive! The middle-aged man in the golden robe shouted coldly. When dealing with the Jiutian divine steel, his eyes swept over the various forces in the void corridor. Elder Xianji frowned, and saw that the people of the Qin family were about to walk out. He won the first place in the battle of the destiny ranking. It seems inappropriate for you to take action at this moment. Elder Xianji spoke slowly, as if intending to stop him. Senior, you are too polite. Although this boy won the first place in the destiny ranking, he has a bad character and stole the divine steel of my Qin family. With such a character, he should be captured and interrogated. A strong man of the Qin family said, and then looked at the others. What do you think? My Hui family's ancient steel seems to have been stolen as well. I will ask about it. The Hui family said indifferently, stepped forward, and seemed to express his attitude. This matter is over, I can return the ancient steel to you. Qin Wentian looked at the people in the void corridor, with a cold look in his expression. Since you have become a thief, there is no turning back. Your character will definitely bring disaster to Daksha. You should be eliminated as soon as possible. A cold voice fell into Qin Wentian's ears. The person who spoke was from the Wang family. All the major forces expressed their opinions. Qin Wentian was gifted and had offended many people. They all had some ideas in their hearts. Even if there was no middle-aged man in golden robes, they would probably deal with Qin Wentian secretly. Now that they have this excuse to take action, how could they let Qin Wentian leave the ancient palace safely with the honor of being the first on the destiny list? Let alone Qin Wentian, Mu Feng, Qin Zheng and others are all people at the top of the destiny list. They may become powerful in the future. If they can be handed over to the middle-aged man in golden robes, they will search their souls and destroy them. What a great Daksha force. It seems that they can't bear to see others get the first place on the destiny list. Yang Kuangsheng sneered again and again. Qin Wentian took their ancient tablets, which was just an excuse. It seems that the power of ancient thoughts is already very weak. Yun Mengai looked at the Jiutian God tablet and felt lost. The great Xia monument of talents in the past was now blocked by a few Xiangang figures. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered and he said, "You all go. This matter was caused by him, and these people came for him. Since we are all standing here, we have no intention of leaving." Yang Kuangsheng glanced at those people, and then looked at the Yu Yang family. "Kuangsheng, come back." Yang Kuangsheng's uncle shouted, but saw Yang Kuangsheng shook his head slightly, and his uncle said to others, "I hope you don't hurt my nephew. My disciple is also there." Master Bai Qing said lightly in Zuan'an Hall. At this moment, the people who wanted to deal with Qin Wentian were all from the 7 major clans, and they couldn't stop them. After all, it was impossible for them to go to war with the people of the 7 major clans because of the younger generation. It was too irrational to do so. "Bai Luai, go." Qin Wentian didn't want to implicate others, and looked at Bai Lujing and Bai Luai again, but saw Bai Luai shook her head slightly. She didn't leave. Huh? Qin Wentian was moved, and his eyes swept over the figures who were walking over. A terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes. "If I leave, you leave immediately," Qin Wentian said to everyone, and then walked out, with a strange cold light flashing in his eyes. He walked out, facing everyone, and finally uttered a low chant. In an instant, this low chant connected the heaven and the earth, and a surging force descended from the sky. Boom! The void suddenly trembled, and the demonic energy roared wildly and blew towards Qin Wentian. A terrifying demonic wind raged between heaven and earth. The chant of the demon god, the ancient thoughts reached the sky. A terrifying demonic light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. He looked up at the sky and his mind was connected to the heaven and earth. Demonic energy from all directions gathered. The terrifying demonic wind blew in the void, making everyone feel cold all over. What kind of power is this? What's going on? A terrible demonic wind blew above the Suzaku battle stage. Yang Kuangsheng and others' robes fluttered, and their eyes seemed unable to open. They looked at Qin Wentian with a look of horror. How could this happen? What power was Qin Wentian using? A long cry made the world tremble. A terrifying Suzaku shadow appeared above the Suzaku battle stage, shining brightly and boundlessly. This space seemed to have turned into a purgatory world. Looking up, everyone saw the body of the purgatory Suzaku floating in the air. Its body was actually burning. The huge Suzaku shadow appeared above it. The whole space was shaking crazily, and the earth was collapsing and roaring. Do it. Those who came forward immediately turned into streams of light when they saw this scene, rushing towards Qin Wentian and others, but they saw a terrible roar shaking between heaven and earth, and the huge vermilion bird array spirit that had disappeared once again appeared from the void, overlooking all living beings. Bang! A terrible hurricane directly hit Qin Wentian's body, causing him to groan, and his body was knocked away, and the demon god's sacrifice was directly interrupted. Raising his head, he looked at the purgatory vermilion bird in the void. His eyes were red. "I can become a demon. Why do you want to do this?" "You don't want to be a demon." A voice entered the depths of Qin Wentian's heart. At this moment, he actually heard the voice of the purgatory vermilion bird. Qin Wentian saw that there were tears in the eyes of the purgatory vermilion bird, and there was deep reluctance. He was no longer a spirit, but alive. A terrifying palm print came and attacked Qin Wentian. The figure of the purgatory Suzaku flashed and rushed directly in front of Qin Wentian. With a loud bang, its body was repelled and spit out blood. However, its body was still burning. The figure of the void Suzaku became larger and larger. "You are looking for death?" The palm print of the Chen family strongman seemed to contain the power of the terrifying sun, pressing down from the sky. The terrible rumbling sound destroyed the world and suppressed it. The purgatory Suzaku roared and rushed out. Boom! The illusory body of the purgatory Suzaku seemed to collapse, but it was fearless. With a mournful cry, the Purgatory Suzaku turned around and looked at Qin Wentian deeply, as if it was the best look of attachment. The light shone, and the Purgatory Suzaku turned into a beam of light and rushed directly into the void and returned to the spirit of the Suzaku. In an instant, endless starlight shone, and the entire sky seemed to have turned into purgatory space. The Purgatory Star appeared, and in the void, there was a terrible purgatory fire roaring wildly, and the world was completely turned into darkness. What's going on? At this moment, everyone looked up at the void, and saw that there, a huge vermilion bird spirit opened its eyes, covering the sky and the sun, and the whole space was shaking wildly. This place seemed to have turned into an ancient formation again. Purgatory. Qin Wentian looked up at the sky, his heart trembling. Looking at the powerful formation spirit, his heart was only sad. He didn't regard the Purgatory Vermilion Bird as a spirit at all, but as a partner. It was so attached to him and reluctant to leave. The last look it gave him was heartbreaking. Just because he didn't want to be a demon, the Purgatory Vermilion Bird sacrificed itself. At this moment, the huge Vermilion Bird in the void swept towards the Vermilion Bird battle stage. Its cold eyes showed no emotion. Rays of purgatory fire fell from the sky and headed towards the Chen family's strong man. The strong man's body flickered as he ran wildly into the distance, only to see the endless purgatory fire wrapping him up, turning into purgatory lotus, strangling him. With a scream, the powerful Xiangang realm strongman of the Dai Chen family turned into dust in the purgatory lotus. Chapter 395 Facing the Crisis. Purgatory. At this moment, this space has turned into a real purgatory space. Qin Wentian looked up at the huge Suzaku and summoned the Purgatory Star, which is the symbol of a strong person in the celestial realm. In the stars, there is the purgatory of the world. This is the Purgatory Star. Are you still there? Qin Wentian's body slowly rose into the air, with a touch of blood on the corner of his mouth. He kept rising into the air. In this space, there were screams one after another, and people kept turning into ashes in the fire of purgatory. Everyone in the distance was shocked. They had never thought that such a terrible situation would happen. Under this star, many people's legs were weak, and they didn't even have the courage to escape. Even if they escaped, as long as the Suzaku spirit had a thought, they would be burned to death. Brother Wentian. Bai Qing saw Qin Wentian soaring into the air and showed a worried look. Is this ferocious and terrifying huge Suzaku still the Purgatory Suzaku? Qin Wentian's body actually came to the side of that huge face. As long as the Suzaku spirit had a thought, he would probably die. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and slowly moved towards the face of the Suzaku spirit. The Suzaku spirit stared at him with cold eyes, which made everyone on the Suzaku battle stage nervous. Sweat instantly seeped out of their palms. I don't believe you will just disappear like this. Qin Wentian stared at Suzaku's eyes. His hand slowly placed on the face of the Purgatory Suzaku, gently touching it. Buzz! The wind blew past, and the Suzaku spirit let out a roar. The purgatory fire was madly coming from the sky. The Suzaku spirit seemed to be extremely violent and stared at Qin Wentian. Wentian, come back. Family and others looked tense, and they were all very nervous. This guy was too impulsive. Qin Wentian seemed not to hear it. He stared at the Suzaku spirit with a persistent look. Gradually, there seemed to be a gleam in the eyes of the Suzaku spirit. It gradually showed a touch of tenderness. Then, it stretched out its huge head and leaned on Qin Wentian's palm, letting Qin Wentian's palm gently stroke it. Seeing this scene, the people on the Suzaku battle stage finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cold sweat soaked their clothes. It was obvious that they were scared. Qin Wentian was too impulsive. I know you are still here. Although you are a formation spirit, I will definitely find a way to take you away. Qin Wentian said softly, hating himself a little. If he was not weak, he would not have to rely on the power of the Purgatory Suzaku to save him. The vermilion bird array spirit made a low cry, and its eyes swept into the void. Qin Wentian also looked at those figures, and said coldly, kill those who attacked us just now. Qin Wentian, do you dare? A loud shout came out, revealing a terrifying murderous intent. Kill us, heaven and earth, great Xia dynasty, do you still want to survive? The threat continued, but as soon as they finished speaking, the purgatory star shone on the man. In an instant, the man screamed and disappeared in the purgatory flames. Qin Wentian turned his body and swept his eyes towards those figures, with an extremely strong murderous intent in his eyes. Whether I can live or not, at least, you must die. Qin Wentian's voice was cold. These people had already had murderous thoughts about him and did not want him to leave the ancient palace alive. He was decisive, especially ruthless to the enemy. If he wanted to be an enemy, he would cut off all thoughts and end the hatred by killing. Those strong men fled out one after another, but the vermilion bird formation spirit seemed to be staring at those strong men who had attacked Qin Wentian. The Chen family, the Hui family, and the Wang family had the most casualties, and people kept falling and fleeing frantically. The middle-aged man in the golden robe had an ugly face. The purgatory fire kept attacking them, and many of them died. At this moment, he only saw him offering an ancient scroll. This ancient scroll contained a great special power, which was his treasure for escaping. He waved his hand, and the ancient scroll suddenly emitted a terrifying light. The special power enveloped them all. The purgatory fire attacked them, but the ancient scroll suddenly burst into a strong special light, and all those figures disappeared. In the void, there was a ray of fire, and the ancient scroll burned. Such a treasure can only be used once. Many powerful men from various forces fled frantically, and those who watched the battle did not dare to stay here any longer, and fled out one after another. The entire void turned into purgatory on earth, and strong men kept falling. At this time, a figure in the air below wanted to leave, but Qin Wentian suddenly turned around, looked at the man, and said coldly, "Di Feng, stay." The face was not Wang Kang's, but a young man with a slightly pale face, who looked very ordinary and inconspicuous. The man turned around, looked at Qin Wentian, and said, "You are talking to me. If you leave directly, maybe I won't stop you, but you have good intentions, and you are afraid that I will kill you, so you change your face in the chaos, then today, you must die." Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp. Just now, the purgatory fire enveloped the space, which was extremely chaotic. Di Feng actually changed his face in the chaos and wanted to slip away quietly. If Qin Wentian hadn't sensed the horror, he would never have noticed him. Unexpectedly, Di Feng was too smart for his own good. Since you can change your face, then the person who pretended to be me to deal with Liu Feng in the past must be you. Qin Wentian's expression was cold, and his eyes were full of strong murderous intent. Di Feng wanted to play dumb, but he ignored it directly. "You said it was him." Not far away, a cold light suddenly flashed in Liu Feng's eyes, and he looked at Di Feng. "We've only met once, and you want me dead so badly that you actually want to kill me through Liu Feng in this way." Qin Wentian stepped forward, his aura bursting out, and a terrifying coldness enveloped Di Feng. Di Feng knew that Qin Wentian had recognized him, and it was useless to pretend. His face was livid, and he used a secret method to change his face. His face was distorted. After a moment, he changed his face, and it was Di Feng. "Although you and I have grievances, we are all from the same lineage. You prove yourself in the destiny list tonight, and I will help you achieve great things." Di Feng said slowly, neither humble nor arrogant. It must be said that this person has a deep and terrible mind. However, Qin Wentian's murderous eyes did not diminish, and he said coldly, "You are not worthy." Di Feng looked ugly and said, "If you kill me, you will make an enemy of my lineage. If so, I will clean up the mess myself." Qin Wentian's expression was still sharp, which made Di Feng's face gradually gloomy. Beside him, Liu Feng walked step by step, with a terrifying poisonous gas on his body. Di Feng stepped back and looked at Liu Feng and said, "I don't know what you are talking about, and when I made an enemy of you. If I wanted to kill Qin Wentian, I would have done it myself at the beginning. Why would I need your hand?" At this moment, Di Feng still refused to admit it. The strong wind swept past, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared on the spot. In an instant, he came in front of Di Feng, slapped him with a palm, and the dragon seal came to kill him, as fast as lightning. Di Feng hastily raised his hand to resist, and with a loud bang, he was shaken away. Qin Wentian's figure was like lightning, chasing after Di Feng. The ancient heart-slaying bell blasted out madly. Di Feng's heart was beating so hard that it felt like it was about to explode. Blood spurted out and he could not withstand the full explosion of Qin Wentian's power. Liu Feng's poisonous palm print descended and was directly imprinted on Di Feng's chest. In an instant, a terrible poisonous gas corroded into him. Di Feng's face turned black and he stared at Qin Wentian with a vicious look. "Your sister tastes good." Di Feng stared at Liu Feng and smiled evilly, which made Liu Feng pale. He cut his finger and a black bloodlight fell on Di Feng. In an instant, Di Feng's body gradually shrank and his blood turned into black gas. "Ah!" Di Feng screamed and twitched in pain, but his eyes were still extremely vicious. He didn't expect that he would be cautious all his life, but his cleverness would backfire. Di Feng kept screaming, and his blood was corroded drop by drop. In the end, his body shrank and turned into dry bones, and he died miserably. Mu Feng's eyes were red, and he was still staring at the huge dry bones. Qin Wentian looked at the divine pattern ring next to Di Feng, waved his hand, and the divine pattern ring flew into his palm. This Di Feng is the descendant of the Di family. I wonder if there are any useful things in the divine pattern ring. Mu Feng turned around, looked at Qin Wentian, and said, I misunderstood you in the past. Now, you saved me again and helped me find my enemies. From now on, I will follow you until the forces of the great Xia dynasty can no longer threaten you, and then I will leave. Qin Wentian showed a strange look, looked at Mu Feng, and said, You don't have to do this. I know that my current strength is useless against those forces, but in the future, you will need me. Mu Feng spoke calmly, then turned back and walked towards the direction of the Suzaku battle arena. Although his temperament has changed drastically and he is taciturn, he is also full of confidence in his future. It is precisely because of today's promise that in the future, the new Poison King Mu Feng will become the most feared person around Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian turned around and looked at Mu Feng, without saying much. What he did today was just for himself and had nothing to do with Mu Feng, but the other party insisted on doing so and he was afraid that he would not change his mind because of his words. At this moment, there were not many people in the vast space. Some died, some escaped. A terrifying force spread wildly, covering the entire palace of the great Xia dynasty. This purgatory ray spread throughout the entire palace, and from then on, it became a forbidden area. Qin Wentian returned to the Suzaku battle stage, looked at the line of figures, smiled bitterly, and said, Now, I'm afraid it's difficult to leave. The Suzaku ray spirit killed so many people, and in Qin's house city, those powerful forces will probably come soon and surround the great Xia ancient palace. He stretched out his hand, and the wind whistled. He saw the Jiutian divine steel flying back, and the light flowed. Qin Wentian's thoughts invaded the Jiutian divine steel. In an instant, he felt the power of the technique. After a moment, Qin Wentian sensed the 9 unique skills, turned around, looked at everyone, with a smile on his face, and said, Come and choose the unique skills of Daksha that are most suitable for you to practice. Everyone's expression was serious, and then Yuan Kuangsheng laughed and said, It seems that being trapped here has its advantages. It's a pleasure to practice the unique skills of Daksha. In this case, we can stay here for a year or two. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking into the distance. Is it a blessing or a curse to be the first on the destiny list? But the past is gone, only the present can be fought for, and the future can be looked forward to. Even if he is an enemy of Daksha, he will make a name for himself. Chapter 396 The beginning of the Great Xia Rebellion. The 9 unique skills of Daksha are, Great Sun Universe Heart Method, Chaos Heaven Magic Art, Sword Skill of Heavenly Sword, Golden Dragon Battle, Fighting Stars, Wuxiang Heart Sutra, Life and Death Seal, Blood Curse Seal, Thunder God Slash. Among the 9 unique skills, Fighting Stars and Wuxiang Heart Sutra are unique skills that anyone can practice. The other 7 unique skills, Great Sun Universe Heart Method, are best practiced by people who are good at fire. Chaos Heaven Magic Art, Bai Qing has already practiced it, and this skill is extremely overbearing. If you are not careful, you will die. Don't get involved easily. Sword Skill of Heavenly Sword, people who are good at swordsmanship can practice it. Golden Dragon Battle, people who are good at gold power can practice it. Life and Death Seal is extremely overbearing. Only those who are good at life and death power can practice it successfully. It is a unique skill with very high requirements. Blood Curse Seal is also extremely overbearing. It is a double seal method with life and death seal among the 9 unique skills. The requirements are extremely high. Among the people present, Tomb Wind can practice it. Thunder God Slash, the most powerful force for single target attack, but it consumes a lot of energy. It gathers the power of terrifying thunder and compresses it crazily, compressing the endless thunder and lightning to a terrible state, a state that may explode at any time, and then turns into sword light, slashing out, shocking Thunder God. The Jiutian Divine Monument has the ability to judge the sky. You let everyone step forward and trigger the thoughts of the Jiutian Divine Monument, and the skills will be revealed. Yun Mengai said, which made Qin Wentian's expression condensed. This Jiutian Divine Monument was so powerful. The Jiutian Divine Monument can judge one's heart. Yun Mengai seemed to know the Jiutian Divine Monument very well. Qin Wentian glanced at her, then walked forward, and for the first time, walked towards the complete Jiutian Divine Monument. I saw that the Jiutian Divine Monument was shining, and it instantly enveloped Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian only felt that he appeared in a void, and groaned. He only felt an infinite force hitting him, and not only his body, but also his spirit, will, and even his heart, seemed to be attacked, as if he could die at any time. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying and fiery feeling descended upon Qin Wentian. In this void space, he was bathed in flames, just like King Chen. His body was like a supreme flame. The terrible power burned Qin Wentian's body, but he remained calm and strong. This flame could not burn his body. The next moment, the flame disappeared, and an extremely domineering demonic power rushed into his body. Thunder rolled in the sky, and the demonic power overwhelmed everything, turning into a terrible and domineering demonic power, which rushed through his body. Qin Wentian felt that his body was about to explode. This demonic power was extremely violent and he could not bear it. There was a demonic meaning in his eyes, which was extremely frantic, as if he was about to fall into killing. Is this the Chaos Heaven demonic art? Qin Wentian had an illusion, as if he was feeling the power of the Chaos Heaven demonic art. Kinger, the girl, practiced this kind of domineering demonic art. How much suffering and difficulties did she go through? All kinds of power were reflected in Qin Wentian's body. Finally, 9 illusory scenes floated in front of Qin Wentian's eyes. Each scene seemed to record a set of martial arts and magical power scrolls. The power was terrible and imprinted in his mind. Finally, a powerful force shook him back. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and felt soaked. Yun Mengai looked at him and asked, "What unique skills did you see in there?" 9. Qin Wentian responded. Yun Mengai's beautiful eyes froze, and she asked, "You have a connection with the Jiutian Divine Monument, so you can naturally sense the 9 unique skills. I'm asking, how many have you seen with your own eyes in the inner space?" 9. Qin Wentian still responded, "Is there a problem? Monster." Yun Mengai was stunned for a moment, and finally accepted a fact, and said, "You can practice all the 9 unique skills. However, this only means that your talent can control it, but it may not be suitable for you. For example, if you don't practice the power of life and death, it is impossible to cultivate the seal of life and death. The monument did not exclude you, because if you practice the power of life and death in the future, you can practice it." Qin Wentian thought for a moment, then understood what Yun Mengai meant, nodded slightly and said, "You all look at what kind of unique skills you are good at, and choose the one that suits you. Let me try it first." Fan Li walked forward and faced the Jiutian Divine Monument. Like Qin Wentian, he was brought into the virtual space by the monument. Not long after, Fan Li opened his eyes, with a hint of sharpness, and said, "I plan to practice the Great Sun Universe Heart Method and the Battle of Stars, which are more suitable for me." "Well, your flame is not weaker than King Chen's. If you can cultivate the Great Sun Universe Heart Method, your achievements will definitely be stronger than his." Qin Wentian nodded. Chu Mang stepped forward and used the Heavenly God Tablet to test him. There were many unique strengths that were suitable for him, but his initial choices were Golden Dragon Battle, Battle of Stars, and Thunder God Slash. Battle of Stars, anyone would be suitable for practicing, and could win at a critical moment. No one would be stingy to spend some time to cultivate it, but the amount of time spent and talent determined how proficient they were in Battle of Stars. Yan Kuongshen, his initial choice was similar to Chu Mang, Thunder God Slash, Battle of Stars. He was good at thunder and lightning, and would be more suitable for Thunder God Slash. Yun Mengai, she knew what was going on. Mu Feng, he chose Dao's Huan Xingyan Blood Curse Seal. Among these people, Mu Feng is undoubtedly the most suitable person to practice Blood Curse Seal. He is good at Blood Will and Poison Will. Everyone has their own choices, even teacher Mo Shang and senior sister Ruo Huan. Qin Wentian also asked them to choose whether there is any unique skill that suits them. Although teacher Mo Shang has limited talent, practicing unique skills can also make him stronger. After the end, Qin Wentian looked up and looked into the void. He walked out and descended to the sky again. He came to the huge Suzaku array spirit and looked at that face. Purgatory, it can't come back. Qin Wentian felt sad. He missed the partner who sacrificed for him. It had already achieved the spirit of life, but it was sacrificed to summon the array spirit. Now, it seems that it has become a part of the array spirit. It can't come back. It was born because of the erase spirit. After summoning the erase spirit, the Great Xia Palace turned into the Purgatory Array. It guarded here for you. Now, the major overlord level forces are no longer the 9 great clans of the past. Even if the Chen family invites the strongest to come, they dare not easily step into the Purgatory Array. Yun Mengai said, and Qin Wentian's eyes showed a trace of sadness. After turning into an array spirit, it can't come back. It will always guard this piece of palace land, and also protect itself. At this moment, the Suzaku array spirit raised its head and let out a terrible scream. The fire of purgatory burned in every corner of the array. Its huge eyes revealed deep emotions. Even if it was only a part of the array spirit, it could affect the array spirit. It can be seen how deep its feelings for Qin Wentian are. This made Qin Wentian feel even more guilty and ashamed of his partner. We should be trapped here now, right? Qin Wentian said to Yun Mengai. That should be the case. This time, you have completely angered several major overlord level forces. Yun Mengai nodded. If I don't anger them, they will not let me live. In this case, I want to live and they want to die. Qin Wentian said calmly, and then he took a step forward and walked towards this palace space. The fire of purgatory killed many powerful people, and this space left many divine pattern rings. Qin Wentian now controls the unique skills of Daxia. Although he does not expect to have powerful magical skills, he needs meteorites and needs to practice. Everyone here needs meteorites. Now, most of them are waiting to impact the Xiangang realm. Qin Wentian's mentality is now more decisive than before. Knowing that he is trapped, he doesn't want anything else. First of all, he wants to practice, hoping to enter the Xiangang as soon as possible. Only a strong force is the foundation. After finding some divine pattern rings, Qin Wentian indeed discovered that there are a large number of meteorites in these divine pattern rings. He directly distributed them to everyone to practice together, and then began to practice in the formation guarded by the Suzaku formation spirit. Outside the Daxia Palace, there is still a vast sea of people. They look at this ancient palace that has turned into purgatory, and they don't know what they feel in their hearts. Qin Wentian, who won the first place on the destiny list, became the target of public criticism. Many people want to kill him. His Suzaku actually summoned a terrible formation spirit to destroy everything. At this moment, everyone understood why the vermilion bird had been devouring the ancient luck after Qin Wentian, the first person to step into the formation, got the purgatory vermilion bird. Perhaps it was to achieve a powerful spiritual body and summon the formation spirit. The body of the old man Xianji was suspended in the air. He did not attack Qin Wentian, and the formation spirit did not target him. He walked out easily. At this moment, looking at the palace wrapped in the purgatory vermilion bird formation, the old man Xianji's eyes flashed with a sharpness. He did not expect it to be like this. The heavenly tablets gathered, and the great Xiaojia ancient god tablet reappeared. Now, the formation guard in the palace was summoned. Will those who are still in the formation change the great Xia? Look forward to that day. The old man Xianji said in his heart, then turned around and walked away. Not long after, many strong men came here, naturally the Chen family and other forces that had a grudge against Qin Wentian. They directly guarded the palace and surrounded the vast Great Xia Palace. The Chen family suffered the most casualties. 7 or 8 people in the Xiangang realm died. They fought hard to save King Chen. These people had extremely cold eyes and stared at the ancient formation with murderous intent. They thought that with so many strong people around, it would be like crushing an ant to death. Even if the talent was good, a genius who could not grow up was not a genius. But no one expected the changes that happened afterwards. People from the Ouyang family and the Zuan'an palace were also there. They looked at them and saw Yang Kuangsheng and Bai Qing were still inside, walking with Qin Wentian. They didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. The people from the Jiutian palace were also depressed. This time they dispatched many people in the Xiangang realm to hunt Qin Wentian. They thought that as long as Qin Wentian appeared, he would have no way to go to heaven, but they didn't expect that Qin Wentian would stir up such a terrible situation. After Qin Wentian's disturbance, the whole pattern of Daxia seemed to become subtle, very chaotic, and extremely chaotic. It seemed that a piece of the Daxia dynasty for thousands of years was about to be broken. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During these 3 months, the news of what happened in the Great Xia dynasty spread throughout Great Xia. Qin Wentian's name resounded throughout the Great Xia dynasty's Jiaxiao city, and everyone knew about it. But now, his life or death is uncertain, and he is trapped in the palace. His life is in danger at any time and he may be killed. During these 3 months, those who besieged the great Xia ancient palace did not see a single person come out, as if those people had disappeared. They knew that Qin Wentian and the others were hiding inside and dared not come out. P.S. This chapter should be regarded as the final chapter of the Destiny List volume. Another volume after the Chu State volume ends. Next is the Rise volume. Chapter 397 Qin Wentian's Ambition. 3 months, for Qin Wentian, was just asleep. In the Battle of the Destiny ranking, he broke through the realm and entered the 9th level of Yuan Fu. After experiencing one battle after another, his realm was stable. Now, after another 3 months of consolidation, the star energy in Qin Wentian's 3 Yuan Fus was flowing, and they were all extremely full, like a pool of water. Qin Wentian lay on the Suzaku battle platform, sleeping quietly. Above him, the light of the Purgatory Suzaku Ray spirit fell down and landed on him. In the void, the little bastard was also there, with the golden light flashing on its body, and its lips kept moving, as if it was eating and moving, gnawing on the starlight. After it was full, it would return to the Suzaku battle platform, lie beside Qin Wentian, and quietly accompany Qin Wentian to sleep, which seemed particularly peaceful. The Great Xia Palace was very large. Although there were purgatory fires everywhere, it was not difficult to find a place to rest. Except for Qin Wentian, everyone else was also practicing in seclusion. The 9th level of Yuan Fu was a note for everyone to practice. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body moved, and then he stretched, opened his eyes, and looked at the vermilion bird array spirit in the void. A gentle look flashed in his eyes. "Little guy." After whispering, the little bastard climbed up and jumped into Qin Wentian's arms. Qin Wentian hugged it, rubbed its wide and fluffy body, and said with a smile, "Don't leave me again." The little guy kept shaking his head, making Qin Wentian reveal a gentle smile. Sitting up, Qin Wentian felt his body and felt very good. This sleep was too comfortable. "Brother Wentian, you're awake." A crisp voice came. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and smiled at a figure walking over. "Kinger, how is your practice recently?" Qin Wentian asked. "Very good, my sword martial arts will has finally entered the 2nd realm. I am ready to start condensing the martial destiny Xiangang and impact the Xiangang realm." Bai Qing sat down and then lay beside Qin Wentian, like a mermaid, with an extremely attractive figure. When she was young, she liked to lie down and chat with Brother Wentian like this. At that time, she was innocent and carefree, and had no worries at all. "Do you have enough meteorites?" Qin Wentian asked. "It is not an easy task to impact the Xiangang realm. It takes a long time to prepare enough meteorites to condense the martial destiny Xiangang. Moreover, the premise of impacting the Xiangang realm is that the martial arts will must enter the 2nd realm, and one's own martial arts state of mind must also keep up. These conditions are indispensable. However, the people who participated in the Xianming list this time have all survived a series of deadly battles, and have comprehended the 2nd realm of martial arts will. As long as they reach the realm, have enough resources, and prepare well, they should be able to impact successfully. This is why all the evildoers of Daksha from ancient times to the present have to participate in the destiny list. They fight against geniuses, hone their character between life and death, break through their will, and make their realm stable, their will strong, and their mind tough. After the destiny list, the probability of success in impacting the Xiangang realm is extremely high. That's enough. Didn't we find a lot of meteorites? Bai Qing smiled and said, "But should I condense 1 Wuming Xiangang first, or directly condense 3 Wuming Xiangang? Since you have already comprehended the 2nd realm of martial arts will, of course you should condense 3 Wuming Xiangang, so that after you step into the Xiangang, your combat power will have an advantage." Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Well, I thought so too, but it's also difficult. I don't know if the Wuming Xiangang I condensed is powerful." Bai Qing's eyelashes flickered, and then her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian. "Brother Wentian, when are you going to break through the Xiangang realm? Your star soul is so powerful, and the Wuming Xiangang must be stronger than others. But it consumes a lot for me to condense the Wuming Xiangang." Qin Wentian said with a smile. "The more powerful the star soul is, the more terrifying the power contained in the Wuming Xiangang condensed. If a Wuming Xiangang condensed by a star soul from the 5th heaven collides with a Wuming Xiangang condensed by a star soul from the 1st heaven, under the same realm, it may be able to directly crush the latter's Wuming Xiangang. Correspondingly, the more terrifying the star elemental power that needs to be consumed to condense this Wuming Xiangang will also be. As for time, let it go. When I feel the time is right, I will start to condense. Qin Wentian looked at the void. It takes a long time to impact the Xiangang realm. When he can impact, he can sense it. Let it go, and it will come naturally. Then you have to hurry up, Brother Chu Mang is already condensing the Wuming Xiangang. Bai Qing chuckled, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to condense slightly, and then a smile appeared. Brother Chu Mang has a strong character and has been immersed in the 9th level of Yuanfu for the longest time. It is normal for him to be the first to launch an impact on the Xiangang realm. I know, you too. Qin Wentian pinched Bai Qing's nose and smiled, causing Bai Qing to roll her eyes at him. Raising her head, Bai Qing looked at the sky with a smile on her face, and whispered, I still remember that a few years ago, Brother Wentian was teaching me to communicate with the heaven and earth and condense the first star soul. Now, I have to condense the Wuming Xiangang. Brother Wentian, we all have to work hard. As she said, she stretched out her hand. Qin Wentian smiled, hooked his hands with Bai Qing, and said, come on. Then I'll go practice. Bai Qing stood up, looked back and smiled, and then her figure flashed away, still as innocent and lovely as before. Even for you, I can't be lazy. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. Now, he is not alone, there are many brothers who accompany him, even for their destiny. He, Qin Wentian, must also rise. In the destiny list, I have the most dazzling star soul, and my Wuming Xiangang will also be the strongest Wuming Xiangang. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, soaring into the sky. He closed his eyes and lay on the Suzaku battle platform again. With a flash of light, a mountain of star soul stones buried his body. The dazzling star soul burst out, and the light was suspended in the star meteorite, madly absorbing the power in it. If other people saw this pile of star meteorites, they would probably be extremely shocked. Does a person at the peak of Yuanfu need so many star meteorites to condense Wuming Xiangang? Even many Xianjiao of the Overlord level forces cannot get so many meteorites to impact the Xiangang realm. Qin Wentian, he does not want to condense ordinary Wuming Xiangang. Others condense Wuming Xiangang with star energy, while he, Qin Wentian, will compress and condense the star energy into divine energy, and then use the huge divine energy to condense into his own Wuming Xiangang. Such consumption will exceed the consumption of ordinary people by dozens or even hundreds of times. Spring goes and autumn comes, and time is the most ruthless thing. It will never stop because of waiting for your footsteps. In a blink of an eye, it has been 7 months since the Battle of the Xianming ranking. The Chen family and other forces have besieged the ancient palace of Daxia and tried to attack it several times, but they have failed repeatedly, and even got injured and almost died. No one dared to try to attack the ancient purgatory formation again, but they did not give up the siege of the palace. As long as Qin Wentian is alive, they will not be at ease. This genius, who should have died after the end of the destiny ranking, was able to save his life because of a powerful ancient formation left behind by Daxia. Now he is hiding inside and dares not come out, and they are helpless. The people in Daxia Jiazhou City gradually talked less about the destiny list, but occasionally someone would come to the outside of the Daxia palace to take a look at the ancient formation. However, they could only watch from afar, because the Chen family and other forces had blocked all the surroundings. Even a fly could not fly out of the ancient palace. They did not believe that Qin Wentian could hide in there and practice. Without contact with the outside world, practice would sooner or later encounter bottlenecks. Even if they could break through to the Xiangang realm, they would still die if they walked out. After Chen Wang saved his life, he directly attacked the Xiangang realm successfully. The Xianjiao of the Chen family entered the Xiangang realm and reborn with a broken arm. His arm was shattered by Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian's power was limited and he did not really wipe out the vitality of that arm. After Chen Wang broke through, he could still grow his arm again with his powerful realm. Not only Chen Wang, but many living people on the destiny list launched an attack on the Xiangang realm. Shi Potion undoubtedly entered the Xiangang realm. Entering Xiangang means entering another level. From now on, their eyes will no longer stay in the realm of Yuanfu, but look to a higher position. However, they still have a knot on their hearts that has not been resolved, that is, Qin Wentian. In the past 6 months, many major events have happened in the outside world. For example, in Guangzhou City, Although Haixing Mansion could not say anything about Yang Fan's death, they were still angry. They could not kill Qin Wentian, so they took their anger out on Beilu Academy. Because they saw with their own eyes that Beilu Jing and Beilu Yi, brother and sister, were very close to Qin Wentian, and Beilu Academy and Qin Wentian also had an ambiguous relationship. Beilu Academy was ostracized and suppressed in the eastern region of Guangzhou City, and had to migrate with the whole family and leave Guangzhou City. In Qingzhou City, Jiuzhou City, on the border of the Great Xia Dynasty, a major event also happened. The long-accumulated grievances between Qingyuan Pavilion and Jiuxian Palace broke out. The two sides were on the verge of a war at any time. Moreover, in other areas of Jiuzhou City, the major overlord-level forces have become more subtle than before, and conflicts often break out. However, Qin Wentian didn't know all this. He was still lying there, unaware of the passage of time and the changes in the outside world. How long has it been? Yang Kuangsheng looked at Qin Wentian lying there and asked the people next to him. It seems to be more than 3 months. This guy uses so many meteorites. It's really cruel. Family muttered. The meteorites piled up beside Qin Wentian were consumed at a terrifying speed. His star soul exploded without concealment, transforming the star energy of the meteorites and then absorbing it into his body. There seemed to be a terrible roar in the Yuanfu, shaking people's eardrums, very shocking. I don't know how long this impact will take. Everyone thought secretly, and they all dispersed again. They themselves could not forget to practice. Chapter 398 Star Soul Selection. Cultivation is a very boring thing. You have to be able to endure loneliness and calm down. Those who are not strong-willed cannot become martial arts masters. In the Great Xia Palace, the reason why these young people are geniuses is not only because of their talents, but also because of their tenacious and persistent martial arts hard and strong beliefs. Chu Mang was the first to enter the Xiangang realm. On this day, in the place where Chu Mang was practicing, a sharp breath rushed straight into the sky, as if to break this terrifying formation. The light was so dazzling that figures flashed one after another. They saw Chu Mang sitting cross-legged, with a strong light emitting from his body, as if they could see a giant axe that could cut the sky. The giant axe was located in Chu Mang's Yuanfu, communicating with the star soul. Chu Mang's body was shining more and more brightly, and it seemed that a golden giant axe appeared on his body. He seemed to have turned into an axe, and his sharpness was unstoppable. Wuming Xiangang, this is the sign of entering the Xiangang realm. The Wuming Xiangang of a Wuming monk is the embodiment of his realm, the embodiment of his martial arts will, and the embodiment of his Dao heart. Those who are not in a good realm, have a weak state of mind, and have insufficient martial arts will cannot successfully condense their own Wuming Xiangang. Once condensed, it means entering the Xiangang. Buzz! The bright axe light shot up into the sky. Chu Mang opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Axe lights appeared at the same time, slashing in all directions. He was bathed in the light of the giant axe, standing with his hands behind his back. Just standing there, he gave people a terrible sense of sharpness, as if as long as he picked up the axe, he could easily split people in half. A strong breath belonging to the Xiangang realm permeated, and Chu Mang entered the Xiangang realm. The consumption of meteorites is huge. Fortunately, I only plan to condense 2 Wuming Xiangang. Chu Mang murmured, then turned around and smiled at everyone. Although he was filled with the aura of Xiangang and his temperament had changed, his smile still gave people a sense of simplicity, but this simplicity was sharp. When the Purgatory Suzaku erupted, many strong men fell here. There were many strong men in the Xiangang realm. The meteorites they divided up were not few, but they were probably only enough to support them in their attack on this realm. After Chu Mang, Yang Kuangsheng also broke through the realm and condensed the first Wuming Xiangang, which was a giant of fire, extremely terrifying. After that, on the Suzaku battle stage, Qin Wentian finally changed. Buzz! A terrifying force permeated between heaven and earth. Ba Luai, Ruahun and the others stared at the figure on the Suzaku battlefield. Although they were standing far away, they felt that they could not breathe. A starry sky hammer appeared and disappeared, and a strong light enveloped Qin Wentian's body. The star soul seemed to merge with the light and shadow. Boom! A terrifying aura permeated between heaven and earth. A martial life sky hammer merged with a star soul and turned into a physical entity. There were wisps of terrifying lines on the sky hammer, and a mountain-like oppressive force emanated from it. Ruahun and Bai Luai looked at each other and felt the shock in each other's eyes. When Shumang and Yu Yang Kuangsheng broke through the realm, they did not have such a feeling. Qin Wentian's starry sky hammer seemed to be different. It seemed to be more terrifying, and even brighter. The terrifying star force flowed into it, and Qin Wentian's Yuan Fu made a clattering sound. The starry sky hammer became brighter and brighter, standing in the sky. Qin Wentian suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his palm into the void, and directly grabbed the starry sky hammer. Feeling the surging power in it, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed a smile. No breakthrough. Ba Luai was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Qin Wentian turned his head and looked at her. His mind moved slightly, and the sky hammer Wu Mingdian Gang shrank immediately and entered his body directly, located in the corresponding Yuan Fu. Now his Yuan Fu has expanded a lot, and the star force in the Yuan Fu pool seems to have transformed. Every drop of force seems to have condensed more terrifying star force, and the energy contained is much stronger than before. From the Yuan Fu realm to the Xiangang realm, there is a hurdle, because it is necessary to comprehend the second realm of martial arts will expand the Yuan Fu, transform the Yuan force, and condense the Wuming Xiangang. For many people, it is difficult, and even impossible to cross it in a lifetime, but for Qin Wentian and others, it is a matter of course. However, at this moment, although Qin Wentian's aura is strong, it is still the aura of the Yuan Fu. This not only puzzled Bai Luai, but also frowned, a little puzzled. First condense the other two Wuming Xiangang. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Others may not have a strong martial arts will or lack of resources. Many people who have entered the Xiangang realm have only condensed one Wuming Xiangang, but since he has the conditions, he naturally has to condense all the Wuming Xiangang, so that the combat power is strong. Qin Wentian took a look at the consumed meteorite and couldn't help but secretly shocked. He plundered the wealth of dozens of Xiangang realm masters to condense Wuming Xiangang, but it was still a little insufficient. I will continue to practice. Qin Wentian smiled at Ruahun and Bai Luai, and then lay in the meteorite again. The star soul bloomed and began to prepare to condense the second Wuming Xiangang. This would still be a long process. As time passed, Bai Qing, Yun Mengai, and Mu Feng all entered the Xiangang realm. The last one was Fan Li. He was the last to comprehend the second realm of martial arts will. The stronger the martial arts will and the more stable the realm, the easier it is to enter the Xiangang realm. Fan Li was undoubtedly a little worse, so he was the last one. At this time, others had already condensed the second and even the third Wuming Xiangang. There was another person who was as slow as Fan Li, Qin Wentian. The difficulty of condensing Wuming Xiangang was the highest. It was not until Fan Li successfully condensed the second Wuming Xiangang that Qin Wentian finally condensed the three complete Wuming Xiangang. There was a Wuming Xiangang in each Yuan Fu. The meteorites on Qin Wentian's body were almost consumed. On this day, 8 or 9 months had passed since the battle for the destiny list. Boss, why are you still in the Yuan Fu realm? Fan Li found Qin Wentian and felt Qin Wentian's aura. He was a little confused. This was not normal. Qin Wentian had condensed 3 Wuming Xiangangs. His realm was definitely very stable. He was the most perfect one after breaking through to the Xiangang realm. Why was he still in the Yuan Fu realm? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the technique I practiced. Qin Wentian was also puzzled by this question, but he guessed that it might be related to the Jiufu Xingju. The Xiangang realm corresponds to the 4 Yuan Fus. Now, he has not condensed the 4th star soul, so he has opened up 3 Yuan Fus. Think carefully. I have only 2 martial arts wills that have entered the second realm. I have never been able to find an opportunity for the 3rd spiritual martial arts will. I can't condense the 3rd martial life Xiangang. I plan to communicate with the martial life stars first and condense the 4th star soul. Do you have any suggestions? Fan Li muttered. He couldn't condense the 3rd martial life Xiangang before he reached the realm. However, he was already considered to be a good person who had entered the Xiangang realm. For ordinary people, when they comprehended the second realm of a martial arts will, their realm reached the peak of Yuan Fu and they would impact the Xiangang realm. They could only condense 1 martial life Xiangang. The geniuses of those powerful forces would be better, condensing 2 or 3. Therefore, even if they entered the Xiangang level, the gap between different people would be even greater. Chen Wang, he has not only entered the second realm in several martial arts wills, but even reached the entrance of the second realm. In addition, he has stayed at the peak of Yuan Fu for a long time, and both his realm and state of mind are extremely stable and powerful. Therefore, as long as he has resources, he can easily enter Xiangang. This is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. In a sense, although Chen Wang delayed the time to enter Xiangang, he only suffered a temporary loss when he was at the peak of Yuanfu, and he would not be really weak. Once he enters Xiangang, he will not be an ordinary Xiangang figure. Otherwise, those people would not delay the impact of Xiangang in order to participate in a Xianming list. Your star souls are flame, bow and arrow, and the devil-face star soul of mind control. Your attacks are good at instant kills and extremely precise and powerful control abilities. Even after reaching the Xiangang realm, you can make hundreds of swords fly and kill people at the same time, and you can control more star arrows to kill instantly. The speed is fast and tricky, but the flaw is that the power you burst out is not strong enough. If you meet someone like King Chen, it will be difficult to deal with you. Qin Wentian said calmly, so, I suggest that you can choose a star soul with attack speed on the 4th star soul to maximize your advantage. Your 4th star soul will definitely be very strong. If you can speed up the attack, you can let the arrows fire at the same time to kill instantly. The speed is already fast to a certain extent, and the penetrating power is also very strong. If you can make it faster, twice as fast, 4 times faster, to a terrible limit, who can avoid your attack? The faster it is, the higher the attack power will be. A stone slowly falls on you, and you don't feel it, but if the stone hits you at a rapid speed, it can directly penetrate your body. Qin Wentian has always believed that Fanel has a great advantage in attack. His attack is fast and his control ability is terrible. If he can be faster, he will be a terrible archery master. Of course, the most important thing is to see what path you want to take. I am just suggesting. Qin Wentian patted Fanel on the shoulder. If Fanel doesn't like his suggestion, then he should just not listen. It is very important to cultivate the original heart of following your will, so that you can achieve a stable and unbreakable state of mind and move forward. I understand. Fanel grinned and then said to Qin Wentian, you should also think about your next star soul. This time, you should be able to impact the star soul of the 6th heaven. You must grasp it well. I use less star meteorites, and these are left for you to impact. Fanel said and left some star meteorites to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not refuse, but just smiled lightly. There is no need to care about brothers. Now their group of people are a little short of star meteorites. As Fanel said, he should really think about his 4th star soul and what star soul to choose. P.S. This chapter is a bit boring, but it is also for the purpose of explaining the Xiangang realm clearly. After all, I will write in the future that the gap between battles in the Xiangang realm may be very large. Qin Wentian is about to condense the 4th star soul. If you have any ideas, please tell me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 The 4th Star Soul. Qin Wentian always believed that cultivation was to follow one's heart, and he did not have too many thoughts about the choice of the next star soul. He was good at strength, attack, defense, and speed. His only thought was that the next star soul would make him stronger. Therefore, he did not think too much, but took action directly. Sleeping on the Suzaku battle platform, Qin Wentian closed his eyes and focused on his work. He first opened the stargate, and then rushed straight into the sky with his powerful perception along the falling starlight. The starlight at night was particularly rich, and Qin Wentian's perception once again came to the 9 heavens galaxy, constantly rising higher. After so much tempering, his perception became stronger and stronger. Soon, he crossed the 4th heaven and came to the 5th heaven. At this time, he felt a strong pressure. There are already 3 star souls in the 5th heaven. This time, we must rush out. Qin Wentian's mind was extremely firm, and his perception continued to float upwards, and the pressure became more and more terrible. After leaping over the martial stars, there was a strong light falling, as if someone was using the martial stars to practice. The 5th heaven is at the top. Qin Wentian saw the galaxy in front of him, and let go of everything except a thought, rushing up. The extremely strong belief brought Qin Wentian to the 6th heaven. The aura contained in the martial stars here was even deeper and more terrifying, with a faint ancient aura, and the number of people who could use the martial stars here to practice was decreasing. Even for many geniuses, they might have to enter the celestial realm before they could come to the sixth heaven. In other words, the people who practiced with the martial stars here were at least likely to be people in the celestial realm, and he was an exception. It's also a flame star, but that flame star seems to be the flame on the hell star, deep and terrifying, and I'm afraid it can easily burn people and kill them. Qin Wentian looked at a martial star not far away, but he didn't think of communicating. Perception continued to float upwards. He was still able to control his perception now. That star. Qin Wentian saw a star blade, dark and gloomy, stretching between heaven and earth. Even though it was extremely far away from him, Qin Wentian still felt as if he was about to be cut in two by a blade. Qin Wentian remembered the situation when Bai Qing used the Purgatory 9 killings. If she could communicate with this martial star, the power of the Purgatory 9 killings would be much more terrifying. Qin Wentian's heart palpitated slightly, but then he ignored it, enduring the trembling of perception, but continued to move forward. He saw an extremely evil martial star, like a skeleton, containing terrifying evil power. The surrounding martial stars seemed to be extremely far away. Above the martial star, there were piles of skeletons floating. This star soul must be very strong. Qin Wentian had a thought in his mind, but he had no intention of communicating with it. Cultivating smoothly, his original intention is not evil. No matter how strong the star soul is, he should abandon it. Although there is an old saying that evil power can do righteous things, as long as you're cautious, but if you don't like it, you don't like it. Qin Wentian will not force himself. In the vast galaxy, Qin Wentian encountered many star souls, and his perception even came to the edge of the sixth heaven. He wanted to cross the galaxy and rush to the seventh heaven, but he failed. The 9-day galaxy is a hurdle, and the color changes. The star souls condensed in the first 3 heavens are pale gold auras. The star souls condensed in the middle 3 heavens are red gold auras. The star souls condensed in the 7th heaven are purple gold auras. From the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven, it is insurmountable. Qin Wentian's perception was hit back, and he rested for a day, and then he attacked again, 7 times in a row, and each time he attacked the 7th heaven, he failed, and he also found the martial star he wanted. This time, it was the 8th time his perception came to the 6th heaven, and he was still searching patiently. His perception once again reached the peak of the 6th heaven. He saw a star, guarding the peak of the 6th heaven. The endless land around was barren, with only that star. This star was in the shape of a sword, like an ancient star sword inserted from the endless sky. Within the dazzling light, there was a dark color like purgatory. In the surrounding land, billions of sword shadows were suspended there, as if they were all summoned by it. It was guarding there. There were no other stars in this sky, all of which were dust and debris. There was no doubt that this was the sword's martial star, just like the sword guarding the peak of the 6th heaven, the sword of the king. If it was used as the martial star to condense the star soul, I am afraid that other sword star soul owners would tremble the moment they saw it. It's you. Qin Wentian's consciousness pounced on the sword of the king. In an instant, a terrible force spread down from that distant land, as if to tear Qin Wentian's consciousness apart, and unexpectedly, rejected his perception. Really overbearing. This wooming star was like this. Qin Wentian's obsession became stronger. His consciousness was not afraid of anything. He rushed forward, and gradually descended on the sword wooming star, but the repulsive force was still terrifying, as if it was not controlled by anyone and refused to yield. Ordinary people are not qualified to hold its sword. This was the first time Qin Wentian encountered such a situation. Wooming star had such an obsession, how could he give up? The perception that seemed to be torn apart was unstoppable, fearless, and rushed to the sword wooming star. On the Suzaku battle stage, Qin Wentian's body trembled slightly, as if his body was also about to be torn apart. What's wrong with your junior brother? Mo Shuang saw Qin Wentian's situation at the moment, and couldn't help asking Ruohan, a little nervous. I don't know, it should be fine. Although Ruohan said this, there was a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. Qin Zhang's figure walked over. He had been staying here like a bystander. At this moment, he saw the abnormality of Qin Wentian, and his eyes flashed with a sharpness. He was communicating with a martial star, and encountered a very domineering star, but he refused to give up. Buzz! The bright starlight fell from the sky, as if there were terrible swords killing Qin Wentian, domineering. This. Qin Zhang was also stunned when he saw this scene, showing a look of shock. What martial star was Qin Wentian communicating with? It was so domineering and difficult to subdue. Qin Wentian's body trembled more and more, and he even sat up directly. The demonic aura on his body was filled with a terrifying thought. He was cautious in his heart and his will was extremely strong. The domineering will of the king was filled with fame, as if he was going to soar into the sky and fight with a martial star above the void. This martial star wanted him to give up. The sword of the king cannot be held by mortals. But Qin Wentian's martial arts will was so strong that he would never yield to a martial star. He wanted to become the master of this star. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked up to the sky. There was a terrible light in his eyes that went straight to the ninth heaven and looked at the galaxy. Endless starlight poured down, and his body gradually became stable. The sword starlight enveloped his body, and a strong and sharp meaning permeated. Gradually, a dazzling red-gold ancient sword of purgatory appeared above Qin Wentian's head. The red-gold color was the color of the star soul. The ancient sword itself was the dark black ancient sword of purgatory. This color. Qin Zheng, Mo Shang and others were shocked. They had never seen such a bright red gold star soul. This was the first time they saw it. The star soul of the sixth heaven. Mo Shang was speechless. Qin Wentian brought him too many shocks. His disciple was less than 21 years old. If he was in Shu, he would be invincible in the world. Xiangang realm, in Shu, is a legend. The star soul gradually condensed and was born. The dazzling ancient sword contained a domineering kingly temperament. At this moment, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, but he exuded a terrifying temperament that could not be desecrated. Qin Wentian did not stop practicing. The star soul condensed, and then he opened up the fourth Yuanfu. Qin Wentian's current realm is equivalent to the Xiangang realm, but opening up the Yuanfu is something that happened when he just broke into the Yuanfu realm. Therefore, he needed to make this fourth Yuanfu catch up with the previous three Yuanfu, and it would take some time to practice. A month later, Qin Wentian stopped practicing and opened his eyes. There were many people around him. Don't you all practice? Qin Wentian smiled. We have been practicing here for more than 9 months. Family said depressedly, you are the slowest in practice, and you haven't entered Xiangang yet. What's going on? Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The sign of entering Xiangang from Yuanfu is the birth of Wuming Xiangang and the transformation of Yuanfu. For ordinary people, there is only one Yuanfu. As long as a Wuming Xiangang is condensed, the Yuanfu will transform and officially enter the Xiangang realm. But he is different. He practices Jiufu Xingju, which is 4 Yuanfu. I am afraid that if one of the 4 Yuanfu does not condense Wuming Xiangang, it will not work. This is the domineering of Jiufu Xingju. He needs 4 Yuanfu, all of which open up Wuming Xiangang, to be considered as entering the Xiangang realm. But the gap between such Xiangang and ordinary Xiangang is too big. If others only condense 1 Wuming Xiangang, he can crush the opponent to death just by relying on the advantage of Wuming Xiangang. We have all entered the Xiangang, it's time to find a way out. Qin Wentian whispered. He wanted to condense the 4th Yuanfu, and first he had to comprehend the sword martial arts will. Moreover, to enter the second realm, he needed to go out for training. I'll take you out. A voice came, and everyone turned their eyes and looked at the person who spoke. It was Qin Zheng. Although Qin Zheng was trapped here, he didn't have much intersection with him. Even when choosing the 9 unique skills of Daksha, he didn't participate in it. After all, he was not familiar with Qin Wentian and others. However, at this moment, he said that he could take everyone out. Qin Wentian was a little puzzled, but Yun Mengai's eyes lit up. I practiced in the Wushuang realm. Like you, I have the right to practice in the 36 mountains. Moreover, don't forget that my ability is special ability. As for who I worshipped in the Wushuang realm, Yun Mengai knew it. There's a life-saving thing that the master gave me. Qin Zheng said, taking out an ancient scroll, which actually permeated with a powerful special force. As long as this ancient scroll activates the special power in it, it can teleport us to a place thousands of miles away without direction. This is my life-saving item. It just so happens that I can send you out at the same time. However, there is one thing I need to explain first. This is a random teleport without direction. In other words, all of us will be teleported to different places. Since you have this magic weapon, why didn't you go out earlier? Qin Wentian looked at him in confusion. Most of us here are cultivators from the Wushuang realm. Although the Wushuang realm does not intervene in disputes outside, the master and other elders do not want us to die outside. Qin Zhang spoke calmly. He, Qin Wentian, Yun Mengai, Chu Meng, Fan Li, and Yu Yang Kuangsheng were all cultivators from the Wushuang realm. Well, let's go out. Qin Wentian looked at everyone and then said, after you are teleported out, leave Qin's house city directly and don't meet up again, it will easily attract attention. Yang, Kinger, you all go back to your respective forces, and no one will dare to touch you. Chu Meng, Fanel, you can go back to King's house city Wushuang realm. Bai Luai, Bai Lujing, you go back to Beilu Academy, but Master and Sister Ruahuan. Yun Mengai and Mu Feng, of course, don't need him to worry about them, only Mo Shang and Ruahuan. I won't go out, it's good to practice here. Mo Shang smiled and said, Wentian, when you have strength, remember to go to Jiutian Palace. Then I'll stay here to accompany Master. Ruahuan giggled and said, wait for you to pick us up. Qin Wentian's expression stagnated, and he felt a little melancholy in his heart. Then he nodded gently and looked at the little guy in Ruahuan's arms. He saw the little guy making a sound of yee yee, and his body actually jumped into the void and turned his head to look at Qin Wentian. You're not leaving either? Qin Wentian asked the little guy. Yes. The little guy nodded. Okay, then you stay here with Master and Sister Ruahuan. I will definitely come back to pick you up. Qin Wentian said, and then left Master and Sister with the extra meteorites and some secret manuals of skills and magical powers, so that they could practice well. Brother Wentian, I don't want to be separated from you. Bai Qing took Qin Wentian's hand and looked at him dimly. You are so weak, aren't you a burden to me? Qin Wentian said with a smile, making Bai Qing stick out her tongue, knowing that Qin Wentian was deliberately angering her. Okay, then I will go back and practice well, and I will come to help you when I take charge of Zuan'an Palace. Bai Qing said with a light smile. Her expression was particularly cute, like a joking tone, but if you think about the magic skills she practiced, you will know what kind of strong obsession and determination is under this cute smile. Yes, Qin Wentian nodded, looked at everyone, took a deep breath, and felt a little reluctant. However, he had to venture into Daxia alone. Chapter 400, Sword Worship City. Wang's House City, Danwang Palace. Above the many steps, there seems to be fairy mist. The main hall reaches the sky. In Wang's House City, people from all directions worship and admire. Danwang Palace, for many people, is a holy place. Many people in Danwang Palace are good at refining pills and can save lives. People's perception of Danwang Palace is better than any other overlord-level forces. The towering hall is filled with the fragrance of pills and the misty fairy air. However, behind those halls, there is a forbidden door that is never allowed to be set foot by outsiders. Here, there are strong people guarding. In that door, the fairy air turns into mist, which makes many disciples of Danwang Palace have infinite reverie. It is rumored that this place is the holy land of Danwang Palace. According to rumors, there are often saints with outstanding talents in Danwang Palace who are selected to receive baptism in the Holy Land. After coming out, they are full of fairy air and have stronger talents, which makes countless people admire them. However, the Danwang Palace has a rule that if you step into the Holy Land, it means that you will be a member of the Danwang Palace for eternity and you cannot marry outside. Life and death are all in the Danwang Palace. At this moment, in the forbidden door that blocked countless disciples of the Danwang Palace, there was a fairy air floating in the air. A figure was walking forward. This figure was Luohi from the Danwang Palace. Luohi walked slowly forward, step by step towards the end of the fairy mist. In front of her, there seemed to be a cliff. On the edge of the cliff, there was a figure. It was her senior brother and Master Zan Shen. At this time, Luohi was a little restrained. She slowly walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down the cliff. If outsiders could see what Luohi saw at this moment, they would be frightened to death. In the holy Danwang Palace, under the cliff in the Forbidden Land, there was a Skull Mountain range. This Skull Mountain range was extremely deadly. Below it, there were dead bones buried forever. It was such a horrible scene. There were many black stone platforms below. On the stone platforms, women in white were sitting cross-legged. They were all stunningly beautiful, but their expressions were a little dull. Among these young girls in white, there was a terrible skeleton, which seemed to emit a cold red light, as if there was a fluctuation of life. I heard that you have prepared the 81st Dan body for me. An evil and cold voice came out, and it seemed to come from the dry bones. Luohi's heart trembled slightly, and his eyes glanced at the senior brother next to him. His face looked a little bad. I will do my best. Luohi responded respectfully. Humph! A cold snort seemed to tremble in Luohi's heart, making her face pale. I hope you know the limits. The cold voice went straight into Luohi's heart. Luohi bowed slightly and said, I will work hard. I'll give you another year. The cold voice remained. Luohi nodded, then silently retreated, thinking in his heart, King Cheng, I wanted you to inherit my mantle. In view of your talent, I will give you one last chance. If you are still stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tonight, 1 year has passed since the Battle of the Destiny List. In the central region of the Great Xia Dynasty, there is a city called Beijian City. Although this city is not as prosperous as Jiaxiao City, it is also very famous in the area of hundreds of thousands of miles. It is another city that advocates sword cultivation in addition to Jiaxiao City and Yanzhou City. Because of this, it was named Beijian City. The reason why Beijian City is so famous is that outside its gate is a cliff. The edge of this cliff is extremely flat, and there is a terrible sword energy, as if a huge sword cut the earth in half, thus creating this cliff between the two pieces of land. 9 extremely sharp swords are inserted on the edge of the cliff, with their blades bent, accepting the worship of millions of people. Therefore, the ancient city on one side of the cliff is named Beijian City. Recently, there was a lively event in Beijian City, which was talked about by many people. A few months ago, a young swordsman came to the outside of Beijian City. This swordsman was dressed in white and carried an ancient sword. He looked neat and handsome. This man comprehended the will of the sword on the cliff of Beijian. He found someone to learn from every day, and his progress was rapid. In just 3 days, he comprehended the power of the will of the sword. The first realm of the will of the sword is sharpness. The sword master is the edge, indestructible and unbreakable. This young man realized the sword intention in 3 days, and after 10 days, the sword will enter the realm. After 1 month, the sword will enter the realm of transformation. In less than 3 months, the sword will enter the first realm and enter the realm of perfection. Every time he made progress, many people saw it with their own eyes, and they had to believe that there was such a sword genius. Moreover, there was something terrible. This person's understanding of swordsmanship was also extraordinary. He could learn other people's swordsmanship by sparring with others, and it never failed, which shocked countless people. This boy, from the initial understanding of swordsmanship to becoming a swordsmanship master, only took less than 3 months to defeat many swordsmanship masters. Moreover, every time he sparred with others, he used the same realm as others and only used swordsmanship. Everyone found that no matter who challenged him, he could defeat him. He was really powerful. After there was no more opponent on the sword worship cliff, the young man stepped into the sword worship city. In the sword worship city, at this moment, this young man was sparring with another young man who was about 26 or 27 years old. Both of them were superb in swordsmanship, and their swordsmanship was overwhelming. Haha, Brother Qin's swordsmanship is indeed superb. I admire him. The two men separated, and the young man, who was about 26 or 27, sheathed his sword and looked at the young man opposite him, with a sense of mutual admiration. Such a young man, who could have such swordsmanship, could be called a sword demon. This young man was Qin Wentian. After he was teleported out of the Great Xia Ancient Palace, he did not stay in Qin's house city, but left directly and came to the sword worship city to practice swordsmanship. He needed to condense the 4th Wuming Xiangang first and enter the Xiangang realm. Of course, in fact, although Qin Wentian did not have the aura of Xiangang, he had 3 Wuming Xiangang. In a sense, he was already a Xiangang strong man. Brother Zong is also a master of swordsmanship, worthy of being a descendant of a famous family. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Zhuang Jin's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and then he smiled and said, "It seems that Brother Qin has guessed my identity. To be honest, I am Zhuang Jin from the Zhuang family of Beijian City. The 3 major forces in Beijian City are the Zhuang family, the Li family, and the Xianjian sect. These 3 forces are the strongest forces in Beijian City. Countless people have become their disciples and have flourished for many years. These 3 forces are truly famous in Beijian City, with many powerful people. Among the 3 major forces, the Zhuang family is the most low-key and introverted, the Li family is the most outspoken, and the Xianjian sect has the greatest prestige. The first choice of countless young people is the Xianjian sect. After all, the other 2 major forces are family forces. I am Qin Wen." Qin Wentian nodded slightly. "To be honest with Brother Qin, I have a doubt. There is a rumor in Beijing City that Brother Qin first entered the sword path 3 months ago, and within 3 months, he had perfected his sword path well. Is this true? Zhuang Jin was straightforward and did not shy away from asking. He was quite curious about this matter. Many people even speculated that Qin Wentian deliberately wanted to become famous, but in fact he had already mastered the sword technique. Otherwise, how could his comprehension be so terrible? If I say yes, Brother Zhuang, can you believe it? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Zhuang Jin pondered for a moment, and then said, if it was before, I didn't believe it, but now that I have met Brother Qin, if Brother Qin says it, I must believe it. Why? Qin Wentian asked curiously. A swordsman cultivates the heart of swordsmanship. He is like a sword, and his sword is like a man. His nature is not hidden. Those who have strange and tricky swordsmanship must have the same nature. Brother Qin's sword is sharp and straight, and he walks the path of hegemony. When the sword is out, he is unstoppable, and he has the aura of the king. This is the right way of swordsmanship. How can I not believe it? Zhuang Jin said with a faint smile, which made Qin Wentian a little surprised. The other party was born in a famous swordsmanship family, and he could judge people by their swords. Moreover, I see that Brother Qin's sword is extremely pure, pointing directly to the original intention of sharpness. Standing casually, it is like a sword. It would be a waste if Brother Qin did not cultivate the sword. Brother Zhuang, you are too flattering. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. You two hit it off right away. I'm a little older than you, so I can be your elder brother. Today, I must take you back to the family, so that we can have a drink and talk about swordsmanship. Zhuang Jin was a passionate person. He grabbed Qin Wentian's arm, causing Qin Wentian to frown slightly. Then he looked at Zhuang Jin, but saw that the other party had a clean expression and seemed very sincere, not pretending to be hypocritical. It seems that, as he said, sword cultivators are straightforward, and the people are like swords, and their swords are like people. Zhuang Jin's sword is straight and fast, and he is also straightforward and does whatever he wants. However, at this moment, not far away, there was a sword energy whistling in the air. Looking up, he saw 3 sharp swords in the air in the void, and they instantly descended on Qin Wentian's side. On the 3 sharp swords, there were 3 figures standing, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were about 30 years old, and the woman had beautiful eyes, about 25 or 26 years old, with very tender skin, which could be blown away. Zhuang Jin saw the 3 people appear and immediately let go of Qin Wentian's arm. However, the 3 people in the void had already seen what happened just now. Their eyes flickered and they looked at Qin Wentian with a faint sharpness. Are you the swordsman who practiced at the sword-worshipping cliff? The man on the left had a blood mole on his forehead, which gave people a sense of dominance. He stood on the sword, glanced at Qin Wentian, and asked indifferently. It's Qin. Qin Wentian responded. I thought it was a lone swordsman who wanted to come here to exchange ideas, but I didn't expect it was someone invited by the Zhuang family. The young man on the right had a pair of sword eyebrows, which gave people a sharp feeling. I have said it before, this boy must not be able to comprehend the sword in 3 months. He must have deceived everyone. He is a swordsman. Otherwise, the Zhuang family would not invite him to come to the sword-worshipping city at this time. The woman's lips were slightly thin and her words were harsh. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, but saw Zhuang Jin said coldly, Li Nian, Brother Qin is new to Beijing City and has nothing to do with my Zhuang family. Really? What's the point of trying to cover it up now? Since your Zhuang family has invited people here, they must have prepared for a fight. Now that we have this opportunity, it's just right to fight. The woman said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, the sword-browed man beside him pressed his palm towards the void. In an instant, a terrifying sword energy spread out and rushed straight towards Qin Wentian. Zhuang Jin stepped out and blocked in front of Qin Wentian, saying coldly, don't involve others in the grievances between the Zhuang and Li families. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. Zhuang Jin, since you invited me here, why are you afraid of fighting? The sword-browed man's expression became sharper and sharper. He pressed his palm down, and a stronger blood-colored sword light whistled in the void, which was very scary. A powerful aura also burst out from Zhuang Jin. The person in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. Although Qin Wentian had perfected his sword well, he was young after all, and his cultivation was not strong enough. Moreover, when he fought with Qin Wentian, he only felt that Qin Wentian seemed to have only deleted his sword will, and could not feel any other wills at all. He was worried that if the other party took action, Qin Wentian would definitely suffer and become an innocent victim. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.